So go to the Facebook page, facebook.com/portal2ascension. And when I go live, which will be any minute now, go ahead and share that with as many people as possible. If you could share that video out, that would be so amazing. And let me just double check to make sure that we're on here. Yep, we're on. So go ahead and share it away. Let's get as many people as we can on this. And just to let you guys know kind of how this event came about, you know, like I've always wanted to do free gatherings, free events, and really big ones too. So Portal to Ascension really been doing this for like solidly these events for around 5-6 years, but it's been like around 8 years or so that we've actually been producing more events, even more than that. But I wanted to get into being able to have the abundance in order to create these gatherings where we can offer it for free and just open it for donation. And at this point right now, we are actually at that point where we're able to do that. We're able to do actually 3 of these type of events every year and still be thriving. So I do have some other free events coming up. We have the plant medicine an awareness conference coming up. That's going to be on December 13th. So I'm going to send you guys all access to that you can take a look at and sign up if you want to. But we're also giving away 2 free 6-month passes to all of our events. And I'm just going to show you kind of the website and how that looks. So we create around 100, 110 events a year. And so for all the people that signed up, we have over 6,000 people right now. You're all entered to win 2 free passes. So all of you get 3 months. So up until December 31st of this year, this 31 days is September, right? December, right? Yes. So up until the 31st day of December, you're going to have free access to all of our footage. But everybody who signed up is also being enrolled, basically signed up in order to get free access for 6 months for all these events that we have coming up. And we do pay out our speakers. We give them a percentage of all sales. So we're actually going to, Portal to Ascension is going to cover the cost for 6 months for all the webinars that you attend. So if you like to attend any of these events, please do go to the website, check it out. But also in about 2 to 3 days after the event, we're going to do a prize drawing, and 2 of you guys are going to have 6 months free access, which is amazing. It's going to be great because there's so much epic information and it's becoming more and more relevant as time progresses.
Awesome.
Brandon, we are live on YouTube now.
So we're live. Everyone have fun. Let's enjoy.
All right. So another couple more announcements before we begin. If you would like to, you could support us on Patreon, and I want to be able to do more of these gatherings, and the more support we have, the more we can do. So if you would like us to create maybe 2 of these 5-day summits a year and then do a couple of free other events, you can go to our Patreon page, Portal to Ascension on Patreon, patreon.com/portal2ascension. You can sign up there. By signing up, not only do you get 1 free event a month out of our 5-6 events that we do, but you will also be able to support us in continuing these events and creating epic multi-day gatherings that right now are online, but are soon going to go back into persons too. So also, if you are on YouTube and if you would like to donate on YouTube, please do go ahead and use the super chat and donate there if you're able to. If you have any questions, also let us know on YouTube as well. And then we're going to have, I believe Omar from Watches TV is going to be hosting the YouTube, and he's going to be able to bring over the questions into the Zoom room so that we can answer them for you. So the schedule, some people have been asking me, where's the schedule? We've had some emails of people not being able to find it. To find the schedule, not only do we have it on all the social media platforms right now, so you can look at the description and you'll be able to see all the social media links and the schedule. But if you need the schedule, go to the website, ascensionconference.com, scroll down about halfway, and when you get to there will be the schedule there for you. So you can just open it up. You can select by day. So that's where the schedule is. And we're going to try our best in order to keep you updated, let you know what's going on later in the afternoon and what's going to happen in the next few days as the day progresses. But if you want to follow through the schedule, go to ascensionconference.com and do that. Lastly, info about passwords. If you guys have got an email but you did not have your password to access the replays, then don't worry about it. You don't have to email me. Don't have to contact or anything. We know that there was a glitch in our system for about 5 hours and emails were not generated. So you need your password in order to be able to access the replays and your free footage. So about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to reset that for you. So there's about a few hundred people that didn't get their passwords, and you're going to be able to get that. So don't worry about that. Once you get the password, try to log in. If you have an issue, then let me know. So for the rest of the weekend, today we're going to start with our mass meditations. And just in case you guys weren't here yesterday, the intention of this event is unity, conscious collaboration, and oneness. And every conversation that we have from that is going to base on that. Like in this world right now, I'm sure many of you have noticed that the division is rampant. Like it's almost like split right down the middle. And a lot of times people are categorized by one belief system, and that dictates their whole entire personality to another person. We're getting really, really pigeonholed into these divided elements. So what this event is all about, it's about putting aside what we may think or perceive has created division, and really concentrate on what unites us, what our similarities are, because there are so many more things. Like right now, I can just freestyle off my head like 30 if I wanted to, things that just connect us, you know, and then definitely connect us than those who claim to have power over us, right? Like the reality in the world that we live in as the common people of this world, we have so much more in common than those other, than the individuals that, you know, that a lot of us are following in order to take us to some sort of promised reality that we believe is. So the intention for this event is unity, and that is what we're going to have all the conversations sprouting from. Today, we're going to start with our mass meditations. We're going to start with BRENDON. He's going to, from Paradigm Shift Central, he's going to do the first mass meditation today. He's going to start a little earlier than 11:11, even though we said 11:11, because he wants to allow us to go deeper. So hopefully, you know, some people who are joining for the meditation will join a little bit before then, so that we can go ahead and really, they can be here for the whole thing. But then tomorrow we have the mass meditation run by Geraldine Orozco, who was a part of the Divine Feminine panel yesterday. And then on Sunday, we have the mass meditation guy himself, Adrian, who is the founder of Disclosure Fest, the mass meditation initiative. And he's all about mass meditations. And actually, my intention for mass meditation was inspired by him. So quick plug for Disclosure Fest. They're doing their online event on 10/10 and 10/11, which is like, I guess, a week after our event ends. And that's the mass meditation initiative. It's similar to our event in its intention, but it's different in the way it's presented, because it's mostly musicians with some speakers, where we're speakers with some musicians. We're more conference style. He's more of a festival style. So he's going to be coming in on Sunday and facilitating the mass meditation there. And then lastly, on Monday, we have the mass meditation with James Redfield himself, the author of the Celestine Prophecy, that I've created quite a few events with. I really love him. So, and he's all about the meditation. So he's going to be coming on and doing the mass meditation. All right. So I'm just going to take a little glimpse right here. We have a couple hundred people, I think, have joined us in the room. And if you would like to, go ahead and leave in the comment in this chat section. Let us know where you're from on the planet. It's always great to know where everybody is tuning in from. And I'm always curious to see if there's someone that, like, a place in the world that somebody's tuning in from that I've never known, like I've never seen someone on here on one of our webinars from before. So go ahead and let us know. We got Vancouver in the house, Fairfield, Iowa, India, nice. Seattle, Canada, Boulder. The panels for the weekend are going to be, so we had the Divine Feminine panel yesterday. Today we have the Ascension panel with Deborah Giusti, and we're going to bring her on in just a minute here to really talk to us about her intention and her mission and why she is doing the Ascension panel, because she actually is doing it quite often. She does it at a lot of events, and we are now coming up with an agreement to have this as a frequent thing, where we do the Ascension panel quite often on Portal to Ascension. And then on Saturday we have the Experiencer panel that has become really big. We have Sherry Wild, Carolyn Corey, Geraldine Orozco, Celestine Starr, Alexis Brooks, Barbara Lamb, hosted by Alan. Then we have the UFO panel on Sunday. So there is a lot going on. Some amazing speakers coming up. We're picking up momentum. We're going to really focus our energy and set our attention off to the universe and just create ripples in consciousness with the awareness that we're sharing here today. So now I'm going to invite on my friend Alan Steinfeld from New Realities. And then also, I'm going to invite on Deborah, but I'll do a little intro for Deborah, since I already mentioned who Alan is yesterday. Deborah Giusti is if I could say that there are 3 people in the world that are really, has been like there with Portal Ascension for so long and really assisted us, and now we've built a solid relationship and friendship with, it would definitely be, Michelle Anderson, it would be Alan Steinfeld, and then it would definitely be Deborah Juicy. Deborah has assisted me on an unprecedented level. She's also our largest affiliate for all of our events, promotes everything that we do, and really, gives more than sometimes that I'm asking in order to provide me with the support that I need to create these events. And she was probably the biggest promoter for this event. She runs an organization called Transforming the New Paradigm that is actually a website in which people can list their events, and then she helps promote all these conscious creators and conscious presenters. And it's probably the largest conscious presenter, I would say, in the world, but definitely in the West Coast. So I'm more than honored and really happy to be bringing her on here today. Hey, Deborah.
Hey, thank you, Neil. So great to be a part of this amazing conference. And I support you because you're doing amazing work and we're allies. This is what's happening now, especially at these times. We're meant to collaborate. We're meant to support each other. We're all doing the same mission of the awakening that's happening right now. And us collaborating together makes us all stronger and really makes it happen. So I've always really appreciated you from your very small beginnings to what you've created now, which is amazing. So you will always have my support, and I know you support me, and that's how it works. That's how it goes.
I appreciate you so much. Why don't you tell people kind of about the Ascension panel, not more specifically about the people, if you can mention them, but why you are creating this, because we've been talking about the Ascension panel for years now, and you do it at Contact in the Desert, I believe, right? And Conscious Life Expo. These are different places that you've been presenting that panel.
Yeah, New Living Expo. Yeah, I've been doing the Ascension panel for 7 years because definitely there's been a quickening, I would say, the whole time, but since 2012, a major quickening of the ascension process of all of us evolving to next levels. And what's really interesting is that at Conscious Life Expo last year at February, the main focus of the panel was Ascension 2020, year of major transformation. And it was in our description that 2020 would be an escalated time for the ascension of humanity with increased earth changes and astonishing upheavals in society. And little did we know what was coming down the pike. It was literally just after that the whole COVID happened and everyone went into mandatory spiritual reflection where they had to stop all the busyness, and humanity had to go and look inside and really look at this reset that we're all in the process of. And every single ascension teacher on that panel was definitely giving documentation on how this was coming down. So I'm really excited tonight because now we've had about 6 months of this process that we're in now, of the whole COVID collective human experience, which is causing us to look inside, go within with our shadow, clear things out, and really get to a whole new reset and evolution of the ascension process. And it's a whole planetary ascension. It's like all the gunk that's been in the system, in our humanity, is coming up to the surface and being revealed. Every day you look at the news, there's something else that we've all been know has been going on, coming up to be revealed and healed. And I've got 3 of the Ascension teachers who were there at the beginning who were really sharing how this was going to be the year of major acceleration. And now we're going to be able to talk about that on the panel tonight. So it's going to be great. We're going to have Meg Benedicte, one of the top Ascension teachers. Billy Carson, amazing. Kaya Ra, who's an amazing divine feminine goddess, teaches Ascension to women worldwide. John Burgos, who leads a podcast of all the Ascension teachers, and Elizabeth April, who's a rising young new paradigm teacher who has a lot to say because she's going to be around for another 50 to 100 years and live out this ascension process. Yeah. So I'm really excited to see what they have to say now tonight. It's going to be at 4:30 to 6.
Definitely 100% agree. Yeah, I feel like, I was for a while before COVID hit, I was thinking that maybe we won't have like the hardcore spiritual evolution all over the planet unless people had more time to spend on the spirituality rather than being so focused on the rat race, you know, and which a lot of people were. They were just on the grind, you know. And then all of a sudden, when COVID hit, people had an opportunity to reflect, right? And many people in this community that are online right now, we've been reflecting for a long time, and this gave us even more depth. But a lot of people that never even had that concept of even taking time for themselves or their family are now thinking, if I'm not my job, what am I? You know, and I followed a lot of news, and there were lawyers at food banks that have never even seen one before, right? And it was like they were still people holding such prestigious jobs, and all of a sudden everything was halted. So it's an opportunity, right? Everything's an opportunity. And the opportunity for COVID is to reflect and to readdress our priorities.
It's like a collective dark night of the soul. When things you think are so important get taken away, then what's really left? What's really left is your connection with spirit. And that's what happens with the dark night of the soul, when everything gets taken away. So it's a collective humanity going through that and reevaluating their connection, what they need to do to reset to a whole new level, which is, you know, connect with spirit and get your inner guidance of what is your mission? What are you supposed to do? What is the next level that's coming through, and all that you go through. So yes, definitely. This is an amazing birth canal we're in now, for sure. Little messy, but amazing.
Alan, did you want to comment on that and then maybe even talk about your panels?
Yeah, no, birth is a little messy. If you've ever been at a birth, it's, you know, it's very strange and bloody, and we're birthing, and a lot of stuff is just falling away. And this is such an exciting time. I mean, I love what Deborah and Scott are doing every Saturday night. They're putting together forums and panels and speakers of consciousness. So we need this underlying support that you're doing, Neil, for 5 days. You're building a platform. So when the thing unfolds, when it falls apart, when the pieces are all on the ground, there's this new platform that emerges that's underneath that all and raises the whole frequency on the planet to a new level. And I think that's what Deborah's panel is doing. That's what you're doing, the Portal to Ascension. That's what I'm hoping to do, is like take all these people who have already been on the edge, bring them together and have them lead a way to a new paradigm, to a new reality. And I can't think of a better time to be involved in human potential than this, when the planet is waking up to who they really are. So thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Scott. And thank everyone for watching. That today will add to everything that's gone before and take all of us to a new level. So take it all in, all the information, and integrate it the best you can into your psyche, because we're building new neural nets of perception so we can be the new human beings. And it's going to be laid out here for the next 4 or 5 days, and Saturday night, and everything else Portal to Ascension is doing, and my show, New Reality. So thank you, Neil, for this moment in time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Deborah.
Yeah.
Thank you both. So we're going to pretty soon go into the mass meditation here, but do you guys want to leave us with any words for the day, for the rest of the weekend?
I think just hang in there. This is an amazing conference. And as Alan was saying, I produced Saturday Night Alive, which Neil was on last week. So I put the information on the chat room to join us for that. That happens every week. So totally invite people to that as well. Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe inspirational virtual variety show every Saturday night. Keynote speakers, musicians, and amazing programs like what Neil's doing. We let people know what's going on all over the world.
Yeah, it's truly amazing. It's very entertaining. You've curated it extremely well.
I just want to say, I want to acknowledge you, Neil, for your dedication to this change on the planet. So everyone watching, just take in these words today and the next 4 days, and you may not agree with it or not agree, but let it influence you. Just feel it. Don't judge it, and see if we can all move into some new realities and new consciousness as we integrate a new level of our whole culture, really. And this is a great opportunity. We are, like Deborah said, we are being born through the birth canal to a new time. And I would say just be excited about everything you're going to hear today, because it's really the cutting edge. So thank you.
Thank you both so much. So I'll see you guys in a little bit, okay?
All right. Blessings.
So, and just to say to everybody, you know, what is Ascension? I've had some people email me thinking that certain events I was doing wasn't Ascension oriented. And my personal perspective on Ascension is that all elements that can lead to an empowerment that can result in an ascension are part of the Ascension. So whether it's ancient history, UFOs, eating well, learning about sacred sexuality, all of those seem to be their own thing, but they're really elements that can all lead to this ascension process that we're going through. I'm not going to pretend to know what the ascension looks like. Are we going to shift from this reality to another one overnight? I used to think that, not so much anymore. I think it's more of a gradual shift. But while we empower ourselves through all this awareness that we're sharing, why are we called Portal to Ascension, but we have over like 600 subjects, if not more, on our platform, is because all of these can lead to the portal to ascension. And that's truly what it's all about, is acquiring this awareness, implementing this information, and then as we collectively start doing it over the planet, that's when we can hit critical mass and move into this reality. So now we're going to move into the a segment with BRENDON from Paradigm Shift Central. He's going to give us a little download in the beginning here and then lead us into a mass meditation. And again, we're going to start the mass meditation maybe just a few minutes earlier. So if you're joining us now and you're going to come back for mass meditation later, please do stick around, because we're going to go into it very soon. How you doing, BRENDON?
Awesome. Thank you, Neil, so much for having me. And thank you to the previous speakers. And yeah, doing great, man. Yesterday was a huge success, and excited to be able to rock it again today with everybody tuned in. So aloha to everybody for joining us and for being a part of something which is essentially like, this is us like practicing and preparing for the future. Like this is a model of what the future can look like. This is what community can feel like, not just look like, but feel like. And I invite everybody here to just kind of like remember, by the time you finish watching all of the speakers today, how does it leave you feeling? And knowing that that feeling is something that we can carry with us into our individual interactions and our one-to-one relationships and the seeds that we plant. So yeah, I'm excited to be able to be here. So Neil, do you want me to just kind of like take it from here, and we'll just kind of get right into a little bit of meditation to be able to get things ready for the rest of the day? I assume so. Yeah,
let's do it. Take it away.
Perfect. Awesome. So again, for those of you who may be tuning into this, if you didn't see, I was one of the MCs yesterday. My name is BRENDON. I also go by Mystic Spider-Man. You can find me on Instagram and TikTok. You can also find me on YouTube under Skull Babylon. Please feel free to send me a direct message afterwards. Like Neil, I've also been facilitating and creating conscious media for over 10 years. We got a team podcast that you can check out on my YouTube channel. You can find it at Paradigm Shift Radio on Spotify. That's the gist of the information. And so moving into the meditation that we're going to do today, again, we're going to start it off a little in the next few minutes, but to do that, we're just going to kind of like invite ourselves to be able to get warmed up. And before we do the close-eyed meditation, I actually want to just be able to invite us just begin kind of like connecting with our body. And we're actually going to do something really fun where we're actually going to do a laughter practice meditation. So I've facilitated like hundreds of meditations over the years. We do this through my YouTube channel with our community and everything. And the laughter practice meditation is such a powerful practice. And it's something that we don't usually like even consider as a form of meditation. I originally saw this being done by Alan Watts. Well, I mean, I didn't see it, but I heard it in a recording of Alan Watts. And then I was like, whoa, that's so cool. And it really inspired me. So shout out to Alan Watts. I'm sure, you know, like he's with us here, right here in this moment. So again, let's just start off with just kind of like bringing some gentle movements into our body. So I just invite everyone to just give some gentle stretches and just begin connecting with your breath wherever you are right now. Just listen to your body. You can just move your arms. There's no right or wrong way to do this. Just begin gently rolling your shoulders. The intention here is to just simply be able to begin opening up the energy channels. If you want to just even do some gentle massages before we get into the laughter practice meditation, please feel free to do that. And even just leave some comments down in the chat. What are you grateful for today? So again, just do some very gentle massages on different parts of the body, gentle movements. Again, just opening up the energy channels, getting things flowing. And then we're going to get into a quick laughter practice meditation. And then we'll get into the close-eyed meditation, which will go for about for about up until 11, up until about 20 minutes after. That's correct, Neil. We got until about 20 minutes after, give or take. That's correct. If Neil, you just want to confirm on that, and we'll make sure we're all queued up there. And so again, as we are here, let's just take a moment to simply just begin connecting with our breath. You can keep your eyes open right now, but let's just bring in that first mindful breath of the day. So nice deep inhale together. Exhale, even just a bit of a sigh, releasing anything you need to. Beautiful. Bringing in that fresh oxygen. Again, another one of those. Exhale, nice big sigh. And we'll do one more just for good luck. Here we go again. Inhale. Nice gentle sigh. Beautiful. So again, please feel free to leave some comments of gratitude down in the chat, and just thanking everyone so much for being able to show up. And so we're going to do a little bit of a laughter practice meditation. And honestly, by me doing this, I want to be able to invite each and every single one of you, after we do this little practice, to do it on your own. Go do it, like, and share it with someone else. It's a very, very powerful way to be able to help just continue to share the vibes that we are working with here today. So this is just going to be a thing that we're just going to do it twice, and then we'll get into our closed-eyed meditation. And Neil, a reminder, within our closed-eyed meditation, I'm going to cue you, Neil, to be able to kind of jump in partway through the meditation. So Neil, just be ready to be able to jump in. That will be in the later half of the meditation, but we'll walk through it. So laughter practice meditation. If you guys are ready for this laughter practice meditation, drop an 1111 in the chat. And the way how we're going to do this is going to be a nice big inhale through the mouth, and then a nice big exhale, regular sigh release. And then we're going to do another big inhale. And then what we're going to do there is on the exhale, we're going to make the sound ha. So it's going to be focusing on the exhale. So it's going to sound like this. It's literally just going to be ha, ha, ha. And what you can do is you can even put your hands on your belly, on your diaphragm, and don't focus too much on the inhale. Focus on the ha sound. The inhale will naturally happen. And what we're going to do here, this is the magic of it, is when you do this, you will naturally find that you will just evolve into a cascading laugh. Now, of course, whatever is comfortable for you is totally fine. Maybe you'll sit there and maybe you'll simply watch, maybe you'll simply smile. But if you feel yourself ready to laugh, invite those energies to roll through you. Shout out to everybody else who's regular, like a bunch of my friends who have joined in. Much love to you guys, and much love to all the new friends and family that we are here with together. So go ahead and just straighten up your spine, roll your shoulders a little bit. You can do the standing, you can do the sitting, get a drink of water if you need to real quick. And again, just follow my lead. Like, believe me, the first time you might just be like, what is going on? But just allow yourself to simply observe, follow my lead, and yeah, just allow this to be whatever it needs to be for you. We're going to do this in 2 rounds, and we'll do it. We'll just allow the laughter to kind of come through. And again, by the way we do this, like, we're creating a vibration here. So even just by watching me, you'll feel the vibration of the community as well. So here we go. Thank you everyone again so much for being here. Following my lead, here we go. Deep, gentle inhale through the mouth, get a lot of oxygen. Nice, soft exhale. Deep inhale together, exhale the sound ha. Follow my lead. Ha, 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 ha. Just keep it going. Try to get in some of the like weird laugh noises. Get in that like silent laugh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Big exhale, sigh, release. Whew. Feeling any sacred waters building up in the face. That's good. You're just opening up the energy channels, getting yourself ready for what's going to be another amazing day. We're going to do this one more time. Again, do this in a way that's totally comfortable for you. Maybe you're sitting there, maybe you're smiling, maybe you're just like, whoa, that was a surprise. I didn't expect that to happen. But nonetheless, we're going to do this one more time. And then after this part, we're going to go right into a little bit of stillness, and you're going to observe the feeling that you're in. Here we go. Following my lead. Deep inhale. Nice soft exhale. Inhale again. Exhale the sound ha. Ha, 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 ha. Try and get those weird laughs, get like the snort. The squeak laugh. Keep going. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Big exhale, release, relax. Now, right from here, go ahead and bring yourself into stillness. If you're a little bit dizzy, keep your eyes open and just take a moment here to simply just observe. Bring yourself into this awareness of your breath. And just take this moment. What are you feeling right now? In one word, what are you feeling right now? Just take a moment to observe. Just take one more breath here. Beautiful. When you're ready, gently open your eyes if they're closed. Return your awareness to the space around you. Wonderful. Please feel free to leave a comment down below. What was the word? What was the word that you came through, that you were feeling in that? And my word is just excitement. You know, excitement for what it is that we are creating here together. If that worked for you, if you laughed during that, especially if that was like your first time doing that, drop a 777 in the chat just to be able to give a little bit of a feedback there. Yeah, again, seriously, I encourage you to. Whatever we just did there, I've now unlocked that ability for you. Achievement unlocked. You can do that any single day. You can do that whenever you want. Wake up in the first day, wake up in the morning, look in the mirror and do that. Holographically affects the rest of your day. Super, super powerful. The power is in your hands. Do with it as you may. All right, team. So from here, what we're going to do, we're going to drop into a closed-eyed meditation now that we've kind of got the energy working here. What we're going to do, we're going to begin by visualizing a light moving through our chest. Again, this is going to be kind of a quicker version of the meditation that I've done before. What we're going to do, we're just going to move this energy through our body. We're just going to fill ourselves up with this light. This is a regular thing that we do at the beginning of the meditation. It allows us to relax. It allows us to bring in the self-awareness. And then from there, what we are going to do is we are going to take ourselves to the dream tree or the life tree or the world tree, the guardian tree. You're going to be flexing your imagination here. And we're all going to imagine ourselves coming through these sacred portals and arriving from the different angles, moving up this little hill towards this beautiful tree. And this tree is a symbol. This tree connects deeply into the roots of Gaia. The branches expand into the many dimensions of this holographic reality. And what we are going to do is we are going to gather around at this tree. We are going to connect with our heart. And as we are there, we're going to connect with a series of blessings. We are going to connect and we are going to connect with blessings for ourselves. We are going to connect with the energy of the tree and we're going to call in anything we feel we wish to invite in for ourselves, knowing that the tree is there to provide. The tree is Gaia. The tree is life itself, however you choose to relate to it. So in this moment, we're visualizing ourselves, looking at each other around the circle. And then from there, we're going to go into another moment where we're going to be able to send out blessings for everyone who is tuned into this broadcast, everybody who is a part of the Portal to Ascension community, and just sending any kindness and blessings and gratitude to all beings. So what we're doing here, we're focusing our intention into the tree, and then the tree ripples this out into all directions. It's a symbol, but it's also quite real. And then from there, we will take another moment to be able to connect with any blessings for the entire collective. So anything that you wish for the entire collective, wishing them strength, wishing them patience, kindness, calmness, whatever it may be. And then from there, we will move into a little bit of some series of ohms. And then from there, we're going to get into a little bit of some me just kind of like channeling in some additional information to be able to hype you up as well. And let me just make sure I'm going over my notes here to be able to, okay. And then from there, we will have and that's when Neil's going to come in. I'm going to kind of like freestyle some stuff and then Neil's going to come in. And then from there, we will finish it off with 3 ohms. And then we'll finish it off with a good old fashioned wolf howl in sync with the full moon. So inviting everybody to just kind of feel the energy of the full moon. All right. So again, we're going to move through this quite smoothly. If you guys are ready for this, go ahead and drop an 1111 in the chat. Thank you again, everyone, so much. And afterwards, if you enjoy this, please feel free. Make sure you're connected with my other profiles and you guys can tune in. This is like a regular thing that we do with the team. So, all right. So with that said, go ahead, get a drink of water if you need it. Grab any crystals, grab any, like, put on your wizard hoodie, whatever you need to do. Have fun with this. This is play. So if you want to put on your wizard hoodie, put on your wizard hoodie. If you want to ignite your light guardian crystals, ignite your light guardian crystals. Pew, 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 pew. All right. Oh, and I also got a crystal skull with us here. So the blessings and the mystic magic of the crystal skull is with us here in this moment. So, all right. Thank you again, everyone, so much. When you are ready, Allow yourself to get nice and comfortable, wiggle your body as need be, find a comfortable position, something you can allow yourself to drop into stillness, and gently close your eyes. And as you listen to my voice, begin connecting with your breath. Soft, gentle inhales and soft, gentle exhales. Gently breathing here and becoming aware of the moments when the inhale meets the exhale and the exhale meets the inhale. Continuing to breathe here, straighten up your spine, open up your chest, relax your face. Thanking everyone for showing up, for being a part of this practice. From here, we will visualize a light at the center of our chest. You can imagine this light with any color, white, gold, blue, purple, green, whatever you choose. And imagine this light and feel this energy moving through your body and filling all of your different arms and legs. So imagine this energy moving through your chest, moving through your arms, moving down all the way to your fingers. And like filling a cup with water, you are filling yourself up with light, with consciousness, with love. Feeling and imagining this energy moving down through your torso, through your ribs, past your waist, your groin, your thighs, all the way down your knees, right to your toes. Visualizing and feeling this energy moving up through the spine, all the way up the back of the neck, through the face, right to the top of the head. And visualize this energy surrounding you in your field, your aura. This energy is here to serve you, to guide you. It is with you. It is a part of you. Beautiful. From here, taking a moment to just be able to imagine ourselves dressing up in any sort of outfit that we wish to be able to wear as we prepare to arrive at the life tree. So just imagine yourself real quick, just kind of dressed up as like the badass wizardy version, festival vibe, light guardian archetype version of yourself. And in the snap of a finger, you become that right now. And so in this moment, imagine you're simply arriving and walking through a portal just as you would a door. And this portal brings you to the base of the hill underneath the branches of the life tree, the world tree, the guardian tree. And this tree is a magnificent tree. Its branches are iridescent. It lights up. It has an aura to it. It has a deep ancient wisdom to it. It is something you within your heart are already familiar with. And so making our way up the hill, you look to your left and your right, and you see all of these amazing people joining us in these moments, arriving through their own individual portals, almost like a scene out of a superhero movie. And we all make our way up to the top of the hill, and we gather in a circle here around the tree. And so you can look to your left and your right and you see some familiar faces, some of the other MCs and speakers. You can even see Neil across the circle, or maybe he's sitting beside you, and any of the other people you're connected with in this moment. And so as we imagine ourselves here within this circle, taking this opportunity to be able to connect with our hearts, to connect with the tree, and taking a few moments within your own silence, inviting yourself to be able to invite in any blessings for yourself, allowing yourself to connect with the infinite love of this tree itself that reaches deep into the heart of Gaia, that's branches expand into the heavens in all realms. So take a few moments here to move through this first part of the meditation as you just invite in any energies, blessings, strength, guidance, virtues that you wish to invite in for yourself in this moment that will continue to grow within your heart beyond this practice. Go ahead, gently breathe, and do this now. Just feeling the love of this community, of this space. Take another breath here. Anything else you want to connect with in this moment? Feeling your strength. It's already inside you. Beautiful. Focusing now on any blessings and gratitude and intentions you'd like to be able to project towards all of us here within the Portal to Ascension community, those who are tuned in live or afterwards. Your blessing will be sent into the tree and will ripple out to all of these beautiful humans, the hues of mana, the many spectrums of this being that we are. Take a moment here, and even if you want, gently put your hands on your heart, on your chest. Breathing here, take these next few moments, projecting any blessings. And as you do this, you can imagine all of us projecting this energy into the tree. So you can imagine us kind of like a Care Bear stare, all of this energy coming from our own hearts and feeling this energy. And before we drop into this spot, just taking another moment here to be able to feel the presence of our ancestors and our guides here with us, in the circle with us, surrounding us, supporting us, all benevolent beings who are here to help assist with this collective shift in consciousness, feeling their support, feeling their love, and together projecting this love towards the tree. Send forth all of your blessings and kindness towards all of the members here within this beautiful community. Do this now. Beautiful. Take another moment here. Just breathe. If you wish, just to be able to move into the next part, we're going to be focusing on sending blessings out to all beings here, more than even just human, animals, all beings as well. And if it helps you, you can use the phrase, the affirmation, may all beings ... and then just allow yourself to listen to your heart. Your heart will fill in the blanks. So again, from here, taking a moment, seeing this tree as a reflection of the roots inside of you that connect you to the earth. This beautiful tree, you're just in awe of it, and you're feeling this energy of this community, feeling like you're at a transformational festival, feeling this tribe, feeling this love. Allowing ourselves to collectively project this intention towards the tree, speaking with our hearts. May all beings be heard. May all beings be loved. May all beings be guided. May all beings see the divinity within. Continue here for the next few moments and speak your blessings to all beings. Speak it to the tree, and the tree will carry it forth to the hearts of all beings. Go ahead and do this now. Beautiful. Take a few more moments here. Any other blessings you wish to send out, speak it to your heart. Speak it from your heart. Speak it to the heart of all beings. Wonderful. And so from here, just feeling this expansion within your heart, reminding yourself of this connection, reminding ourselves of the web that connects us all. Beautiful. And so in this moment, as we get ready to conclude the meditation in the next few bits, we're just going to take another few moments here, and we'll be finishing right on time. So you can imagine in this moment as we are sitting here in circle, and in this moment, you can imagine me somewhere amongst the circle, just kind of like stepping out from the circle and just kind of stepping into the inner circle as I just kind of hold the talking stick here to be able to practice speaking from my heart, to be able to call forth any blessings and wisdom that wishes to come through in this moment. And then after I do this, Neil, prepare yourself, because I'm going to pass the talking stick over to you. So Neil, I'll cue you. And for everybody here, just allow yourself to be open and feel the resonance of the message coming through. And so, thank you. Thank you, earth. Thank you, sky. Thank you, wind. Thank you, fire. We call in the blessings and the magic of all elements. And with the full moon above us, we amplify our focus, we amplify our excitement. For now is the time for us to rise, for we are here to spread our wings and truly fly high. For each and every single one of us has a story to tell. For each and every single one of us, we will continue to show others true and well how to lead within this paradigm shift, how to tap into their hearts of bliss. For as these emotions ripple through our hearts, we will remind others where it is that we truly start. For we are the change makers within this realm. For we are the ages of the sages and the mages that are here to take part and to do and to be here within our places. For you are exactly where you need to be in order to become all of what it is that we can see as the potential that is within each and every single one of us, you and me. And so I thank you, the shifter, the light guardian, the dreamer within this dream, for being all that you are and for helping others see what can be seen. For the magic is right here. The magic is right now. And we will continue to show others truly how that when we connect with the heart, we will change this world. And so I thank you, each and every single one of you, for this is a story that will continue to unfold. And so in this moment, as I prepare to pass the talking stick to Neil, inviting them to be able to walk into this circle and to be able to speak from their heart in this moment. Neil, if you are ready, I pass the talking stick over to you. Everybody here, just hold this space, sending blessings, feeling the energy of the team, the tribe, the tree. Neil, when you are ready, holding the talking stick, speaking from your heart. Neil, if you are there, go ahead. Passing the talking stick over to you.
Thank you, brother. That was beautiful. Is there a specific direction you want me to go into, or just
speak from the heart? Just speak from the heart. Throw in some flowetry, even if it's something you've already said before. Go right ahead.
First of all, if anybody does have their eyes open, this is the crystal I'm using here. This is I want to thank everybody one more time for being here. This event was truly a production of just seeing the chaos and seeing the division in the world and wanting to do something to unite. Right now, more than ever, it's just so important that we know that we are all part of the same family. The division that has been created will only create a reality where we're more separate from one another. I feel that the commonalities that we have, that we're just all on this planet, in this solar system, in this galaxy, rotating around the sun, part of one human race, connected to this DNA strand, ancestors from extraterrestrial beings so far away. The human story has so much depth, is so beautiful, and it's been forgotten to us. We live in this world of amnesia, and the beautiful part is that the amnesia is not a bad thing. It's given us the opportunity to go and see the darkness, explore the darkness from a place where, like, how beautiful is it that we are still finding the light when we forgot entirely where we came from? You know, ultimately, you can argue that we never forgot. It's in our DNA. But in our conscious mind, it's not there. You know, we meditate, we do hypnotherapy sessions, all these things in order to get us to this reality that we forgot. So for all of you to be here, for all the people on social media connecting right now, all the people into this awareness, for you to find it and to know that there's something missing, and then to search and discover this community and this consciousness awakening when you already had the cards stacked against you of amnesia, is one of the most beautiful things ever. So I'm just so excited, so honored to just know everybody and to wake up in this lifetime and to wake up with everybody here, because the community is strong, community is passionate, and their dedication to, you know, uplifting everybody and all systems on this planet is amazing. So I thank everybody for that. I'm gonna go into a poem here. This is called Atlantis. So are we one yet? Going back to source. No remorse when reinforce the course that we all endorse. Unconditional love. It's the highest vibration, a gift from above. Desolation or separation, we must be the ones to say this is enough. The third dimension, man, it was meant to be tough. There is no captivity, so unlock the cusp, move away from hate and begin to trust. No more anger or lust. Our thought shifts the earth's crust into straight axis, just like into Atlantis. Stop causing damage and learn to manage self-realization. When people start to vanish and we change our intentions and join the like-minded souls in the fifth dimension, this is the beginning of our oversoul mission. What is it that you envision for the future incarnations? The Christ consciousness has arisen. Tear the prison, tear the perception of being in a prison. This industrial system, slumber of opposites, duality where we get lost and forget how to circumvent and achieve liberation. The curiosity won't last for long at all. As we move to the aquatic age, break free from the third dimensional cage of limitations, Freemasons being misplaced in this illusionary reality. Governing authorities, there will be no more war. Co-create a love ambassador, open the doors. Life isn't supposed to be a chore. No getting on your knees, worshiping entities from the floor. The message is simple, man. We don't need to know anymore. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. Thank you. Love you all.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Neil. And so again, as we just get ready to conclude this practice of this meditation, just taking a moment here, visualizing, just sending so much love to Neil, thanking him from the depths of our heart for what he has done to be able to bring us together so that we may continue to bring this energy out further into the world. And so in this moment, as we get ready, just keeping your eyes closed for everybody here, we're just going to conclude with 3 gentle ohms. And as we do this, may our ohms carry forth a powerful message that will reach the tree and ripple out to the heart of all beings. That message can be kindness, inspiration, consciousness. May it prime the airs. Following my lead, together we'll do 3 ohms. Deep, gentle inhale to begin with. Nice, soft exhale. Soft, gentle inhale. Exhale, Om. Om. Visualizing this energy reaching the tree like a Care Bear stare. 2 more times. Inhale. One more time, pouring your heart into it. Beautiful. Preparing to conclude this part of the meditation, just taking one more moment here, looking around the circle, seeing all these beautiful faces, thanking them, expressing your gratitude. And gently from here, we can imagine ourselves all just kind of like standing up and just stretching here within this imagination. And all of us here real quickly, time is of the essence. Everybody quick, let's all gather around for a big group photo. So everybody here, just go run up to the tree real quick. And Neil's going to jump in here with us. And then one of like, we'll imagine like some sort of like fairy creature is taking a picture of us. And together, everybody gather in, big smiles looking at the camera. This is going to be something you'll save within your heart. On 3, portal to ascension. 1, 2, 3, portal to ascension. Yeah. And then from here, just finishing off with any sort of wolf howls as you gently bring your awareness back to your physical body, thanking the moon, thanking the tree, thanking the community. Let them hear it. Beautiful. Gently bring your awareness back to your physical body, carrying this vibration with you, reminding yourself this tree is a place you can return back to at any time within your meditation, your dreams, and your imagination. When you're ready, gently bring your awareness back to the space around you, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, and open your eyes. And welcome back. Awesome. Beautiful. Thank you, Neil. Good job. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Brendan. So
if anybody... Yeah, I was just going to say, if anybody had any messages that they put out for the collective that they'd like to type into the chat, please, by all means, go ahead and do that. What message did you have for the collective when we were doing that meditation? If you want to share that, even just in short form, go ahead. So cool. All right, Neil, passing it over to you, following your lead from here. And thank you again.
Thank you, brother. Brendan will be back on later. I think tomorrow is when we have you next. Yeah, Brendan will be back on tomorrow introducing Peter Sterling. So stay tuned for that. He'll be playing the harp. And then Brendan's also coming on Monday to interview Jamie Janover, who's the lead emissary of Nassim Haramein. So we'll see you then, brother.
Awesome. Thank you again, everyone. See you guys in the live chat. Much love.
All right, moving on. We're going to go into our presentations for today. Are you guys ready? Have you strapped on your seatbelts? I'm going to bring on our first host of the day, first interviewer of the day, Leonard O'Neill from Orion Rising. So let's go ahead and locate you, Leonard. So Leonard and I and Omar, we've all been friends. Well, I've been friends with the two of them since the same time, which has been around 3 years now. Leonard is an amazing radio show podcast host, has some epic guests on there, and have been working with him for quite some time. He's helping me out with Portal to Ascension, so I'm really honored to be able to have him here with us. Hey, brother. Oh, you're muted.
Did that on accident.
There we go.
Sorry about that. I had to readjust my camera there for a second.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Love that meditation, especially the howling at the end. That was fun.
Yeah, it's liberating, huh?
Yeah, it was actually, especially because it's a full moon, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, so I love that. That was fun. And the camera, taking the picture, I saw this little fairy up there, and she had a little camera. You know, and we're all like,
That's
"Hey!"
funny.
So it was fun.
Yeah, check it out. This is the crystal that I picked because I didn't have anything else.
Right? That's funny.
So you ready to go into
That
this?
thing's huge. That thing's huge. Yeah, yeah.
All
I'm
right.
excited. Really excited to listen to Freddy talk because you know, before I found Freddy, and I'm glad that you allowed me to do this. I thought like I was the only person on the planet that understood some things in certain ways, and Freddy understands like the math of the whole thing. He sees the universe in the way that you're supposed to. It's esoteric. He gets that, and he sees it in the way that you're supposed to, and that's what he has talked about is forever. And we've never met. You can see Freddy on the screen there. I've never met him, but just the stuff that he's done, he's been on the circuit since like 2003, going around the world, talking to people, talking on radio shows like this and podcasts like this. So for those of you people who might be tuning in here around the world and never found Freddy, you're in for a treat today because Freddy is a phenomenal person. And he is one of the wisest people, I think, on the planet, especially in actually understanding what in nature and what the peoples of this planet have done to show us that they were more awake than we are, and that they designed their cities and their everything around certain parameters that we don't even understand and don't even realize is there. And Freddy has seen that around the world. And he's shown us that over and over and over with all of his books and all of his sermons. You guys should really listen today and then watch him. Go and Google him. Go on YouTube, buy his books, because I'm telling you that if you want to know what's going on in the universe and how we got here, you have to learn our past. And Freddy has seen in the past all over the planet exactly what everybody was trying to do then and tell us now. Right? So I want you guys to, because I don't want to spend a lot of time because he's going to do a presentation. So let's bring Freddy in here, and let's have Freddy. I want to ask Freddy a question before he goes. I don't know if he wants to do a Q&A at the end of his presentation. So Freddy, are you willing to do that, or is your presentation like right up to the edge? Your microphone's muted, buddy. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. Your microphone's muted.
Oh, how's that?
There you go. So I'm sorry. So
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having terrible problems today.
Do a Q&A at the end of your presentation, if you have time for that.
Well, there seems to be miscommunication because I was told I wasn't doing a presentation. I was doing Q&A for an hour.
Okay, so I'm better with that then. That's good.
I'm happy with that as well.
I thought from what Neil told me was that you were going to do a presentation.
Yeah,
I just asked him earlier.
Yeah, you can watch the DVDs. That's my presentation.
Right,
I was just told that we're going to do an hour of Q&A.
Better because I was disappointed thinking I wasn't going to get to talk to you. Right, because I'm a really big fan.
I was disappointed too because I spent the last 20 minutes trying to work out how this thing works. All the links don't work.
Right, I know. There was been some weird stuff with me too. I was like, how am I getting in? What's going on? It's just been one of those things. You know, we had a 5-day event, global event going on.
I got sent to a Russian website for Google. I thought, I'm not clicking that one.
Right? No, that would be bad. That would be bad. Okay, so then let's get into it. So why don't you really quickly start? I love to start the guests off with, why don't you tell people, because no one ever asks these questions, hardly ever. Why don't you tell people how you got into all of this? Did this happen to you when you were a kid? I know that some of it did because I watched your presentations, but some of the people that are here now around the world have never seen you before. So explain. Most of the people that are probably here are, because usually they tune in for the people they want to hear. So most of the people already know this, but there's going to be some people who've watching this for the first time. Explain exactly how you got involved in all of this. When did it first hit you that you needed to go down this path?
Well, I was trying to become a rock star, and I ended up discussing rocks instead. So it's a bit of a cosmic joke in there. No, I mean, I think that everybody's born to do something in life, and whether they recognize it earlier on in life, which is very lucky, or whether you learn about it later in life and still get a chance to do it, the effect is still the same. And if I look back in hindsight, I mean, I was drawing pyramids when I was 3, which is a bit unusual for a child that was born in Portugal, which is nowhere near pyramids, and you don't even know what a pyramid is. So obviously something was already, you know, hardwired. But it took me many decades before I got out of the commercial world to finally go and be levitated inside the crop circle, which is not exactly what people kind of do or what they look for when they're studying crop circles. And that really changed my life. I suddenly realized while I was in the middle of all this research that something was very, very important here. Something was going on. And I was also looking at people around me having unusual experiences in these temporary temples, and realized that this story had to be told. And once I published the book and it became an international bestseller, much to my surprise, actually, and it still is considered to be an exemplary piece of work, which so I'm very happy for all those fans around the world. I then decided to look at the crop circles from the point of view of what is that they're trying to teach us. And it turns out that what they're trying to teach us is that they're based on the same principles as ancient civilizations. You know, the stuff that we talk about, the big stones, the megalithic sites. And I put one and one together and realized they're trying to draw attention to a legacy that we've been left here on Earth for over 12,000 years about the cycles of time, about the cycles of change, and also the people who are much more connected to the nature of things that allows us to anticipate potential issues on Earth and somehow ride these moments of cataclysm with stoicism and also elegance and survive them as well. And I figured that was a story that's so empowering. And I had no idea where this was going. I mean, I had to learn all of this from scratch in a way, even though in hindsight, I kind of know what I was doing. Now that I look back on what I've written, it seems very familiar. So that's what really set the whole thing off. I just quit my job. I took a huge leap of faith, went bankrupt, lost my marriage of 14 years, lost my house, my cats, my sports cars. All of that went out of the roof. But the fringe benefits have been so wonderful because I've seen people reacting to things that I have done. I have to say, I have to give credit to whoever's giving me this information, because there's a lot of stuff coming in that I have no idea where it comes from. I just trust the process and I follow it and I research it, and then I prove that this information is actually quite correct. And I see people getting benefits from this, either spiritually or physically or mentally, or even from a healing point of view. And I see things getting better. And I can't think of anything better that I would prefer to be doing, despite all the challenges, that you're going to die one day physically and say, you know, I think I helped to improve things 1% while I was here on the earth. And that's good enough for me. I've made a positive contribution. I'm still trying to do it. I'm still learning the process as I'm going along. So people are kind of following me on this vicarious ride through history. But I see the end result being a great positive to people. So I just continue doing it. So that's kind of how I got involved with it, by being levitated in a crop circle and then watching unusual people coming out of the stones inside the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. And I wasn't even looking for this stuff. I didn't even know this stuff was even possible. So I'm talking from personal experience, and, you know, you can't really beat that, can you?
Right, right. So when you said you were levitated in a crop circle, did you really literally levitate off the ground, or are you talking spiritually levitated?
Oh, no, I mean physically.
Wow.
I mean, there was witnesses that actually saw the bump on the back of my head, and still 2 days later. And I'll give you the idea around what was happening. I had been sort of prompted to write a book, which I really didn't want to do. I was quite happy making a lot of money in the commercial world. I didn't want to become a poor author. It was the last thing in my mind, but something was prodding me. And the more I researched, the more I realized I have to learn about physics and metaphysics. I have to learn about all of these things if I want to understand why this incredible phenomenon is here. And there was one roadblock that I had. I couldn't understand why all these anomalies that we're finding, for example, the roots of the plants were bent the wrong way that they're supposed to be doing. You know, roots tend to go towards the center of gravity, towards the center of the earth. we pulled plants out of the real crop circles, not the man-made stuff, the real stuff. The roots were pointing in the wrong direction. Now, only something that affects gravity can do that. We had iron ferrites in the soil. We had changes to the water structure in the crop circles, but I couldn't understand how all these things fit together. And it was only by just going into one of these things in the middle of the night and saying, what is this really about? How are you people creating these incredible designs? And what's the purpose? And it was at that moment that I felt someone coming around the back of me. And remember, this is in the middle of the night, 11:30 in Wiltshire in England, inside a crop circle, surrounded by a sea of wheat, nobody around. And I felt someone coming up behind me while I'm lying on the ground with my eyes closed. Someone just hit me with a baseball bat on the back of my neck. And just like, I lost all my sort of trepidation. I was feeling a bit sort of, scared at the time. And there's a big sort of light around me. And I'm not really a great believer in abductions, UFO abductions. I understand they happen, but I'm not really into it. It's not my cup of tea, It's kind of messy. I don't like people probing me around with things. And it was at that moment that it's like this switch just got triggered in one of my muscles. And I just saw my hands floating around me. And I remember even at the time saying, wow, that's interesting, watching my hands floating. And then I realized I couldn't feel the ground. I was actually above the ground. And it was at that moment that the light just went out. And there was 3 people on either side of me, like I was lying flat, but it's a strange angle. It was like I was in 4D. There was 3 people on either side of me looking over me. There was 2 at the bottom, making unusual shapes with their hands, like geometry. And I knew exactly what they were saying. I couldn't hear it, but I could understand it. And it took 45 minutes. And I know this because I had a cassette recorder next to me playing some quiet music. Now, anybody who's under 30, you're going to have to Google cassette recorders because you won't understand what the hell I'm talking about. It was a 45-minute tape, and the click went off, and at that moment, I hit the ground with such a force that I got the bump on the back of my head. Wow. And it was from that moment that I began to write like an idiot. I mean, I couldn't stop writing. This stuff was coming out crazily. And I'm a writer to begin with anyway. Everything was very unstructured, but there was structure to what was coming out. And that's when I realized I've got to basically give this up and and tell people what's going on here. This is incredible. So that's kind of how it happened. And I still remember it as fresh as it was yesterday. And this was over, 25 years ago? Wow. So hasn't done much for my hair, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm with you in that respect.
That's a good technique. I'll have to copy that one.
Put on a little chapeau, right? So, you know what? I think that some people just have that happen to them, and a light goes on, and you just are driven from that point. And it's not everybody that has that happen, but I think that everybody can ascend to that at some point, right? And I think that that's what you are trying to show the people is literally, what is going on, what's out there. Pay attention, because these things, literally I was watching one of your seminars, and you were talking about over in the Yucatan, one of the big step pyramids was built, and it was out of phase with everything else slightly. And all of the steps going up were as well. And it was making that sacred geometry spiral, which is the golden mean ratio. I had never realized that before about any structure until you pointed that out. And I've been obsessed with that, for most of my life. When I found what phi was, I realized that's the building block of the universe. And you were the first person that I heard say that after I thought it.
Oh,
and you were talking about that a lot, right?
Yeah, and in fact, the foundation of every genuine crop circle is based on the phi spiral as well. And this goes back to what my research goes into the people, the people we call the gods that were here 12,000 years ago after the flood and before. There's a whole civilization here, according to every indigenous culture on Earth. So they couldn't have been making this up. And they said these people had complete control over the laws of nature. They knew how to apply the laws of nature, manipulate it, and use it for good action. And sometimes for wrong action. I mean, they fell to the same scruples as humans. They said, just because we're more advanced than humans doesn't mean that we don't sort of come under the influence of being here in the three-dimensional world. And we also had problems. I mean, there's people who really misbehaved and took this information to another level and did some very nefarious things with it. And that's what brought the whole catastrophe of the gods down. So this was a lesson for them too. They were not above what we succumb to in our material world either. So it's kind of reassuring that, you know, we're kind of on the same level of them, even though they knew more than us. But you're right. It was all about the application of the natural laws. And it's something that you and I can learn. And in fact, I've been teaching a temple making course for years. And I even have a DVD to go with it for people who can't afford it, and they can create a portal. And my idea was to, you know, look at the world and say, well, wait a minute, we've stopped building temples around the world since the 12th century. I mean, the last time we built temples according to the correct recipe were the Gothic cathedrals in Europe. And look what's happened since then. The total subsidence of society, politics is in complete flux. We can't find leaders that, or they're very rare, that are following a right path of action to help people, you know, rise up above their common problems.
Right.
And I figured, you know, it would be great with all this information I've learned over the years to apply this and teach people how to build their own portal, build their own temple where they live. And it's amazing what the feedback that I'm getting. People are beginning to do it. And if we can get another 1 million people on the grid, I think we're in absolutely great shape.
Well, I think we'll get there at some point. As long as people like you continue doing what you're doing out there, the people are going to start seeing it, find you. And people, let me look at this whole entire thing that we're doing here, this 5-day event with so many people focused on basically the same intent, you know, to raise the awareness, raise the vibration of the people of this planet a little bit higher. And if we can do that, like you said, if you can affect one person at the end of the day or at the end of your life, you've actually done at least something to be productive for the society, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Gandhi said, and I miss him because he had the best quotes. Like, you know, be the change you wish to see. Plant your garden and let others look at your garden and say, hey, he's doing a really good thing with his garden. He grows really good vegetables. I think I'll imitate that. And some people will try to burn your garden down, but that's the whole point of Earth. You're never going to fix it permanently. It's a big play school for right and wrong and all the steps in between. And the trick is, how are you going to do this when you're here? Are you going to go with right action or wrong action? There really is no right or wrong. It's how you behave in the end, because it's all a matter of perspective. I mean, anybody who's a dictator thinks that what they're doing is absolutely right. But the trick is, how are you going to behave? How are you going to improve yourself when you leave? And what are you going to leave for others? So it's down to you. It's a personal responsibility in the end. So you just have to be the change. Show by example. We can't all be perfect. I mean, I'm not perfect by any means. I mean, I'm a constant work in progress, and I know it. And I'm often reminded of it when I post things on Facebook, which I should have thought a little bit more about. And people remind me of this. And I go, actually, they're right. You know, there's some things I should have thought through a little bit more. And it's those moments where you have another aha moment that improve yourself. So the trick is not to beat yourself up over it, because the reason why we're here, we've reincarnated, is because we're not perfect. If we were perfect, we wouldn't be here.
So, we would already graduate. We'd be gone.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
You can look from above and go, that looks a bit messy down there. It looks like it hurts. I don't think I'm going to go down there right now.
Right. Exactly. It's kind of, I mean, it is that way, but you're right. It is, you know, people don't realize it's not the dichotomy between good and evil. It's the choice of what you were, like you just said, what you choose to do. And, you know, the clergy don't want that to get out there, because in all truth, it doesn't matter whether you're a good person or a bad person. You just need to be and choose that. And if you are a bad person, then unfortunately you're going to do bad things. And there's going to be people that are going to try and stop you from doing that. But it's the other way around as well.
And here's the funny thing, Leonard, is the fact that, I mean, I'm coming in the middle of all of this. I mean, my teachers are people like John Michel, who passed away a few years ago, great writers, great thinkers, Rupert Sheldrake and people like that. People that set people like me on their path. They suddenly appear around the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and there's this incredible upwelling of information and tools that we've been given. Everything since then has mostly just been regurgitated, but the effect is cumulative over time. And I think that I can't think of any other moment in history that we can go back to. Maybe times around the Renaissance in Europe, perhaps, or during the great Arab flourishing in the 4th century. Where they were light years ahead of Europeans who were still eating each other for food. People don't realize how much we borrowed and stole from the Arab people in Europe. And there is wonderful flourishing, this moment in time, of all the tools that we need at our disposal at a time when all the calendars are reaching their climax, all the ages that have been predicted are reaching their climax, climate change is upon us. We are definitely hitting a milestone in human history, and it's time to evolve. So I feel that we're actually very guided, whether it's people who write books or write documentaries. There's a lot of inspiration going on, and I can't think of any other moment in history where we've all come together to, you know, share these moments and share these inspirations and tools. You know, moments like this, for example, what a great idea, you know,
Right.
to share this with 4,000 people and perhaps more by the time this microphone went on around the world. So, you know, we are a big family and we are well supported at all levels.
Absolutely. And you know, just like Neil was talking about earlier when he was doing his when we were all doing the meditation, and he talked about, you know, the coronavirus and how that has allowed some people time to reflect who didn't normally have that time. And then it's forced some people to have time to reflect who didn't really want to spend time to reflect because they were too busy in their lives doing other things. And it wasn't something they would think about. So, you know, I said that to someone that I think the best thing that ever happened to this world was the coronavirus, because it's made everyone slow down and think about things for a little bit and reflect. And I, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think in the end, I want to get your opinion on that. What do you think? In the end, do you think we humans are going to make you know, leaps and bounds in a good way, or do you think eventually we're just going to go back to normal? What do you think is going to happen there?
Oh, it's free will down here. Who knows? But I mean, what I can say from the people that I'm involved with, and I'm involved with a particularly interesting group of people who work with the most incredible psychic in Britain, and we have a lot of insights that we know about. And I can't tell you anything about it. I mean, I'm sworn to secrecy because some things, well, because some things have to evolve on their own. You can't influence the outcome. You're just aware of what's going on because you're kind of on the periphery, because people in my position have a way to influence things, and you can only influence things to a certain degree. You can't influence things for what you want. You have to influence things for the bigger picture. And what's happening is, and what I've learned over time, is that there are circles within circles within circles. The first circle, of course, coronavirus, deadly. Absolutely, it is a very nasty little disease. It's the flu multiplied by 10.
Right.
And we've had many of them. We've had SARS, MERS, and the other ERS that are going around. But still, you know, the problem is people are dying. 1 million people are already dead. Compared to the flu epidemic of 1918, it's a drop in the bucket, but still people are dead. And even one person is unacceptable in my line. But if you just take back to the second circle, you go, wait a minute, look at this dispassionately. What's the big picture here? What are we trying to get? Because everything has a purpose, okay? And we're not always aware of the purpose because we're so attached to the emotion of the event, you know? If you just move back a little bit, take yourself out of the equation and look at it and give it time, because right now we're in the middle of all of this. It'll be a few more months before things become much more clear. The big picture is, for example, that the world is in trouble. We are overpopulated. We are overstressed. Someone is actually monitoring a level at which the Earth tries to recycle its systems of growth relative to the consumption rate. And right now, by the time we reach the end of July, the Earth can no longer replenish its systems. Okay, so we're now consuming 1.5 Earths population. That's scary.
It is.
That is, that's insurmountable. So this has led us to understand about climate change. It's led us to understand about what we're doing to the sky. All you have to do is take a plane right now, fly over Lake Michigan into Chicago, as I did a few weeks ago, and look at Chicago from the air and go, I can see Chicago for the first time in 20 years. Why is that happening? Why is the lake turquoise and not brown? Well, because the pollution is no longer there. That means I'm staying at home more. I'm contributing less to pollution. Now, that has a knock-on effect. In Britain, there's a study that was done that said, I think 25% now of people have said, I'm not going to go back to working in an office anymore. I'm going to work from home, teach my children at home. I'm going to adapt a new way of life because they see that their footprint on the planet is unsustainable. That's what you see from the pandemic. Putting aside for a second the people that have succumbed to the virus, which is serious. And I'm not playing that down in any way, shape, or form. Friends of mine have come down with it. But the thing is, we can now begin to see the imprint and the impact that we've had over decades and centuries that is unsustainable. That's the big picture of this moment where we see, yes, we have a chance to change things and make a better world out of this. That's the potential. Now, whether we get there requires a certain level of belief, trust, and also the fact that we need to reach a critical mass in order to achieve that tip over the edge. And I can tell you from what I see around the world and from the information that I'm privy to in our channeling group, we are that close to hitting a critical mass. And that's really exciting, because I used to be in the media for many years, and I can tell you there is no conspiracy in the media unless you're into the extremes of right or left wing. Okay, any extreme is always going to give you propaganda, but the media tries to sell you a story based on anxiety, because that's what sells. That's what gets people to talk. It's not that they're doing it deliberately. They're just caught up in the moment. They don't see the effect that it's having, unfortunately, because they're so connected to this. But if you just sort of look at this from a point of view of not walking around as much as I do and traveling as much as I do, I mean, I do 64 planes a year. There's my carbon footprint. I'm sorry. But in order to teach, I have to learn. I can't get around.
To move around. Yeah.
I wish trains were more available. I really would. I love trains.
But you can't go across the pond on a train, right?
You certainly can't. And I tried to buy a submarine on eBay and it wasn't working. So there you go. I don't like confined spaces. But the point is that there is huge change. And I see a lot of huge positive change. And here's the thing. I think we learned from 500 years of the Inquisition that if you stick your head above the castle wall, someone's going to shoot an arrow at you. So I think we've learned to stay a bit more quiet, work behind the scenes, and live to tell the tale for another day. Be influential behind the scenes. Yes, it's wonderful to be a hero, but you know what? Heroes have a habit of dying. It doesn't always end well for the hero.
Right.
And I admire people who do that, but I'm not one of them. I would rather do it quietly under the scenes. And I can't tell you how many people are doing this behind the scenes that are affecting positive change. So I think there's a lot of good news. And the trick is keep focused on that. You know, by all means, find out what the snakes are doing, because you've got to know what they're doing, to be aware of the big picture. But at the same time, keep your focus on what you want, okay? And for the greater good of all of us, and we're going to make it. We're not that far off from hitting that critical mass. So I feel good about it.
You know, I agree. And, you know, I think you can do more by not being in the spotlight, because once you're in the spotlight, like you said, you're a target. Even if it's just paparazzi or whatever, and then you're a target and people try to smear your name to discredit you or whatever, you know, because you're now popular. And if you're behind the scenes and no one knows who you are, you can make a lot more change, I believe. So I agree with you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I could mention several of my friends who are exceptionally big best-selling authors and friends of mine, and they've got the spotlight on them. And yeah, I feel for them because they get it from all angles. And people are saying, you know, you really should be much more famous than you are. I said, I don't really want to be famous. It's not about me. It's about the work. That's what's important. I gave my life for the work. That's what keeps me motivated. What happens to me is inconsequential. And the thing is, I like being a little bit, I like being second best. You know, it's like Hertz and Avis. I'd rather be Avis because no one pays attention to me. And when they do, they go, oh, that's interesting, or not. We move on. But it means I have time to spend more concentrating on my work than fending off attacks from left, right, and center. And I'm actually quite happy with that.
You know, I was a retail manager for 15 years, and I was taught that very early on. You don't want to be the top guy. Everybody wants to knock the top guy off. So you want to be the second guy or the third guy. And that way you can, if you want to, you can show your colors and show that you're really, really good. But you don't want to be the top guy, because if you are, everybody's gunning for you.
That's right.
Right. And so I realized that then it's
the cognac and go, well, I've already top. I don't have to work so hard. No, I think if you, I mean, I've always enjoyed looking at the biggest mountain when I'm climbing. I go to the second biggest mountain because I can look at the top and go, that's just something to aspire to. It gives me something to aim for, but I'm not going to go and climb it because then I've run out of things to do. I'd rather sit on the lower summit and look up and go, I've done pretty well. This is good enough for me.
Yeah.
And that gives me something to aspire to, you know, but that's just me, you know, that's the way I challenge things.
Well, and I think that's the personality, like we were talking about, that you have, and that a lot of us have, to where we don't want to be the superstar. Some people want to be a star, and then when they become a star, they can't handle it because they have too many cameras on them, too many people asking them questions. They can't have no anonymity, right? You can't go out with your friends to a restaurant without people bothering you. So if you're just below that, where you're kind of famous, right, but you're not quite, I think you can make more change because no one's bothering you to try and hassle you to keep you from doing it. So I agree with that, but I think that we need more people like yourself, I think, I think people are starting to get there, right? You know, when we were talking about before, one of the guys in the I keep watching the chat right next to the camera over here, who I actually know, Bill Van Horn. He actually said, he said free will depends on self-determination. He was agreeing with what you were saying at the time. Without self-determination, there's no growth of consciousness, only future imposition of control, right?
Yeah.
So, but that's true. If you're not, you have to have that.
Absolutely.
To strive. That's sort of like the ego that drives us. We have to have that ego that drives us, because if we don't have that, all we have is the chaos. And the chaos doesn't drive you. It just like you were saying, it motivates you, but it doesn't make you determined. So the ego makes you determined by constantly trying to pick your brain and pull you the wrong direction. And maybe that's just my opinion. What do you think?
I mean, ego is just an overarching kind of framework for yourself.
Right.
It's the unbalanced ego that we're discussing here. Where your unbalanced ego takes you in directions where you become attached to the physical world. You know, I want that big car, that big house, that wonderful woman or man. Sometimes it works because that's what your path is. But if it's not your path, soon enough, you realize that all of those things meant nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
and they're going to bring you back down. And I've been there, I've absolutely been there. I'm learning as I go. And you realize, perhaps that's not what I wanted. That's what my overdeveloped ego wanted. Now let's look at what my balanced ego wants. Oh, it wants to do this. Okay, I think I'll go and teach for a bit and fly around the world and show people another way of doing things based on things that were done by people before us that got it absolutely right, or as close to right as possible. They set a great example. I'm just a channel for them. What do you think? And that's basically what it comes down to. So, and I also watch people who, they buy all the books that aren't nailed to a shelf, and they watch every program on Gaia. They buy all the documentaries. They go to all the conferences. Excuse me. It's not the virus. And
all right, really.
That's why I drink heavily. It's good scotch.
But that's the cure.
Exactly.
So good. I'm sorry.
It cleans the tract. Nothing's going to go in there with scotch. No, and they're still in the same place they were 20 years ago when I saw them. And it's like, well, why are you still coming to my conferences? Because I love what you do, and you give me so much positive things to work on. Yeah, but you're still complaining about the same things you were doing 20 years ago. Self-determination. You have to be the change you wish to see. You have to implement these tools that you're given and move with them. No spaceship or light being or spirit body is going to come down and do it for you. They're saying, well, we're here to help. We're giving you the books and everything and the tools, but where are you? You're waiting, you're sitting there in a chair waiting for the change to happen. It's not going to do anything. The universe doesn't owe us anything. The spirit world owes us nothing. Our guides owe us nothing. They're there to help, but you've got to meet them halfway. And when that happens, I tell you, incredible things start happening. They really, really do.
Well, I agree with that. And I tell people that you have to give into that, because like you said, you can spend all the time or your whole life going to seminars, but if you're not actually understanding what's happening there, and you haven't given into that and realized that, like you just said, there is no, there's no Christ that's going to come back and save us. We're the savior.
Exactly.
We're the only ones who can save ourselves. So we have to reflect within.
Yeah.
And then figure ourselves out so that we can then figure out the universe. Now, what I want to do is here, a few minutes ago, we had a great segue, but then we went here, but it's still the same. Give some examples. This is because this is like your wheelhouse is everything that we're talking about here anyways, but give some examples for the people who maybe aren't aware, like I talked about before, like, with the structures that were built and how some of these ancient peoples understood what we're discussing now. And you can tell that by the way they built their cities and how they built their structures. Whereas, and in comparison to, like you just said, us since maybe the Renaissance till now, we really don't have any of that in our culture. And that's actually very important, right?
Absolutely. The center of every single civilization that's ever existed, going back to the beginning of time, is centered on the temple city. And the temple is the egg. And it dawned me after watching this year after year after year, understanding, sitting back and soaking it all in, that they had something that was absolutely profound, beautiful, and yet elegant and simple. And it was all about harnessing the laws of nature and building them using big rocks. And they basically constructed temples. Basically, first of what they did was to use the power of water. There isn't a temple in the world, not even in the desert, that isn't built on water. Okay, believe it or not, even the pyramids in Egypt are built on top of water underneath them.
Yep.
And that water is potentized. We know because we can measure the energy of this water now. Secondly, they were able to manipulate the Earth's electromagnetic grid, what we call the telluric currents, what the Sioux call a scan. And they moved these lines to where they're going to build a temple. They would anchor them with enormous rocks using literally the power of their intent to tell the quartz in the rock what to do. They were doing what we do today with computers. You have a computer, it is full of silica. You put an app in there and the app tells the silica what to do. They just said, well, we don't need that. We have the power of intent, which is an electromagnetic packet, which goes directly to the quartz in the rock, and the rock goes, hey, they're telling me to anchor the energy lines. That's what I'm going to do. That's why these places today, 12,000 years later, are still active, because we go there and we go, I feel different in here. Yeah, you do, because we can now measure the difference of the space outside and inside and realize we're entering a very, very rarefied environment. The laws of physics are subtly different. And that's all you need for your DNA to receive a piece of information that says, I'm going to tell you something that you've been keeping away from you from a long time. It's going to wake you up or not, depending on whether you want to do it or not. But if you're exposed to it and open to it, that temple will say, how about that for an experience? And I just came back from Egypt 2 weeks ago. We had the entire country to ourselves. It was wonderful. And I'm getting feedback from people in the group. They thought this was one of the best things that they've experienced. And I agree, actually. It was one of the best tours I've ever led, because we had time to focus. We go into the temples and I say, right, there's parts of the temple that you should go into to find something that will answer the reason why you came on this trip in the first place. There's a lot of blank faces. They said, really? I said, yeah. What drove you to be on this trip? It wasn't tourism. I don't do tourism. I do something that wakes you up. Whether it's now or in a month, it will happen. And be careful, because your life right now is going to change. So if you like your life right now, you probably don't want to get involved, because it's all going to go 180 degrees to make you into someone else, the person you're supposed to be. And I'll say there are rooms in this temple which are geometrically aligned to the core of the temple, which are designed in a certain geometry to elicit a certain response. And you'll get images, voices in the head. You'll start writing things down. You'll have an experience. And from that, the awakening process begins. And that's what I mean about these temples being alive. They're living, breathing organisms. The Egyptians never addressed the temple as a piece of rock. They said, no, the temple is a living, breathing organism. And every morning before dawn, we go into each room of the temple and we sing to the body of this god in stone. And we raise this person from sleep back into the normal day, just like a normal person. And I thought, how elegant. And now we have the technology to measure that every morning, just before sunrise, all the local electricity and the magnetism around every temple in the world is attracted to the site, and it enters the site at dawn at twice the frequency of the surrounding landscape. No one in physics I've talked to can explain that. And it's literally the way that the temple is designed to attract that and become a magnet of energy that then, like, you go in like a piece of blotting paper, you soak it in, and you leave hopefully a bit more energized, even just for a bit of quiet solitude or a bit of introspection or healing. All of those things are totally possible in these places. Even the simplest standing stones will do this to you. And you come out fully changed. And the idea was to send you back into society as a better person, as a reminder of who you really are here. And because you become this mirror to others, others will start seeing that, and then they become that change too. And that's how they elicited change 12,000 years ago and beyond. They created this ability for us to go into these, what I call the self-help centers, when we forgot that we can do it ourselves, that we are the temple. We go into the temple to remind us of our potential, and then we go back into society and remind people, hey, that's not a good way of doing things. How about doing what I'm doing? And that's how society got better and better and more cohesive. And we've lost that. And that's what I'm saying. We need to build more sacred sites. We need to visit more temples and be more attuned to the Earth Force in order to understand what we're being told and somehow overcome this incredible thing that we're now surrounded with called climate change. The change is upon us.
Right, I agree. And, I try to tell people all the time that when they say, what about history? Who cares about that? And I tell them, you have to understand that the key to our future is our past.
Yeah.
Those people were far more in tune with nature, the sense of the universe and how it works than we are now. We just have technology. That's the only thing that we have that we can say is something great that we did. And even that's subjective. So the truth is, the people who slow down the most and actually start to reflect on things usually then start ascending more than the people that are distracted by things. I had my son over here the other day, and I said, it's baseball playoffs here in the United States. He says, I don't watch baseball. It's too slow. I looked at him and I said, I watch baseball because it's
I kind of agree with him, actually.
Isn't that crazy? I was like, I watch it because it's that slow. And you should too. Haven't you ever heard of the term? As I said to him, slow down and smell the roses.
Yeah.
I said, you can't get a whiff of them if you're doing 100 miles an hour past them.
Yeah.
Right?
It back to what you were saying about COVID. We're slowing down. People are beginning, as a segment of society that's looking at this and going, wait a minute, I've been so distracted with my smartphone that I'm no longer as smart as my phone. I should be smarter than this. And they realize now I have time to email your friend. In fact, phone your friends. Suddenly people are actually phoning each other again, discovering the joys of speaking and communicating without being on what is it, Twitter? I don't even have
or one of those
180 words, letters or something.
Yeah,
people are slowing down and you see a change, and some people can't handle it, but some can, and that's part of that change too. Some will make it and some won't. That's part of the cycle of life.
That's just exactly, that's the way it is. And like you were saying before, there are certain things that each of us have to learn on our own. So, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That's a saying that's very popular here in America. And it is that way with people, because you can tell them you're going down the wrong path, but until they're willing to admit that to themselves, they're going to continue doing what they're doing. Exactly. And you're right. Some people are just not going to ascend with other people. And that's just the way it is. We all walk our own path. We all walk it at our own pace.
Yeah,
right?
and a good proof of that is try posting something on Facebook, have something, have someone throw it back in your face and try and correct them, and they're just launching this tirade against you. And at which point you just click and delete. It's like you can't help them. No, you're absolutely right, because there are souls being born here from all levels of experience all the time. If you subscribe to this theory, and I do, that you come here to have an experience. There's nothing else to do in the universe but to have an experience.
Correct.
You are the sum of many trillions of experiences, and some people come here with a lot of experience and they kind of remember the plot as soon as they're out of the womb. Right. And I admire those people, and I'm actually kind of envious of them. Some people get it midway through their lives, and some people never get it. But the point is, we're all in an individual path, having a collective experience. So again, it's circles within circles. Mm-hmm. We are responsible for what we do within society, but ultimately, we have to be selfish and say, what have I done for myself? How am I handling my experience? Jones over there is doing this. No, I shouldn't be, because that's Jones's experience. That's not my experience. And that's where we go wrong. We're trying to keep up with people like, Freddy's doing it right. He's flying all around the world. He's got the job I always wanted. Yeah, but you tried to do my job from a logistical point of view of flying in airplanes when you're 6'5". It cost me a fortune to fly business class or economy plus. I'm crunched in seats. I fly a lot. I'm irritated by all this. And then I have to deal with all of these other things like sales, marketing, books, interviews. It's great, but it's bloody hard work, and it's lonely. Right. It's really lonely work. Trying to maintain a relationship with anybody that can understand me, it's very difficult. So don't follow me, because this is my path. And I've learned to live with it, and I found a certain peace with it. But I'm envious of other people. And the moment I go, wait a minute, but that's their path. I didn't choose that as a soul. I chose me. And you'd be surprised how much weight comes off your shoulders when you suddenly focus on that moment. It's like, I chose this. I won't know until I die. That's the paradox of living. But I have these tools that I've been given, and I can use the tools to catch myself when I'm starting to go into that negative environment. Keep up with the Joneses, be that person, be this famous author. But that's not me. And I'm very grateful to have had people to teach me that early on, to say, just follow your own path and do the best you can. Fall down once in a while, pick yourself up and learn from the experience. That's the best you can do.
Right. There's a question in the audience that I want to address. Somebody actually is asking, when does the Q&A start? If you guys want to ask questions, please feel free to go ahead and do so. If you're in the Zoom rooms somewhere, you can use the Q&A chat that's down on the bottom. That way we can keep those out of the chat where people are talking. But those of you who are on YouTube or somewhere else on Facebook, you guys may have to go ahead and type in the chat so we can see that there. So if you guys have questions for Freddy, please feel free at this point to go ahead and start asking, and then we can continue with that. So I'm sure they have a bunch.
Yeah, we were doing it 40 minutes ago, but Leonard basically had all the questions.
Right. Well, that's my job, isn't it? My job is to interview.
That was a long question, Leonard.
And you know, but see that I'm a fan of yours, and I think like you do. That's why Neil came to me and said, "Do you know who Freddy Silva is?" And I said, "Well, yeah."
You said,
and he was like, "Would you like to interview him?" I'm like, "Well, yeah." He's like, "I thought so because you guys think a lot alike. You guys are into the same stuff. You know."
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Everything that you're saying is 100% what I talk about on my podcast, and that's why I was like, "Oh, I would love to have you on my podcast, not just here on Portal to Ascension.
Sure.
I'd love to have you on my podcast, which is Orion Rising, and that's esoteric as well. I literally named it that because of all of the stuff that's pointing us to the stars are here built on the planet that's trying to tell us, look to the stars to see where we came from and who we are. And you have to do that. The only way you can do that is to look at history and look at all the megaliths and find out about the cultures of the people. And that's everything that you've dedicated your life to. So I'm right behind you going, oh yeah, you go, brother.
Yeah, they left us a huge legacy, and you wonder, why did they build using large rocks? The answer, obviously, is they wanted to make sure the stuff survived until our time. They foresaw that this was going to happen. They knew this was going to happen. We would be up against the wall, and they said, these people need to find out what's going on because we went through this too, and we left the instructions behind. So it was actually a wonderful, romantic, and elegant way of conveying information from a long time ago. And I think this is what's driving people to go to sacred sites more and more each year, whether they realize it or not. But something is rubbing off, and you see people changing.
Well, I think you're right. I think there's a drive. You know, the more that we raise the vibration and we raise the consciousness of the planet and as a whole, as a species, I think there are more and more people, like you were saying, more and more people are, I hate to use the term popping off, but in a sense, that's kind of what's happening. They hit that plateau and they kind of wake up and even if it's in the back of their mind, you know, through osmosis, there's a drive there now where they're interested, where they maybe not have been before. And now all of a sudden, like you said, they're going to these places because they're drawn there. Yeah. You know, I don't know why, but I need to go and see the Great Pyramid. I don't know why, but I need to go to Angkor Wat. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that's what people are starting to do, to have that experience, like you said. Yeah. And that's truly what we are. We are only all of our experiences.
Exactly.
Each one of us has completely different experiences. And that's what it's about, I think. I think that's ultimately what the entire thing in what our drive is to do, is to experience and learn from that. Am I right?
And each person has its own frequency, and each temple has its own message. So it's a temple. I mean, your subconscious knows better than you can, always. That gut feeling. And when it says, you know, my body needs this right now to be balanced and perfect. Oh, I suddenly need to go to Egypt. Boom. And suddenly you're there. You know, well, why not Peru? Why not England? Why not? Well, because there's something in one of those temples that it's saying, and the temple's already figured it out. It's saying, oh, I've got that. They can hear you. I hear this all the time. It's like, oh yeah, I've heard this person wants to come over here. I'm going to make sure that things are worked out in a certain way. Use the force. We are the droids you're looking for. And bring them to this temple because I have that. And next year they'll be on to another quest or not, if they still have things to learn. But I see that all the time. And that's how I learned all this, is by saying, well, why did I want to go there when I had this perfectly beautiful temple called Avebury or Stonehenge, where I used to live right between the two. I was so spoiled when I was writing. And I live in Maine, in America, by the way, where I'm calling from right now. And no, because there was something in somewhere else that had what I needed to become the person that I am. So it's a wonderful relationship. It's like a family that you actually want to spend time with over Christmas.
Right. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at the questions.
I know.
Here's a long one. This is from who is this person? It's Blue. I was trying to get it to come up. Blue Moon. It looks like it says I can't get it to come up in the chat.
That sounds like
the question is it true that certain heroes of antiquity hurled great stones miles away, such as the legendary White Rock of White Rock, British Columbia, and other stones I have found? How is this? Oh, is this superhuman strength?
Oh, that's a great question.
Isn't it?
Actually, a lot of these things are metaphors. A lot of these stories are metaphors, and you have to look beyond the metaphor. And what they were saying is that there was a culture of very tall people about 10,000 years ago. They're still around, by the way, in the Solomon Islands. They still live there. Still very alive. There was a culture that was living parallel to humans, and they were much taller, certainly much bigger, 8.5, 9 feet tall. And the idea was that they planned these things along certain alignments and certain geometric matrices. And the idea was that when these giants hurdled these rocks and they landed where they were, it wasn't because of a physical strength. It was because they're trying to tell you that this culture of tall people place the temples in a certain alignment, and if you follow the alignments, they all have this structure to them, and it's all based on the observation of nature. So that's what it comes down to. So I'm familiar with a lot of those stories, particularly around Scotland. There's Fingal tossing this massive series of rocks into the middle of the ocean, and the Giant's Causeway, and all of this. Yeah, and if you follow the trajectory and link them to the stone circles, they all line up. That's what the story's trying to tell you.
See, here's some more questions. These are really good questions that are coming in. Can these self-made temples, you were talking about temples that we can make, self-made temples be made in a small space such as an office?
Yeah, in fact, I'm sitting on one right now. Can you see where the temple is? Can you see the big stones? No, you can't. It's very subtle. And I have an energy line running right through my chair, which is the only place in my apartment where I could put my desk. Funny enough that this apartment picked me. No, there's even a case where someone actually said, I have a cupboard that's 3 feet by 5 feet. I need to get away from my wife. Forget the jokes. He actually did want some space just for himself. He said, can I actually build a space that small? And I said, actually, you can build a space that big, a temple that big. You don't have to walk into it. You can project your consciousness into the temple. Right. Remember, this is just gross matter. It doesn't matter. What's important is what's inside. Right. If you project your consciousness into the space, you can make it the size of a quarter. So space, sizes doesn't matter. Big stones don't matter. I just designed a temple for someone in New York for an apartment, and they use stones about this big, little quartz stones, and they're buried in the bookcases all around the building in a geometrical pattern. So it can be done small and very subtly. So yes, the art of temple making. There's something on my website for you.
So you have to go there. Here's another question that ties into that. With the magnetic pole changing, are the ley lines changing on the planet as a whole?
Now, ley lines are geometric alignments. They're not energy lines. The telluric currents, they are being affected by magnetism.
We Americans have a problem with that. We unfortunately, when they say that, they're saying ley lines, they mean the energy lines. But unfortunately, we over here didn't realize that that's the wrong term. And I've run into that. Hugh Newman and I talked about that. Go ahead.
Everybody does. Believe me, it's a worldwide phenomenon. I don't know who started this. No,
it's over here in America. Somehow over here in America,
it got geometric alignment between 3 or more sites which are connected by form, function, or age. Because you got to make a connection. Otherwise, you can make the stuff out of post boxes. But energy currents, they are influenced by human thought, the rotation of the Earth's core, and also the sun's gravitational pull. But here's the twist. They do not affect the sacred sites. Those are anchored forever unless someone destroys everything and really pulls the stuff apart. And still, you'll still have residual energy there because of the intent that's been built up over thousands of years. So, but between the sites, the energy will curve and move unless it's been anchored to the spot. So they are living entities, and you can actually move them according to your willpower.
Right, because you kind of mentioned that before, where people would take and change them to put them where they're going to build something and then anchor them there. So we can move them that way. But now, what if it does change? Say the poles do change and stay. Will the energy lines then re-reference themselves to the new north and south, or do you think they stay the way they were originally?
Oh, they just bend around the landscape. That's all they're doing. They're bending around like serpents around the landscape. It's a subtle thing. Right. They have their own function. They have their own purpose as well. But they just move very subtly, like about 50 or 100 feet. But they are influenced in between the sacred sites due to these natural processes, for sure. And we actually, and sometimes when you actually move a line with a group or a person, and I do this remotely as well, which is something I didn't know it was even possible or capable. Here I am doing it. We have at one point moved part of the Michael line, which is one of the two famous energy lines through England.
Right.
But we had to ask for consent, and it was because it was going through the house of a particularly influential channeler. She had to move it out of her living room into her stable where she had a little workshop because she couldn't do it in the house anymore. The furniture literally was moving because that line is so powerful. And I've seen this happen. So we actually had to ask permission to move this line, which has its own purpose, just about 50 feet. And I tell you, it was like sticking your head in the microwave oven. We're completely shot for 2 hours and we're drinking water like crazy. So yeah, you can't just move them because you want to. You have to have permission. You got to have a symbiotic relationship, and then they'll only move if they're meant to be moved. So you got to be careful with this stuff.
See, I agree. That's good. Now, there's a couple questions. We're getting down to, we only have a couple minutes left. But the one person said, how old do you think Chaco Canyon is?
Right. Well, the canyon's millions of years old.
Right.
The culture that was there, if I can quote Clifford Mahuti, who's my go-to man on these topics, and I love listening to him, a great sense of humor as well. And he says, well, they really were here, the people that were there originally to build the original site, because it's been rebuilt.
Yeah.
They were the Hizat Sinon. We know them as Anasazi, and they were there just after the Great Flood. So we're talking anywhere between 9,600 to 8,000 BC. And then they moved north and spread out into Betatakin, which is one of their original sites, which is still one of the most beautiful cliff dwelling places in Arizona. Yes, it's still in Arizona.
Yep.
And then the people came back over many thousands of years and rebuilt over time. So it has many, many ages, like so many sacred sites.
Yeah, I agree that, and they didn't, we just had the chief on, I can't remember his name. I'll have to look on the thing he was on yesterday. And he was talking about things that the Indians didn't tell the people in the beginning, Chief Goldenlight. And, there was a lot that the natives knew about what's going on that we're starting to figure out. They've known that all the time, all along. They just didn't tell us because, again, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. They knew we weren't ready for that. We had to catch up.
It violated the first rule of non-intervention. Know because you are prepared and you're with the plan, but other people have to go through the process in order to learn.
Yeah.
And sometimes the outcome can be changed because of the evolving of consciousness of humanity. So there's another people that I know in New Zealand called the Waitaha, who hardly anyone's ever heard of. I love these people because their stories go back to before the flood. They actually mentioned the gods in the Pacific being overridden by massive waves and reaching New Zealand. And I've dated one of their sites to over 14,000 BC. It's an incredible rewriting of the history of that place. And they're saying, actually, we've been around for a very long time and we've had these ideas and premonitions and predictions, but we were not allowed to say it before the arrival of the Maori, which is very recent, by the way, until the arrival of the first white people in New Zealand. And by the time Captain Cook shows up in the region, they said, now we have a 300-year period in which to tell the story. And that period came only, 15, 20 years ago? And they've put the information in writing. And in fact, I put it in my latest book as well, because it was extraordinary. And they said, we had to go through the process of understanding what this is all about. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand the process. If we told you what was going to happen, you go, oh, we can change that. Well, no, you've missed the experience. That's the whole point. We've done it for you. We've made it very easy. And that's the law of non-intervention. And any Star Trek fans will know this. It's called the Prime Directive.
Right, the Prime Directive. Okay,
Absolutely.
So we're coming up on the end of our hour here. So why don't you tell people where they can find your books, where your website is, and if you have anything up and coming that you're going to be doing that you want them to know about so they can tune in.
Oh, God, yes. Invisibletemple.com is where you'll find everything. Please don't support that online bookstore. It's putting us all out of business. It really is. My tour dates are there. We've got something coming up in Sedona. I've got a private gig in Sedona coming up in early November. Is it early November? No, mid-November. So that's going to be fun. A trip to the Yucatan is planned. We just came back from Egypt. We're the first people in there. We had a blast. I'm hoping to repeat that in the Yucatan at the end of January. So all my tours are on there. You can contact me for information, consulting on Sacred Site. You're going to be there for a long, long time. And the best part, it's cheaper than Netflix. It's free.
Right. Okay. So I am really honored to have been able to actually speak to you for an hour and talk about all this stuff.
Well,
And I would
thank you,
love to,
Leonard.
like I said, if you have time in the future, look me up. I would love to have you on my podcast and
Hey,
have you
send me
on
an
for an
email.
hour. I will. I'll do that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I'm pretty light in October.
Okay. Okay. I'll do that. Definitely. Because I would love to sit down and talk even more, and we could do an hour, a couple hours, whatever you want to do. And just go, because I could pick your brain forever, because you and I think alike, where everything is, you know what I mean? We're on the same page. And then like Bill Van Horn in the audience, he would probably be there asking questions as well, because he's right there in the same genre that we are.
Yeah,
I'd
let's
love
do
to
it.
get like Neil on there too. I get him every now and then. Okay. So thank you very, very much, sir, for allowing me to interview you. Like I said,
Thanks for having me
I'm a
on.
big fan, and I'm glad that you wanted to do this and be a part of this 5-day event that we got going on here.
Oh yeah,
Which is insane. It's so huge. And you know, the difference I think we're going to make, even if it's one person, we've done our job. Right.
exactly.
But I already know from the chat, there's all kinds of people that are out there that are, you know, people that saw you for the first time today and said, I am definitely buying his books. I'm definitely going to, you know, I'm a new fan. So, you know,
Yeah,
and
two
then people
people would be
saying,
better.
oh, I love you and I've already seen you forever. And I'm glad you came on. So thank you again, sir. And you have a great day, and I'll email you, and we'll see if we can set something up.
Absolutely. And thanks to Neil as well for putting this together. It's a great idea.
Agreed. He's here somewhere, I think.
Yeah. Well done, Neil.
I have to pass it off. Let me look on the schedule here and see who we have. Again, thank you for being here, my friend. Let me see who we have coming up here. I think we have a video. So we have a Pulse to Ascension video coming up. There you are, Neil. How we doing, buddy?
Good, good. Take care, brother. Thank you so much for all your work. I've been following you for a long time. First time of having an actual in-person looking at you conversation. So right. I just appreciate everything you're doing. I hope to work with you some more in the future.
Absolutely. Well done, Neil. Thanks a lot for your help.
Take care, brother. Good job, Leonard.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that was great, man. Talking to him, I'm going to get his email because I got to see if I can get him on my show here.
Yeah, if you want access to his email, just let me know and I'll send it to you, okay?
Yes, please do that.
All right, so I'm going to take it over now. We're going to move into the next segment. Thank you, Leonard. So we'll see you a little bit later.
Yep. All right,
brother. Goodbay. All right, so just a couple of, first of all, thank you again, Freddy and Leonard. Amazing conversation. Just a couple of, just a couple of logistical things about the chat room. I see a lot of you are typing in the chat room, but you may not know that right now your settings are all panelists, only panelists. So if you want to engage and communicate with everyone else, which it seems like a lot of you do, change your settings to all panelists and attendees. And how you do that is right where the chat box is, right above it, it says to, go ahead and select that, change it to all panelists and attendees. One more time, all panelists and attendees, so that you can communicate with everyone. If you have a question, do not ask it in the chat room. If you do, we might find it, but there is a button at the bottom of the Zoom room that says Q&A. Go ahead and click on that, ask your questions. You don't need to wait for our queue in order to do the Q&A. You can go ahead and leave a question in there anytime. Put the speaker's name next to it if it's specifically going to go to a speaker. So go ahead and do that. So next, we're going to go into a good friend of my wife and myself, Jehan, and she's going to do some stretching exercises, helping us, because we're going to spend the next 5 days, including yesterday, 5 days in a row, at our computer. Some of us, I think a lot of us, are probably going to be here almost the entire time. And then after that, you have the replays for a long, long time, a lot of footage. So definitely gonna spend a lot of time on the computer. And then on top of that, what else are we doing? We're on the computer anyway, besides this conference, because of the way the world has kind of slowed down and shut down. So it's extremely important to implement tools and techniques into our daily practice. For example, for me, I'm like 13, 14 hours producing events on the computer. And Jehan, who I'm gonna bring on in a minute here, she's actually our yoga instructor, and she trained Sol and I, and now we're yoga teachers too. And we actually go and get personal training sessions just across the street from here at her studio, the stage, around twice a week. And that's been actually helping me a lot because I'm on the computer all the time. So we do a lot of inversion exercises, open up the chest, open up the shoulders. So we're gonna bring her on here right now and then bring her on again sometime this weekend. I forgot what day we specified. And she's gonna do this again, a 10-minute segment. Tools and techniques, that we can implement right now, but also teaching us how we can maybe have more of an ergonomic lifestyle when we're working from home. So I'm going to go ahead and read her bio. And then after Jehan, we're going to go right into Billy Carson, and I will be hosting Billy Carson. We're going to have a great conversation there. So Jehan is a medical exercise specialist, sports and performance coach, TEDx speaker, founder of The Stage Global, where she teaches holistic movement programs to help aspire performing arts, creates original works, and produce community circus shows. And that bio is very limited compared to what she does. She's a great lecturer, taught me a lot about ancient India and in our yoga class, and just an all-around amazing person. So I'm extremely excited to bring her on here for you right now to experience. So Jay, I'm bringing you on, Jehan, and you can go ahead and take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Hey.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Neil. Good to see you.
You too. So it's all yours, okay?
Hey, thank you so much. I'm going to be here for about 10 minutes. I just wanted to get this started by, I hope you will all move with me a little bit today. So you can, if you're in a space where you don't have a lot of room around you, you can do this stuff still sitting in your chair. But if possible, this would be even better if you're able to stand up, because if you're sitting for a while, our hips are getting so tight. So I'm going to take a little break from sitting down. So I'm going to slide my chair out of the way. And I'm just going to get myself to a nice, good standing position. And I hope you can join me here. And I'm just going to start by really just opening up. So if you can follow along on this, that would be great. But let's just go ahead and from here, let's take a nice, big, deep breath in. We're going to reach our arms all the way up towards the ceiling. Once my arms are up, I'm going to reach one arm and just kind of lean to that side. I'm thinking about pulling my rib cage down. And when you do that, you're going to feel more of a stretch opening up on that side. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. Inhale, just lift. So what we're trying to do is actually kind of stimulate our energy and our blood flow a little bit right here and like raise that energy from being seated for a while. Exhale, bring it down. I'm going to keep moving and you can follow along with my movements. I'm going to go into my shoulders and I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit as we're doing these movements. One of the things I think causes a lot of the stress or the anxiety or even just the fatigue from being seated in front of a computer for a while is because there's a disconnect in our energy. Our mental energy is really stimulated, but our physical energy is not. So I like to try to do things that will allow those energies to balance themselves out. So while we're thinking, we're going to be moving. So let's clasp our hands. Let's take a deep breath in. Let's exhale. You're going to push your hands away from you this time. So you're feeling the stretch between your shoulder blades, pushing your palms forward. Then we're going to inhale and we're going to lift our arms all the way up again. And let's kind of just take this side to side. Again, we're raising that energy back up, stimulating that blood flow. And we're going to exhale and allow the arms to come down and allow the shoulders again to lift up, back and down. Let's do that 2 more times. Same thing. We're going to clasp the hands, deep breath in. Exhale, push forward. So we're going to stretch out that upper back. We're also stretching out our fingers here. So I'm trying to give you guys my favorite stretches to kind of get multiple things that we need at once. Now the arms are coming up. I'm going to go side and side. Exhale. Inhale back up in the center. I'm going to exhale, bring that back down again. And then again, I'm going to roll my shoulders up, back, and down. So a lot of what we're doing, it is stretching out the hands from being forward at the computer, and then it's opening up into the shoulders. So the other thing I think is really important is I do this kind of just like this backstroke motion, where I'm allowing my shoulder to circle back. So I'm also lifting up and opening through the chest. So I'm hoping that as you guys are doing this conference and, you know, listening to these speakers, sometimes listen and move at the same time, right? Because you want to stimulate your brain and stimulate your body simultaneously. Sometimes that really helps us to concentrate even more, right? At least for someone who's really active like me, I always had a hard time sitting still in class. Go ahead and crisscross your arms back and forth right here. So for me, when I move, I actually get more out of what I'm listening to. So I know we're all a little bit different on that, but it's really important. Go ahead and inhale, let your arms come up, and then just kind of throw them back down. I always used to also give myself a timer or a rule if I'm in front of the computer for a while, where I would get up every hour for just 5 minutes and just move my body or change my position. So we're not too static all at the same time. All right, my favorite, we're gonna come into wrist circles. So we're gonna open up those fingers. When I do this one, I also like to bring around some hip circles. So again, really letting that movement flow, letting energy flow throughout the body is super, super important. See if you can switch directions. This type of stuff, these little coordination drills are really great for also connecting that mind and body connection, right? Bringing it all in together. Let's do one more of these. Bring it down. I'm gonna do 2 more. We're gonna do a neck stretch. On an exhale, you're gonna take your head over to one side. So your ear is over your shoulder. Your opposite arm, you're gonna push that arm down. And what you're gonna feel, because your head is going this way, your arm is going the other way, you should feel that deepen the stretch into your neck. So that's an important thing to remember. Whenever you're stretching, you're actually moving in 2 opposite directions at once, right? I'm not just letting my whole body go this way. So I'm kind of pushing down. If you wanna add a little more to this, you can lift the chin, you can bring the chin down, right? And you might feel that open up even more through the side of your neck. Deep breath in and exhale. Inhale, lift up. And then over to the other side. So your head goes the opposite way. Push that opposite arm down. So again, we're feeling this open through the side of the neck. It's also helping us to keep our collarbone down. And then again, you can nod the head up and down while you're here. So especially we want to make sure we're not getting too stiff in our necks. I always think about that, just the symbology of the neck as being this physical connection between our head and our body. And isn't it interesting that when we're sitting in front of a computer for so long, the neck, which is this connection point between mind and body, is the thing that gets stuck, right? So this is the thing, you can take your head side to side. You always want to keep that connection open so that we're not having that disconnect, like we're all in our heads, but we're no longer in our bodies anymore. So be in your head, but also be in your body. Super, super important to remember. You can go back and forth a couple more times. And bring your head back to the center. You can let your chin come down this time. Hands are gonna go behind your head. And as I'm putting just a little bit of pressure with my hands on the back of my head, now I'm letting my elbows come in. Notice when I'm standing here, I'm also like tucking my hips under. And then we're just gonna let the head go side to side. So we're gonna feel that release now through the back of the neck as the head goes side to side. Deep breath in and exhale. Then inhale, lift your head up. And now I'm gonna kind of push my head a little bit against the back of my hands, and I'm keeping my elbows open. And now I'm gonna let one elbow come down, my other side reaches up. So again, these side reaches are so, so important for helping us to fix our posture and stand up straight. We wanna get this side bend going. So again, over to the other side, exhale. And then we inhale, we bring it back up in the center. Bring the arms down. One last little piece right here, we're gonna talk about our hip positioning, right? So when we're seated, a lot of times we get this pressure in our lower backs, right? So sometimes when we're sitting, we can do this thing where we actually like flip our tailbone out. We don't realize it. We're actually sitting with this big curve in our back. And sometimes we slouch and we go the other way and our bodies are like this. So what we want to try and do right now is find a neutral position. So sometimes I do that by taking my hands on my hips and I'll tuck under, kind of exaggerate that tuck under, and then exaggerate the opposite way. So I'm moving my pelvis like it's a bowl, right? So I'm like tipping water, like I'm tipping water out the front of my pelvis over my hips. And then I might flip it the opposite way. So you can do that a couple of times. And as I'm tipping back and forth, I kind of make those tips a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller until I'm in that nice grounded neutral position, right? So now I'm neutral in my hips, I'm neutral with my rib cage, we've moved our shoulders back, and we're just gonna take a moment to feel this grounded position, feel this nice, strong, extended posture, and just let this posture settle into our system, right? Because when we have habits of poor posture, we wanna try and kind of rewire our brain to like, let this be the new pattern, right? So we're gonna stand in this nice, tall, extended posture for a moment. And while we're here, we're gonna match our movement with our breath. We're gonna take a deep inhale, lifting up. On your exhale, you're bringing it down. So you might move at a slightly different pace than me right now, and that's totally fine. But I want you to really find that rhythm, your own internal rhythm, where you're matching the length of your movement to the length of your breath. Let's go 3 more times. Inhaling up. Exhale, bring it down. And again, inhale, bring it up. And exhale, bring it down. One more time, tuning into that own internal rhythm in your body. Deep breath in. Exhale, this time open your arms straight out to the sides. And now I want you to wrap your arms around your body. Give yourselves a nice big hug and take a moment in this hug. You can let your eyes close. That way you can kind of rest your eyes from staring at the screen for so long. Really let that attention tune inwards, feeling into your body, feeling into your breath, feeling into this support that you're giving yourself, this connection, this touch that you're giving yourself. Let's remember what it feels like to be hugged by you, hugged by yourself. Take another deep inhale and exhale, and send some appreciation into your body, into all of your cells, into your bones, into all the different systems of your body, for allowing you to be here, allowing you to function, allowing you to think, housing you for this period of time. Take another inhale. And exhale, allowing the arms to come down, shoulders lift up. Exhale, back and down. All right, and I will let that be it for our little stretch sequence today, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you remember these tips. Get up every hour, move while you're listening, and keep stretching, opening those shoulders, connecting with your breath. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day and enjoy the conference.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jehan. All right. So now hopefully you guys moved around a bit, feel a little rejuvenated, regenerated. We'll do that again sometime soon. It's extremely important to be intentional about what we're doing, right? And we're here on the computer rather than walking around. And for me, it's going to be like, you know, all day, every day. For a lot of you is too. So just to keep that energy flowing, get up at any time. If you want to dance while you watch a presentation, that's the cool thing about being at home, right? You can do that. All right, so now we're going to get into our next presenter in just a second. Let me check, see if Billy's in the room. He is in the room. But firstly, I want to let everybody know that I'm pasting our Instagram right now in the chat room. If you guys can do me the favor, and if you have an Instagram, go ahead and follow our Instagram. Extremely help. We actually need 500 more subscribers on Instagram before we hit the threshold where we can start actually using it to promote our events even more, where we can swipe up when you do the story. But the cool thing would be is if any of you want at any point to do a video or a picture of the speaker that you're on listening to, and then go to Instagram, add it to your stories, go ahead and tag Portal2Ascension, Portal_2_Ascension. If you're going to take a video or a picture of Billy, tag Forbidden Knowledge and Billy Carson too. But go ahead and do that so then I can keep sharing it. We can keep the stories going. And more people are actually joining because I keep sharing everything people post. So I highly encourage, do it as much as possible. So our next guest, extremely excited for this conversation, is Billy Carson. And I've been working with Billy Carson for a few years now. We've done quite a few events I've actually lost count, but I know it's like we've done over 5 or maybe 6 events together. But Billy is the author of the Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. He's also an expert host on the new original streaming series by Gaia named Deep Space. The series is an exploration of the secret space program and the types of technologies being used along with their potential origins. Carson is also an expert host on Gaia's original series, Ancient Civilizations. A team of renowned scholars have come together to decipher the riddle of our origins and piece together our forgotten history found in monuments and texts around the world. Billy has combined forces with the top anomaly hunters in the world to form United Family of Anomaly Hunters, which we're going to be, a good portion of this conversation, we'll be talking about that. Their mission is to provide enough evidence of past and present life on Earth and other celestial bodies inside our own solar system of technologies being used along with their potential origins. The group claims to have pioneered 2 new fields of science, archaeoastronomy and astroanthropology. Carson feels that these will be actual college courses in the not so distant future. Billy is also the CEO of First Class Space Agency based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Carson Space Agency is involved in research and development of alternative propulsion systems and zero-point energy devices. Billy is also the founder of Pantheon Elite Records, and the label features 5 conscious musicians, including himself. And if you guys have heard of Donnie Arcade, he's also on that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Billy on. Billy, you there?
I'm here. What's up, man?
Hey, brother. Good. I think there's a little feedback on your mic. Go ahead, say something.
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, there's static on your mic.
This device here.
Okay, sounds better now.
Okay, yeah, I think I know exactly what it was.
Yeah.
This around a little bit. Hold on. Trying to get some people to follow the Portal to Ascension on Instagram, so I'm
excellent.
Kind of doubling up at the same time here.
So for everybody who doesn't know, Billy has actually been on all 3 of our Portal to Ascension Summit. So this is the 3rd year in a row, and I feel like you should be at every single one now.
Hey, man, I would appreciate it, man. I'm looking forward to it. I really look forward to your events. They're very professional, very well organized. You've got some of the top speakers in the world at all times. I don't know how you do it, man. It's tough. You're really plugged in, and it's so great to be a part of something that's so high quality and that people really get something out of it every time they come to one of your events. And now, obviously, we're in the virtual world. They get something out of it, and that's the most important part. Is what can you take away from this, from this event, from this conference, from this workshop or lecture? And it always seems to me, I even get something out of it. I know a lot of people are getting great information from your work, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you, bro. Feeling is 100% mutual, everything that you do. And I kind of want to have a conversation about all the hats that you do wear, you know what I mean? Because you do a lot of things, man. Like the First Class Space Agency is its own entire thing that many people within the conscious community haven't even started getting into that level of mainstream disclosure, right? Yeah. And then you have the anomaly, the anomalies that you're searching for. But I wanted to preface this whole conversation with something that I discovered this morning. My wife, Sol, she found this article from Northrop Grumman, right?
Northrop Grumman, yeah.
Yeah. So I want to start with this and kind of get your feedback from it and go into some anomalies, but I do want you to kind of take this conversation where you want, because the intention of this is unity. We see this world full of division. So here's the article. It was actually an ad basically sponsored by Northrop Grumman, and the ad says, hidden in plain sight are invisible aliens among us. And there's a video here of this ET in basically like New York walking and phasing out in and out of reality around all these people walking down a New York street. You open up their page and have this whole article about how they're now finding that silicon-based organisms can actually be a reality. And there's this part here that really stood out. And I want you to kind of talk about this and talk about drip disclosure, and we can move forward from there. Yeah. So it says, interstellar rest stop. What if invisible aliens living among us in shadow biospheres or using different building blocks? What if they already visited and aren't coming back? What if they're not alien at all? As noted by Business Insider, it's possibly that interstellar travelers visited Earth billions of years ago where their own star system was close to ours. Maybe they watched the first organic molecules form or walked among the dinosaurs. Perhaps they accidentally nudged an asteroid towards Earth on their way out of town. Other experts like Harvard's A.V. wondered if strange interstellar objects like the asteroid you talk about, the Oumuamua, the first known interstellar object to pass through our solar system, was actually of alien origin. And just this last part here. Here we go. He posts that seeming existence of advanced technology without alien operators could suggest a future in which humanity discovers time travel. Humans regularly visit the past and occasionally make the mistake of letting their advanced craft get noticed. Since they're physically and visually human, any crash landings or future people infiltrations would go unnoticed. In effect, they're temporal visitors, aliens by eons rather than elements. So what's your take on that? That's very interesting because they talk about the asteroid coming to Earth. They talk about phasing in and out of reality and time travel. What do you think?
You know what? I think it's a little bit of everything you just mentioned. That's how incredible the story really is. Let's start off with, for example, the visitors that could be coming here, and I think they have been coming here for many, many eons. The record of these people, of these ancient Pleiadian, they originated from the Pleiades and spread out to the Orion, they spread out to Aldebaran, Epsilon, Boötis, Sirius, the Dog Star. They spread out all over the galaxy, and some of them ended up coming here to mine this solar system, not just Earth, but this entire solar system for resources. And then, some starting a breakaway civilization on this planet. And at the time that they came to this planet, people were already here. They didn't create human beings. What they did was they genetically modified the existing hominid that was on this planet, which would have been our cousin, therefore then modifying them and creating what we call a Homo sapien. But creating a being from scratch, that really didn't happen according to ancient tablets from around the world, not just from one source. But I believe that they were here. And when they got here, there were also these other people here, this culture called the Ubaid culture, Ubaid, originating out of Iraq. And they had an entire kingdom there. And these Ubaid statuettes have been found. There's hundreds of them showing kings, queens. They had a monarchical type society. And I even have two of these in my own personal collection. One of the reptilian women, hominid women, is actually breastfeeding a baby. And the other one is like a male prince. So they had these people that were here, these reptilian type people that were here long before the Anunnaki ever arrived on this planet. The Anunnaki more or less resemble more of like what we look like. And the reason why is because when I went to Australia at the beginning of 2020, right before this COVID-19 stuff happened, I went out into the outback and met with some Aboriginal elders. And the history that they have, handed down from generation to generation for thousands of years, is that people were seeded on this planet by the Pleiadians. And my main reason for going there was to go out into the outback and find these hieroglyphs, and not find them, have them take me to these hieroglyphs that they've already discovered. And there's hieroglyphs there that are called Pleiadian glyphs, which have not been deciphered. And there's also another set of hieroglyphs on the opposite side of this makeshift temple that go back thousands of years, that's Proto-Egyptian. And the Egyptians were coming here for 5,000, going there for 5,000 years to visit with the Aboriginal people to gain wisdom and knowledge. So the story is really, really deep. And these Pleiadian glyphs have never been fully deciphered, but they also do point out and show the Pleiadian star system. So, it's really an amazing story. So then you move forward into the whole Great Flood situation. Was it a directed asteroid? Was it, just a natural geological disaster? According to the text, it seems as if it was decreed that it was going to happen naturally. They had the capability of moving this object and not letting it hit the Earth. But at that time, Enlil, who was the king of the Earth, one of the Anunnaki/Atlantean rulers, decided that he would like the whole thing wiped out and we start fresh again. And it says that they actually left and went to their sky palace and watched from space the entire Earth be destroyed by this gigantic asteroid situation. And they wept and they moaned and they cried because their creation had been destroyed. And then in the Emerald Tablets is when, the opening scene in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth is where the waters are receding finally. And people who did survive are coming out of the caves and so forth. And there's some barbarians and everything else because civilization had taken a real hard dive. And then they go and they go to the area of land of Kem, the ancient land of Kem before it was called Egypt, to rebuild civilization, re-kickstart civilization. And then when fast forward, you can have time travelers. Time travel to me is a very real possibility, even according to most theoretical physicists. And I think that the only thing that I think is a grandfather paradox is probably not accurate, to where, you know, if you go back and kill your grandfather, you could have never been born. I think that when you go back in time, you then transpose the actual universal line. That you move out of one universe into a parallel universe, therefore allowing you to go back and see yourself, see your grandfather, kill your grandfather, and still be alive. Because I think every time you travel back in time or even forward in time, you actually shift into a whole nother reality.
Yeah, that sounds like more feasible, that you create a new timeline. But then that would kind of like blow the lid off any possible future timeline that has to do with correcting the timeline. It would just be 100% to explore.
Yeah, you'd be exploring. You couldn't really directly affect any particular timeline, because every time you move in time, you end up on a different parallel universe.
So you mentioned the Pleiadians, and I've heard I don't know if you heard the book Prism of Lyra by Lisa Royale. Is a great book. And then also Bringers of the Dawn, right? So in both of those books, they talk about the Pleiadians being the original Earthlings, right? And you've kind of just mentioned that here, that they were here first. So is there any evidence or information on what we looked like before the Pleiadians here? Were we sentient, or were we not sentient until we had that genetic spark?
Now, we were already sentient beings. I think even more intelligent than we are right now. They look like us, or we look like them, because Homo sapiens sapien, which we are now, are the new kids on the block. We basically look like them. They had various different races. They had white, black, yellow, red, brown. They had all the different skin tone colors, various different looks. And even not only just Homo sapien or Homo hominid looking like us, but also even a little bit more alien looking, Lillarians and Assyrians. They had these very different faces. There were some people who almost looked like cats in a way, you know, not exactly, but very close. So they had this variation of so many different types of hominid with different looks, and a vast majority of them look just like we do.
Right. Was the whole thing with Enlil, was that another time that we were genetically mutated? Did it happen multiple times after the original time when the Pleiadians came here? And were the Pleiadians directly responsible for the first mutation?
The first mutation is potentially the Pleiadians doing. And the reason why is because the adjustment to this Earth's gravity, this Earth's atmosphere and everything else required a slight genetic modification. However, I think our pineal glands were bigger, our skulls were bigger, which means our brains were bigger. I think that we were much more intelligent, more in tune with the Schumann resonant frequency of the Earth, and more in tune with each other. Maybe things like telepathy and clairvoyance were just standard parts of our normal physiology. Where then the Anunnaki came and they said, we need to disconnect all of this stuff. This is too much. And then that's where we have the junk DNA now. They disconnected a lot of our DNA from the nodes. They shrunk our pineal glands, shrunk our brain size. And then they genetically modified us a little bit later and took away our lifespan. We were still living for thousands of years. Even in biblical texts, you can find human beings living for a very, very long time. But at the Tower of Babel incident, they decided to cut back our time even more to only a maximum of 120 years.
So would that be like also the time of the Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah's Ark? Because there was also stories that before that we were living for a long time. Yes, exactly. Noah's Ark, the Epic of Gilgamesh is the true, full story of Noah's Ark, which obviously predates the Bible by thousands of years. Up until that point there, it was we were living for 900, 1,000, 1,100 years. You hear these crazy lifespans. When you get to the shortly after you get to the Tower of Babel situation, is where all of a sudden people coming together, working in unison to build this tower to the heavens. And Enlil had come back from wherever he was at. In the Bible, he's known as Yahweh. And he realized that no matter what these people set out their heart to do, they can achieve it. And he says this made it into the Bible. So he said, my seed shall not abide in man forever. His year shall be 120. So he literally at that point decided to make a new genetic modification. Let's take away the lifespan. They're living too long. If they live this long, they're going to get too smart. They're going to figure this out. They're going to come together. Then he did something else. He split us up and moved us all around the planet, changed our languages, and changed the races. This is why there's a 2% variation in race, which could not happen through a natural
evolution, through a natural macro evolution, it would take many more millions of years to get to where we are now in terms of me being a black person, you being a Caucasian, or you actually Hispanic, you be, all these different variations take a very long time. But that explains the 2% variance. Genealogists are now saying, geneticists, are saying, this seems like a directed thing that happened. And when you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you discover that he sent his people all around the planet to kickstart new civilizations. And when they got to those sections, they branded the people that they ruled over with a genetic brand. And that's how you have Asians and Caucasians and Africans and everything else. It's because of these genetic branded people. Like, these are my people here. These yellow people are mine. These red people are mine. These black people are mine. And black people are mentioned many, many times in the Sumerian tablets. It's many, probably over a dozen times. It's easier to find. It's not even a hard thing to find. But you discover that there were many races on the planet as well. And you discover that the Anunnaki themselves were many races, even one of them marrying a woman from a different planet.
Is that in the 7 tablets of creation?
That in the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets, you get some of that. And then also you get the other part of it in the Atrahasis epic.
Okay, cool. So it looks like to me that, you were into this information. You've explained in past interviews how you kind of got into it, but then you wanted to figure out how to be practical with it. And I feel like looking for space anomalies and also having the first class space agency where we can travel to these places is a part of that. Would you agree? Is that kind of how you went into the space anomalies? And then maybe you can talk about some of the anomalies you've discovered.
Yeah, with the space anomalies, how I actually got into it was, a weird thing happened to me around 2010 where it's hard to talk about, but I actually had a visitation. I wasn't abducted by aliens or anything like that, but in my house, there were 2 gray aliens. Now, what does this have to do with finding anomalies? Well, all I can tell you is they didn't speak to me telepathically, but I did have a very weird situation, a very weird experience where my brain was shaking in my skull, and then they left. Now, what that means is after that happened, this phrase was in my mind, worldwide telescope. And it happened, it just kept coming back thousands of times. So I went on my computer and I looked up on excite.com because google.com wasn't the most popular back then.
Excite.
Yeah, and I typed in worldwide telescope. And the first thing that popped up was worldwidetelescope.org, which is still in business today. It was a software program back then. You had to download the software, install it on your computer, and then you can actually see all the space probe data from every mission that's ever gone out into space. And it's incredible. It's partially funded by Microsoft and tax dollars. And the first thing that I saw was Mars panoramas, and I went to Mars panoramas. I said, okay, whatever. And then I clicked on Opportunity Rover. I went in there, and it gives you the perspective as if you're looking through the actual rover on the landscape. It's a phenomenal thing. But what hit me was right away I started seeing things that didn't belong in this Martian desert. Objects, structures, things that looked like they were out of place objects. And so it just kept me digging deeper and deeper and deeper. So I started collecting these images and saving them and screenshotting them and cataloging them. Eventually, I ran into a few other people on Facebook that were doing the same thing. They had came across these same images and they were cataloging. So we formed the United Family of Anomaly Hunters so that we can really organize the proper way. And between all 14 of us now, we've downloaded well over 1 million images from all space agencies combined. And we've cataloged about now close to 60,000 space anomalies in our solar system.
Wow.
Yeah.
Since 2010, you've categorized that many.
Yeah.
Is there any other organization kind of doing that, or because I never really
Not really. We're the biggest one. There are some individuals here and there, but we are literally the biggest organization. That our stuff has been on Ancient Aliens. It's been on Ancient Civilizations. It's been on Beyond Belief. It's been on Discovery Channel. It's been on mainstream news. It's picked up stuff. CNN, NBC, Fox. They've even picked up some of our images and talked about them on mainstream TV.
So what are some key discoveries that you think you may have found that connects, let's talk about maybe the Martian civilization that existed there. What have you found over there?
Well, when you read the Enuma Elish, you discover that there were these working class Anunnaki on Mars called the Igigi. Now, these Igigi are the angels that fell from heaven to earth because they left Mars and came to earth to go to battle against God, who at that time was Enlil, because the workload was too heavy. They weren't getting a break. They didn't even have, their biggest complaint was they didn't have women on Mars. So they ended up mating with the daughters of men. This is Genesis 6. They ended up mating with the daughters of men and so forth. And they took some women back to Mars with them because the agreement was made that they would forego the battle if they had a break. So that's when Enki said, we're going to genetically modify the existing hominid on this planet and create a worker race, and then taking the load off of you guys. And you guys can just oversee and run like that. And that's what happened. But so there was a concurrent civilization running both on Mars and Earth at the same time. The one on Mars was slightly more advanced than the one on Earth because it had a little bit higher level of technology. And when I started reading these ancient tablets and started looking at these anomalies, I started realizing, wow, this is evidence of this Atlantean civilization that wasn't just on Earth. It wasn't just a ring city. You know, it was a global civilization on Earth, and it was an interplanetary civilization making its way from Earth to the moon, all the way to Mars.
Wow, that's amazing. And we're actually going to do a space anomaly conference together, right? Which is going to be next year. I'm just going to, before we get into some questions from people, just show everybody here, we're going to do a space lunar anomalies online conference in which Billy is going to be on it. And then you're going to also recommend another anomaly hunter, right? Mm-hmm. And this one is going to be all days, 8 hours, with just us basically going over as many anomalies as possible and then dissecting what the theories are behind them, right? Yeah. So let's get into a couple of questions here. Carol is asking, do you agree with Madame Blavatsky's timetable for the root races? Are you familiar with that?
For the root races. Yeah, I've read that. I've studied that and I've read it. It's pretty interesting. Now, to me, there are some things that are valid about it and make a lot of sense chronologically. And there are things that kind of leave a few holes. But overall, I believe that it's pretty interesting. I think it's a great, great theory that should be researched and investigated a little bit more.
Is it possible to travel back or forward in time when dreaming?
When dreaming? Now, that's a very good question. I believe that dreams are a lot more real than the reality that you have when you're in your awakened state, in my personal opinion. Now, when I went and studied remote viewing with Major Ed Dames, who you know, they've made movies about this man, you know, men staring at goats and everything else. But I learned that mind is outside of space and time. And so you get into this semi-awake, semi-daydream state during a remote view, and where you send your mind, instead of doing an astral projection where you try to send your entire spirit somewhere, you only send the consciousness somewhere. And you can send it backwards and forwards in time. So in that case, I would have to say the answer to that question is yes.
Mm-hmm. When we were living for thousands plus years, do you know anything about what we were eating and drinking?
Good question. Very good question. I believe that the majority of the people that were living in those time frames were eating a very balanced diet of plant-based foods and small amounts of meat. When you look at the history of those times and you read some of those ancient texts, if you read inside of the Torah, if you read inside of the biblical text, the Quran, in those texts, which are a little bit newer than some of the more ancient texts, but even when you go to the Sumerian tablets, you see the same consistency of majority of plant-based. Now, some people were eating all plant-based and some people were eating a mixed diet. As a matter of fact, here's something interesting to answer that question. You look at the Garden of Eden incident where Cain killed his brother, right? Cain killed Abel. One of them was presenting God with vegetables, the first harvest and fruits. And the other one was presenting God with only meat. Okay. And the reason why Cain killed Abel, he got jealous at his brother because his brother's offering was getting more credibility or more anointing, quote unquote, from God, who was really Enlil. Enlil was eating that food. In other words, he was eating that food. He didn't like the meat so much. So, so he was a plant-based guy, probably, you know? So you see this weird situation where a guy got killed because his God was a vegan or something. I don't know.
That's hilarious. Enlil was probably a vegan.
Yeah, you know, but it's really interesting. So there was a balance. There was some people were eating meat. In the Sumerian tablets, it talks about where Enlil and Enki are interacting with one of the kings, and they had not fashioned the lamb yet. So they actually genetically created, lambs are genetically created, or maybe they brought DNA from their planet and then you know, kickstarted a brand new race of lambs on Earth or whatever. But some of the stuff that they brought here from their planet, they then allowed to develop and grow and mature on Earth, like marijuana, which also the lamb, of course. They bought barley to teach humans how to brew beer, and the instructions and the ingredients to brew beer are in 6,000-year-old Sumerian tablets. You know, so it's really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, well, we could really honestly talk about this forever, because every time you say something, another question comes up, you know?
Yeah.
So we have Christine Webb here saying, could you talk about the Ubaid people from Iraq?
The Ubaid people from Iraq are very interesting people. They had established a civilization on this planet thousands of years before the Anunnaki arrived. The first Anunnaki arrived on this planet, which developed the Atlantean civilization. So they were here. Now we've discovered or found, you know, hundreds of these Ubaid statuettes, and they depict kings, queens, monarchy style, you know, setup. You can even see workers and people of lower class. They had kingdoms here on Earth, and some of these kingdoms have been discovered. Some of these really dilapidated, run down. They almost look like mounds of sand now, but they're really ancient structures that these Ubaid cultures used to live in, and had their temples and their kings and everything else, their kingdoms. So they were really here, and now they were here before the Anunnaki even arrived. So, and there's one tablet, I just can't remember exactly which tablet it was, that mentions these people existing on this planet, and they were a thriving civilization. Nobody really knows exactly what happened and what caused them to disappear. Did they go underground? Were they wiped out? Nobody really knows. It's not really clear as to what happened to them, but they were a thriving humanoid reptilian type of a civilization. They stood upright. They were bilateral, bipedal hominids. They just had the skin and head of reptilians.
Wow. So we only have a few minutes, but I want to ask another question and then get into some tools for empowerment, you know? Mm-hmm. So, you know, certain things have happened, like, for example, Tom DeLonge's disclosure with all those officials that people consider a smoking gun, that this is a reality, you know, like Robert Bigelow saying we have extraterrestrial craft in Vegas at one of their facilities, right? Mm-hmm. But then there's those that, you know, we're finding all these crafts, and there's people like Clifford Stone that talk about crash retrieval teams, but the evidence of actual bodies, ET bodies, at these crash sites is very minimal. So do you feel that are there any smoking guns to you that really blows the lid off the fact that this is a reality, these ETs exist, that, you know, the mainstream people that maybe are doubting it and skeptics could actually research and find something out in?
You know, it's so tough because some of the evidence is ambiguous, and now the Pentagon has come forward, the Navy has come forward and admitted to the fact that these alien vehicles exist, and that they're in possession of alien vehicles. They're in possession of vehicles not of this world, is the exact terminology used by the Pentagon. I think just last month or the month before last. They've now come and shown the radar images of them trying to trace and track UFOs moving at incredible speed, 6,000 miles an hour, making 90-degree turns and everything else. Now, where a lot of evidence can be found of these these UFOs exist is in the old NASA footage. A lot of the old NASA footage was recorded on VHS tapes, unedited, unobfuscated, and it's up on YouTube, where you see craft piloted not by human beings are hovering around the International Space Station, hovering around the space shuttles, hovering around space debris. There's one incident called the Tether incident. Look up the Tether incident, where we released a 4-mile-long tether in space and we electrified it. And as soon as we electrified it, the cameras that were pointing at it were in a multi-spectrum mode. And in multi-spectrum, we were able to see these gigantic UFOs. One of the UFOs crossed over this tether. And what's important about that, it gave us the ability to measure it. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It must have been the size of, I think, 3 or 4 football fields is what the statement was. Massive, massive objects. So, you know, it's really incredible, man. We got some stuff up there that's massive. And these old NASA videos from the ISS, International Space Station, are really, to me, the smoking gun for the evidence that something's going on.
Yeah, and you know, so, like from what I'm researching, I feel like we're the biggest light show in the universe. That all these different beings have donated DNA here, and they're kind of observing the way of things going to evolve. So it's so interesting that we're not just seeing it everywhere. So it's definitely got to be a frequency game, right? We can't see things because of the frequency shift, but also these beings, ultra-terrestrials, whatever, are really good at keeping themselves hidden, right?
Oh yeah.
Is one thing.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is the government. The one that does slip over, there's government. You know, I mean, Clifford Stone was sent to Vietnam to retrieve a crash of a UFO. You know what I mean? So I think that's probably what's going on. Now, let's talk about like the intention for this event is to create unity, to create something epic and ripples in consciousness, you know, for months and years to come, but really for the whole of this year, because 2020 has been very intense for us. So I would love for you to get into, because, you know, you're not only doing this work, but you implement it, integrate into your own lifestyle. What are certain things that we could do right now to focus our energy on what keeps us united, one, and then to keep our energy up and high during these times?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, there's so much negativity being exposed, and I don't want to say it's new negativity, because it's not new. It's always been happening. It's just that with the advance of technology now, it's becoming more obvious. So it's getting to us a lot faster. We don't have to wait to get home to see the 8 o'clock news to find out what happened in our neighborhood today. We can see it within instant seconds, milliseconds on our cell phone. And so we're getting too much information. So the main thing that you can do, and I had to do it myself, is to unplug a little bit. You know, try to unplug from areas of social media that may be showing these horrific things, or things that are really altering your physiology. You know, so at one point, obviously with all the shootings and the killings and everything else by police against people and everything else happening, it got me so worked up, and I was getting on videos and talking about it as well and addressing it, because obviously my father was a victim of police brutality. But I realized I had gotten to a point where I became completely crazed, which is totally unlike me. It's very hard to get me out of my zen. I mean, it's really hard. It takes a very long, put it this way, I haven't raised my voice to yell at anybody in almost 20 years. That's how hard, that's how zen. You know, I've never yelled at my kids. I never beat my kids. So it takes a lot. But when I noticed that I was getting crazed over this situation, and with all the police brutality and everything else, and all the negativity and the racism and stuff I thought was going on, I realized I had to pull back. I had to get my brain-heart coherence back. And I had to start talking to myself, saying positive affirmations, thinking about things positive in my life. What am I grateful for? Okay, thinking about things that make me happy, and then also, what things can I do right now that are going to make me feel better? That's going to make me happy. Okay, and I started doing that to get myself back reeled in, get my physiology, get my brain-heart coherence back on track, back in alignment, get my meditation game back up. I noticed that my meditation was slipping. The more angry I got and the more distressed I got at what was going on in the what we call the real world, the more my meditation life was slipping and backsliding. I was like, wow. And the less I meditated, the more agitated I seemed to be getting. So I had to increase my meditation, get back into meditation, focusing on two types of meditation. One is my cosmic meditation, where I literally see a bowl in my mind, and I see a hand taking all of my thoughts out of my bowl till the bowl is empty. Now, it's almost impossible. Some people I can't get it completely empty, but I can get it almost empty. And when I get to that point, I allow cosmic energy to fill that bowl. And I usually do that for about 30, 35 minutes, sometimes 40 minutes a day, and allow myself to just take information in directly from the cosmos, divine, spiritual, cosmic energy. And the other meditation I do is a manifestation meditation, where I'm focusing on, because obviously I run a lot of things, and those things take a lot of energy and thought processing. So I do my manifestation meditation to manifest my goals in each thing that I'm involved in, and to manifest that everything works out in my favor, and that all my goals are accomplished. So I do my manifestation meditation, where I walk through each goal being actually accomplished in my mind, because I think this is more real than what's out there. And when this is in alignment, everything out here happens. So I focus on those things there. And of course, plant-based eating. Not everybody can eat plant-based. I want to make this clear. I have 2 friends now that I've come in contact with, they become close friends. One of them is allergic to all vegetables except for all vegetables and all fruits except for peaches and pineapples. And he's an NFL player, okay? And he can only eat, he eats mostly chicken, goat, and he loves pineapple bowls. Like we like acai bowls, he likes a pineapple bowl made the same way. Anything else that he eats, he's gonna have an anaphylactic shock and he's gonna go to the hospital, potentially die. He has to go around, he has to drive around with an EpiPen. The other person, very similar situation. So not everybody can go plant-based, but if you can, increase the amount of positive, high-energy foods that you can bring in, raw foods, high-energy foods. Try to take that into your body. Try to decrease the amount of meat you're eating and increase the positive energy foods so that you can give yourself the best chance if you're able to do it health-wise. A combination of those things and doing things that make you happy, getting grounded, going out in nature. I try to walk on the beach. You know, I try to, when I walk on the beach, there's trees. I try to touch each tree as I walk down the sidewalk just to connect directly with nature on a physical level. You know, little things like that, and staying focused and just trying to see if what service you can be to others, trying to help other people, be the change instead of consistently complaining, try to be the change. Yes, we have to talk about these other negative things. We have to expose some of them. At the same time, there's a balance that's required in all things. Too much excess of anything is detrimental to your health.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, to add on to what you're saying, I've actually felt the same way too. And I witnessed the time that you said that where you were getting a little angsty, and I saw a couple of posts. I'm like, that's not like Billy.
Yeah.
But it happened to me, man, hardcore too. And you know, there's just I don't even want to get into the political game, but just the division of it is so hardcore. And then doing what I do and working with so many people that have different beliefs, that other people cannot reach because they are not reachable, but I am reachable, you know? Yeah. So I get the brunt of a lot of arguments for other speakers. And it is driving me crazy to the point that I literally, multiple reasons, but I literally just picked up and drove to Michigan through 16 states in the last 2 weeks with my wife and went to a lake house there. And literally I had no time to talk about the news because I was driving 10 hours a day for 2 weeks, right? Yeah. So it was getting to me. And then when I had all that time, 10 hours a day, literally driving, I was thinking, and I was coming up with a detox plan of social media and the internet, because everything I do is online and the internet. So I needed to have that presence. But even someone that is so involved in the online world, I have now come up with some boundaries where I'm disconnecting, I'm deleting certain apps. I'm going to only work 6 hours a day up until the end of the year. Because a lot of people have time to focus, but when you have so much time in your hand, you might concentrate on the news and the media, and then you're inundated with all this negativity. And now that you have all this time, you've kind of switched it out with complete BS, really, that's kind of making you feel bad about yourself. But you actually have the time to do the opposite of that, right? So what you touched on is that there are many types of meditation, right? Vegan is not for everybody. Everybody can do whatever they want, but you have two different types of meditation. We're so beautiful, so amazing that there's literally 7.5 billion different types of meditation that we can do on this planet. So it's whatever really is good for you. Wouldn't you agree?
Exactly. Yep, absolutely. 1000%, man. And you know, one thing too, I like to tell people, I know that we're in a situation in this country, if you're in America, or maybe even in most countries, we're run by a political system, even though we're supposed to be in control of the political system because they're supposed to work for us. It almost seems as if we're letting them control us. I would recommend that people unplug a little bit from politics, just like you have to unplug from social media, unplug from politics too, because it could drive you crazy. It'll have you doing things and saying things and reacting to people in ways that you didn't think and nobody thought would even be inside of you. It can turn you into an absolute animal. So I think to withdraw a little bit from politics will help a lot of people feel better, improve their health, improve their relationship with their spouses, and even with their children.
Yeah, you can have, and that doesn't mean you need to let go of your beliefs. You can have your beliefs and still disconnect and not engage all the time.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Like if you know that you have this belief, but then when you're focusing on it all the time, you're feeling negative, have your belief, just do things that make you feel good as well. Right?
Exactly. I agree.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, brother. Why don't you close us out here with some final words and also let us know what's coming up for you.
Okay. Well, I want to tell everybody that's watching this, first of all, thank you for tuning in. Thanks for taking the time, the energy, and effort to look at something like this, to be a part of Portal to Ascension, because Portal to Ascension is doing things to help raise humanity's consciousness. That's all its focus is about. And I've been involved now with Neil for a few years, and I'm very excited about the path this whole thing is going in and where it can take people to mentally and consciously. And I want to just say, you know, focus on positivity as much as possible, including myself. I'm even working on this on a daily basis. There's always a time where we're going to stumble and fall, including me. We're all working on this together. But we have to begin to, including me, create a filter, like a filter that we can, you know, a thought filter. Before we respond or react to some information that we see on social media, why don't we run that through a filter first and say, is this even worth the effort or the energy for me to dive into this? Is this worth the effort for me to respond to this? Is this worth the effort for me to respond negatively to some information that I just may not particularly agree with? I think by running that filter a little bit more and controlling ourselves, controlling our emotions on what we indulge in on social media, whether it's something you agree with or not, will give you a little bit more peace in your life. And if there's some people that are putting information that you totally never really agree with, I think that you should mute them or block them so that you don't have to see it anymore. Okay, it's time to take back your peace, take back your tranquility, bring the tranquility back into the house. Because when it's affecting you like this, to the point where you're getting so agitated and so angry online and social media, it then will trickle down back into your family life as well. And other people will start to feel the brunt of that anger and that frustration, and it can bring stress to the entire household. So try to create your own filter, whatever that is, and try to reduce the amount of negativity that you feel you need to put out. Focus on just positive affirmations and positive things. If it's getting to a point where it's always a fight on a daily, you shouldn't have to fight every single day on social media. Other than that, I am on Forbidden Knowledge TV. I have a new TV network called Forbidden Knowledge TV with the number 4. And you can go to 4BK, number 4BK.tv and register for a free 3-day trial. You can also look on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and of course, iOS apps and Android apps for Forbidden Knowledge TV. It's a 5-star app. Thousands of people are on there now, and there's over 2,000 programs up there right now. Great, incredible, conscious content you can share with the entire family.
Billy, brother, thank you so much for everything you do. You already know how much I respect you and have reverence for the fact that you exist. I love you, man, and I'm excited for all the things we're going to do in the future together.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it so much.
Take care, brother.
All right, catch you later.
See you tonight at 4 o'clock.
Yes,
Ascension Conference. Back. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll be back.
All right.
All right.
So yes, again, everybody, Billy is going to be in the Ascension Conference tonight, hosted by Deborah Giusti. We also have Meg Benedicti and Kaya Ra and John Burgos. And I think we might have one other person in there. I'm not too sure. So do tune back. That's in only 2.5 hours from now. So we're going to get into our next host, which is Omar from Watchers Talk TV. Omar, are you with us? And just to let everybody know one more time, please do change your settings to all panelists and attendees in the chat room. Some of you have all panelists only, meaning only we can see what you say. But if you want to engage with everyone, go ahead and do it there. If you have any questions, please ask them in the Q&A area. How's it going, brother?
Good, man. Wow. Billy Carson, aka Forbidden Knowledge. That's some crazy knowledge that he just dropped there. And I just totally love that guy. He's so well informed that you can ask him pretty much anything, and he's got an answer for you. Such a philosopher. I would say he's just an amazing guy.
Definitely, he's a powerhouse. So I'm gonna hand it over to you now. Okay, you ready to bring on Michael?
Yeah, let's do it.
Right.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for sticking around and checking out day 2 of Portal to Ascension's 5-day summit. My name is Omar Faizi, and I am the host of Watchers Talk. And I've got the great privilege of interviewing Michael FEELEY. Now, I'll read Michael's bio here so you guys become a little bit familiar with who he is. So Michael FEELEY is a former UK police officer and now ancient code breaker who has authored 7 paperback books and several ebooks on various esoteric subjects, and is also a public international conference speaker and global radio contributor, magazine article writer, and frequent social media blogger. He's currently adapting his work to cater to a younger audience and will soon have a series of children's books to teach our next generation many truths that they are not being taught elsewhere. Michael has appeared on Edge Media TV, The Moore Show, and has featured on Strawman, The Nature of the Cage, and Alestri Studios' independent documentary. Michael has also appeared on America's largest radio show, Coast to Coast, with George Noory. Michael has also appeared on Midnight in the Desert Radio with Tim Wiesberg, Art Bell's show, and The Other Side of Midnight Radio Show with Richard Hoagland, the researcher who geometrically mapped out the Sidonian city on planet Mars. Welcome, Mike. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, Omar. Thank you. It's an absolute privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time to join us. I've had the opportunity to work with you over the last few years, and I've learned, a great deal from you. And the research that you bring forth is kind of like unlike anything that anyone has seen, as far as I know, on the planet. And you want to take this information, these codes that you've decoded in our ancient texts and megalithic sites around the world, and in your bio, you want to bring this to children, which I think is a beautiful idea, and the type of stuff that you have, the real truth, should be taught to kids. So let me begin with that. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that and a little brief about yourself, and
just
we'll
real quick,
jump into our conversation.
Michael's video is not showing. Let's get Michael's
Oh,
video.
right. Okay.
You may need to change your settings under Start Video. Select a different webcam.
Okay, start video.
And right next to Start Video, there's an arrow that's facing upwards. Click on that and you can change the camera in case it's the wrong one that's selected.
Okay. I can't see that. I can just see stop video.
Do you see a little up, kind of an upwards arrow right next to it?
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, that means your camera's not set up. Are you able to set it up? We can do audio only, but if your camera can be set up, that'd be cool.
Okay. I'm trying to find out how to do that. It was working just, but not now.
Maybe unplug it and replug it.
Okay.
Do you have like a privacy thing on top of your camera?
No, I don't. It's working as far as I can see, but
yeah. Do you see? You don't see it, Omar, right?
No, I don't. I don't see Mike at all. But I do see the arrow pointing up, and it gives you a few options.
Let's. How about you screen share something like your slide or something, and then you just talk over that, Michael.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Let me see if I can do that.
If not, whatever. We just do audio only. Okay, it's all yours.
Okay, yeah, I do apologize for that. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mike.
Okay, let me try and get a slideshow. Just to continue. Obviously, I was a police officer for 17 years in England, in the two largest cities, and I used to do lots and lots of obviously investigations. And strange things happened to me in 2009 when I was seeing lots of UFOs. I was having visitations. I was receiving lots of strange messages. And in 2009, it actually caused me to actually leave my career. So there's a lot happening to me. So I wanted to take that. What I now look into the mysteries of the world. I look into the ancient monoliths, the monuments. I look into the religions of the world. And what I actually started to think that they were individual projects. They weren't individual projects when I started researching them. I realized that they were actually all just one thing. They were all talking about the same thing. They were all talking about the same thing by theme and by mathematics. So what I started to do was actually piece together everything and realize that everything was just one message, which is consciousness and enlightenment. So what is consciousness? Well, consciousness is really the perception of what comes through your brain, comes through your mind. And that relies really on the power of the five senses, which is, the normal five senses of human beings. So when When we actually reach the sixth sense, we then start looking into the third eye. And the third eye then connects us to the spiritual world beyond the five senses. Now, the third eye is important when you look at the likes of Egypt, the Eye of Horus, and when you start looking at Egyptian hieroglyphs, which are really what they called the Medu and Netta, and that really means the language of God. And it was with the power of the narrative of what they called Heka, which is basically the art of speech. So we had the art of speech in the beginning was the word. So we have all of this stuff that is actually appealing to the right brain, and the right brain communicates and deals in symbols like hieroglyphs and the Nazca lines and like crop circles. Now, the Egyptian hieroglyphs are triple layered, and they are triple layered because that really is a transcendental consciousness. And that really takes you to a higher consciousness, which is the fourth state. That really goes beyond the common three, which is waking, dream, and sleep. Now, you acquire this higher consciousness by what is known as a one-pointedness of mind. It is really the essence of mind. And when you concentrate and when you focus, now the mind is important because when you look at the likes of the Great Pyramid is actually a gigantic replica of the human brain, the human mind. And it is a tripartite of consciousness. And by that, I mean, it marks out the three main endocrine system of the brain, which is the thalamus, the pituitary gland, and the pineal gland, which is the endocrine system. Now, this is marked out in the Great Pyramid, and I've put a map overlay of the human head over the Great Pyramid and discovered that where the king's chamber is situated is where the pineal gland is, and where the queen's chamber is situated, you have the pituitary gland. And you also have that little tower-looking thing inside the pyramid, which is in China and Japan, is the Shinto, and it's called the Shinto because that means a pathway to the gods. Now, it is really important to the ancients, and it's a message that they've left, that we need to concentrate the mind and we need to escape the five senses of this reality. If you look at the likes of Easter Island, why can you only see the heads of Easter Island? That is because they are telling you to concentrate on the divine mind. They're telling you not to concentrate on the body of senses, but to concentrate on the sixth sense, which is the divine mind. And that is why you can only see the heads of Easter Island, and that was really a clue. What I also found as well, there's lots and lots of things we could literally talk all night, but I discovered that the actual Bible, that the true Bible, is the Giza Plateau. And you have the likes of the Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark is really the Great Pyramid. When you look at the likes of Mary, as in Mother Mary, Mary in Egyptian comes from Mariam, which means the beloved of Amun. Now, Amun is obviously an Egyptian god, and Amun also gives us the word Amen. And all of this consciousness began to expand for me, and I actually came up with a mathematical formula for the speed of reality. Now, when you reach the speed of reality, it becomes a trans-dimensional travel. What I didn't realize is when I was coming up with this mathematical formula for the speed of reality, it actually corresponded to octaves within the Great Pyramid. So even they were on the same sort of thought as I was with the speed of reality, because the speed of reality, some of the mathematical equations within that matched the octaves within the Great Pyramid. So Giza, for me, was influenced by planet Mars, not by Atlantis. And when you look at the likes of the word Cairo, it means the place or camp of Mars. When you look at the Sidonian city, Mars is really should we say, a midway point for visitors. And you see that the likes of the Sidonian city mathematically marks the exact location of the likes of Stonehenge and the Giza Plateau on Earth. You find that the Giza Plateau and Stonehenge mathematically marks the location of the face on Mars and Sidonian city. So Mars is really a stop-off point for many extraterrestrials that are coming to Earth, and it is really sort of a navigational system the face on Mars is a mile long, because a mile is actually a navigational distance. So we have all of this. And when I've looked into how these monuments were created and how the Great Pyramid was created, I found that they were actually created by a super advanced force that was using sound and breath in order to put these monuments together, including the Sardinian city on Mars, which took a 19.5 degree effect, as did the major monuments of Earth. Now, the reason I say that is when sound waves experiments have been conducted at 432 hertz, it takes the form of a tetrahedron, a pyramid. And 432 hertz is used quite widely in the Great Pyramid. Now, when you have the square factor of 432, it equals 144. So then we go into the speed of light in nautical grid mile seconds, which is 144,000. You then start looking at the 144,000 limestones of the Great Pyramid. We can then start looking at the biblical 144,000. It is really an Egyptian principle. Now, when you start looking at the likes of religion, and I've literally put all religions together as one message, whether that's Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Catholicism, Hinduism, I've actually managed to put them all together in order to show what they're actually telling us. And each religion is actually worshipping the same thing under a different name. Now, when you start looking at the likes of Christ, Christos, it was originally Crest or Crestians. In Egypt, the Crest and the Crestians were the teachers of the oracles. In other words, the high priests that used to speak of the sacred knowledge. And they would only speak of this sacred knowledge to the initiates. Now, the initiates, as part of their initiation, were rubbed in oil, which is basically the anointed ones. So the initiates were the anointed ones. And we see the likes of the gigantic Sphinx of Egypt, which is called the Shepeshank. And the Shepeshank means the living image. So in other words, the Sphinx is the living image of Osiris and Christ, because the Sphinx is obviously a solar deity. It has reference to the sun. It has reference to the guardian of the gateway of heaven and the duet, which is hell. And we see that it also marks the birth of the cosmic seed, which is the solar sun. Now, the Bible tells you that the woman appeared clothed in the sun with the moon at her feet. So what does that mean? That means that on the 11th of September, when Virgo comes up via the horizon, Virgo means virgin, and she is clothed with the sun, the solar sun, the Christ, the Virgin, and the Christ. This happens on the 11th of September. So the true birth date of Christ is actually the 11th of September and not the 25th of December. 25th of December was Sol Invictus. It was a Roman cult, and they wanted to amalgamate the Christian belief system with their own sun worship system, and that is why they came up with the 25th of December. So the true birth date of the cosmic Christ, the cosmic seed, is the 11th of September. When you start looking into the likes of the Illuminati means the illuminated ones. What is the most illuminating thing that we see on this planet? It is the sun. So it makes sense that the Pindar, who is the reported head of the Illuminati, is really the sun, the solar sun, the Christ, the metaphorical Christ. Christ himself didn't actually walk the earth. It is a metaphor. I then started looking into other cultures.
Let's just hang on there for a sec, Mike. I just want to quickly jump back. I found, the speed of reality really interesting. Is that, somehow connected to the speed of light as well, or is that much faster than the speed of light?
Now, the speed of light is much faster. The speed of light is really a speed limit for the human body. Mm-hmm. Beyond the speed of light, the atoms, the subatomic particles that keep us together cannot sit together beyond the speed of light. So the only way that a human physical body could go faster than the speed of light would be what is known as a warp bubble. Now, I've actually experienced a warp bubble. What a warp bubble is is where space is contorted at the front of you and it is expanded behind you. So in effect, you are in a protective bubble where regardless of the speed that you are traveling, you are in effect standing still. So that is a real warp bubble, and I experienced that when I had a visitation from an Egyptian pharaoh in 2017. So the speed of reality is not the speed of light. The speed of light is something completely different, but the speed of reality is really a transcendental period where we can actually transcend this reality. And as I say, when I was working out the mathematical formula for it, there was one specific number in there that actually corresponded to the Ra octaves of the Great Pyramid. So it was really interesting. I didn't know when I was working it out that it would actually be connected to the Great Pyramid. So they are different things.
Are the pyramids in Mexico, and are they the same expression as the ones in Egypt and other pyramids around the world, as we see like in China and Southeast Asia?
Every pyramid, every monolith, every character, from the Anunnaki to the Egyptian gods, to the religious gods, to the gods of South America, to the gods of Europe, to the gods all over the world, are really talking about, metaphorically talking about, enlightenment and consciousness. And regardless of the name of the god, whether it's Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, Krishna, Vishnu, they're all basically speaking of the same thing, which is human potential, human enlightenment. And I've managed to connect all of these religions, Judaism to Islam, Islam to Hinduism, Hinduism to Christianity. Just an example of that, you can look at Catholicism at the Vatican. Vatican comes from Vatica. Tika means third eye. When you look at the main pyramids of Tikal, Tika, third eye. So by theme, we've now just connected Catholicism with the pyramids of the Mayans. So you can see that this is a similar theme throughout the world and also beyond the world. And again, the right brain, you know, many celebrities, many actors, they will cover one of their eyes, which is the left or the right eye of Horus. If they're covering their right eye to expose the left eye, that is telling you that they operate from the right brain. Now, when you look at how the right brain communicates, it communicates through imagery. And that's why we have the likes of hieroglyphs. That's why we have the likes of the Nazca lines. That is why we have the likes of crop circles. And what I've also found by listening to the frequency of diatonic ratios within crop circles, in other words, within the geometric shape of crop circles, there is a language that is hidden within the geometric shape. When I've listened to that, and when I've listened to sounds, artificial sounds coming from the rings of Saturn, they are pitch perfect, they are an exact match. So many of the crop circles that are in England are created by the rings of Saturn, and it is a deliberate message coming from the rings of Saturn. Why is it that the area of Stonehenge sees 99.9% of crop circles each year? Because Stonehenge is a receiver aerial for these messages.
Is that somehow connected to the matrix moon or the Saturn moon matrix?
It is all connected because the moon, you know, the Anunnaki did not bring the moon. Mm-hmm. But the moon was found, and the moon has been used, and the moon is a satellite that obviously has an influence on Earth. Now, the ancients depicted such an influence by the likes of the crook and flail of Osiris, which is a 23.5 degree angle. Now, the reason that it is a 23.5 degree angle is because the moon keeps the Earth at a 23.5 degree tilt. So that is what they are telling you in an esoteric way. As a result of that 23.5 degree tilt, we have the 4 seasons, we have oceans that are liquid, we have an inhabitable temperature. So without the moon, as with the sun, there would be no life on Earth. So, but the ancients were telling you that it's a result of this that humanity is stuck in a cycle, and that we have to transcend the cycle in order to escape the death-life cycle on Earth.
Do you think that the moon may be transmitting the frequency that's coming off of Saturn?
I certainly think, yes, I do. I think it certainly in terms of pitch and in terms these are coming from the rings of Saturn. And even NASA has said, when you look at the hexagram on the North Pole of Saturn, it is a cloud formation. Now, as we know, clouds do not remain static, they move. But this cloud formation remains static in the shape of a hexagram. Now, even NASA have said, this is being held together by something.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start looking at the rings of Saturn being used to beam sound, which is creating crop circles on Earth, you sometimes have to have a signal booster. And I think the likes of the moon is such a signal booster. But these fabulous patterns do contain messages, and they are a language contained within sound waves.
So from what I understand, the Stonehenge is essentially translating these sound waves that are coming off of Saturn. Am I correct on that?
What Stonehenge is doing is actually a radio receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually picking up the actual sound waves from the Saturnian rings, and it is actually translating that into an image on the crops.
Now,
and also,
sorry, go ahead, Mike.
Now to say, and even the planet Saturn, Kronos, whatever, is associated with harvest and crops. So again, when you start looking at crop circles, which are crops and Saturn's connection, it's all a deeper meaning to just Kronos or just Satan or just Saturn. There is a deeper meaning to these things.
Is there a because we've seen when you know, a few times now on video, when these crop circles appear, there seems to be a orb that's you know, hovering around, and it's the orb that's actually creating the crop circles. Is there any connection between the orb and Stonehenge?
The orb is really, you can actually create orbs by what are known as vacuum domains within the brain. Now, when lots and lots of people get together and they focus their consciousness, and again, it goes back to acquiring our consciousness by a pointedness of mind, concentration of mind. When people gather together and they all focus their mind, they actually create orbs, which are self-radiant balls of light. And these, when you see lots of spiritual gatherings, you can see lots and lots of orbs in the sky around them. These are the result of vacuum domains that create these self-radiant balls of light. Now, what is also interesting about these vacuum domains is that they are miniature wormholes, and they replicate the gigantic wormholes of space. So we have what in our mind, we have the same as what is in the cosmos. So it's almost as above, so below. Within our DNA, within our brain, we also have extra dimensions. So in other words, there is limited space outside of our DNA. So we really are the universe encompassed into an organic vessel.
Now, we understand that, you know, we're beginning to understand in the conscious community that planets and, you know, everything has consciousness. Now, my question about these, you know, crop circles is that if Saturn has consciousness and the Earth has consciousness, might it be that the two planets are trying to communicate with one another?
They do communicate with one another. Everything does. Even when you look at two flowers, two plants, trees, they are communicating through chemical signaling. So they are conscious beings. Now, when you look at the science theory of perceptronium, it means that everything has a consciousness, and everything must have a consciousness, because even when you look at the likes of subatomic particles, photons, other subatomic particles, it has been proven that these subatomic particles can actually decide whether or not they wish to be a wave or a particle. It's under the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So if subatomic particles can actually decide if they want to be a particle or a wave, then firstly, that demonstrates great consciousness. Secondly, it demonstrates a decision-making process. And thirdly, it makes you realize that they are aware of what they currently are in order to make the decision whether or not they wish to change. And it's called the collapse of the wave function. When you start looking into the collapse of the wave function, you see that physicality is basically collapsed from a wave form. And by observation, it collapses that wave into what we know as physicality. So without observation, it then returns back to a wave. So when you look at the double slit experiment that was done with the photon, when the photon went through the gap, it was acting as a wave. When it come outside of the wave, it would be acted as a particle. But what scientists also realize is that these things behave differently when they are under observation.
Was that you in the background, Mike, or is somebody's mic on?
No, I can hear somebody. It's a female voice. So hopefully it wasn't me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I've changed. I've transformed.
Now,
But-
let's quickly talk about if you guys are interested, Mike did some work with Portal to Ascension about a year ago, and he did a fantastic presentation there called the Ancient Code, the Serpent Fire. Mike, can you talk about that for a couple of minutes? Because right now I'm in the process of actually reading that book. I don't know if you can see it, but just a fascinating book, and I'd like to hear a little bit more insight about this book from you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when I write a book, as soon as I finish the book, lots more of information gets downloaded, and then that book sort of becomes secondary to the one that's coming. But the Ancient Code, Serpent Fire, is really, what is the Serpent Fire? When you start looking at the ancient cultures of Kundalini and the dormant serpent within at the base of the spine, which is really what Quetzalcoatl is, which is really what Kukulkan is. It is really the serpent at the base of the spine. And that serpent at the base of the spine, which incidentally I've actually seen, is a chemical fire that is pure white. It is a faceless serpent. Now, when it is activated by certain practices, certain rituals that the initiates did, that the high priests did, that the oracles did, it activates this serpent, which then rises up Jacob's ladder, which is the spine, and it activates each of your 7 chakras as it rises. Now, when it rises, if it's unhindered, because your chakras are pure, your chakras are open, your chakras are an open door, then it rises to your crown, to your consciousness, and beyond it into the cosmos. If there are any blockages in your chakras, this is why Christ had to cleanse the unclean spirits, which is really the 7 chakras. If it gets hindered in any way, that serpent descends. So in other words, that is Satan, the descending serpent from heaven, which is the higher chakras. So this is really what is the serpent fire. It is really the activation of your inner fire, your inner serpent. Why was Jesus a carpenter? When you look at ancient languages, carpenter comes from the word Nanja. Nanja means the serpent of wisdom. And as I say, when you look at the likes of Quetzalcoatl and all these, they are talking about the serpent of wisdom, which is the Kundalini at the base of your spine that is risen through certain practices.
We see that in Chinese cultures as well with the dragon.
The dragon is important because the dragon became a later metaphor for the serpent. So when you see a dragon or when you see a serpent, when you see some of the Anunnaki tablets where you see what looks to be a circle, looks like to be some kind of knitting wheel, what that really is, that is telling you of the circuit of the dragon. And that is really the orbit of consciousness. And the consciousness is important because when you start looking at Anubis, which is really the horizontal circle that divides Sirius A and Sirius B. Sirius A is Isis, Sirius B is Nephthys. One is visible, one is invisible. So when you have Anubis, who is the horizontal circle that divides the two, it is really the division of the visible and invisible, the division of light and dark. It is talking about duality. Now, when you look at the likes of Nibiru, that we told has a 3,600-year orbit, well, 3,600 in Sumerian is written as a large circle. It is talking about an ecliptic of consciousness, and that is really what they're talking about. And I heard Billy talking about UFOs doing a 90-degree right-angle turn. 90 degrees is extremely important in consciousness. If you get a circle and you put a cross inside, the cross hits the circle every 90 degrees. When you wish to change from one reality or from one grid to another, you do that at 90-degree angles. When the Masons do their 33-degree initiation, called the rising, they rise at 90 degrees. So we really have a lot of 90 degrees in terms of consciousness as well. So that is why you see the likes of UFOs shifting at 90 degrees, because they're changing from one grid to the next. That then fits into Einstein's theory of relativity. When you start looking at points of reference, when you start looking at geometry, when you start looking at the universe being a gigantic grid of navigation.
Now, do you think these UFOs, they're being controlled consciously through the mind of these beings, and that's why they're shifting consciousness as the UFOs and like while it's in play here on Earth?
Some of them are said to be steered by the mind. I think some of them are not. I think, again, when you look at certain humans, some humans have enlightenment, some humans don't. When you look at the technological differences between certain ET races, some of them are younger than others, some of them have greater technology than others. So some of them are being driven by the mind, some of them are not. When you look at the likes of Roswell, which is probably one of the most famous UFO incidents ever, what I can say is what happened on that day, the location was deliberately chosen. And it was deliberately chosen because it was on the 33rd parallel. So these things are happening. I've seen tons of UFOs day, night. I've seen them come through dimensional portals. I've stood next to an extraterrestrial being, 6'3" being with black eyes. I've seen all of these things, so I do know that they are here, and I do know that they're visiting here. So some of them, yes, and others, I think they're piloted in the conventional sense.
Now, I've heard testimonials coming from people who've been abducted, and some of them have said that when they've gone on to their vessel, it was organic, and where there was no window, when they thought about a window in that particular area, a window would appear. What do you think that is? Like, I have a hard time even comprehending that.
When you look at the makeup of the universe and the makeup of psychology, the makeup of humans, the makeup of everything is a perception. Everything is the opinion of the observer, and that is the same with subatomic particles, with gigantic nebulas, with the human body. When we see things in the distance, the horizon doesn't actually exist. It's just a perception that it does. Now, when you look at the likes of Thought is where we get the Egyptian god Teote, because thought is a higher level of awareness, a higher level of understanding. So when you go into these vessels and you think, then you are manifesting this as a perception. This vessel, this organic vessel, because you are part of everything anyway, you are not separate from anything. So when you go on an organic vessel where they have generators of inertia just to keep everything as a balance, you are creating these things through instant manifestation, because we all have these powers, but they are slowed down in a third dimensional density, and we have lost the ability because we're quite reckless as a race. And I think when we start, if the human race in its current form was able to instantly manifest, I think we'd have greater problems than we already have now.
Now, I find this very fascinating, Mike, because there was a UFO sighting in Africa. I believe you might know about it, where it was seen by a bunch of school children, like 50 or 60 of them. And when researchers afterwards came and asked them to draw what they had seen, surprisingly, a lot of these kids, they were drawing, totally different things of what they were seeing. And, some of them looked alike and some others didn't. Some seen a triangle, some saw a circle, some saw a cigar shaped. What do you think that is? Do you think it's that the UFOs like consciously projecting images the way it wants to look, depending on the person that's viewing it, according to their vibrational frequency or distortion?
They have the ability to do these things. That they have the likes of metamaterial, which is the refraction of light, so they can remain invisible. They have the powers to be able to, yes, to appear as they wish. The being that I saw was and my wife saw it, and a friend of ours saw it as well. And this was in a crowded place. Now, this being, as they were 6'3", black eyes, The skin of his face looked like it had been stretched over the contours of his cheekbones. He was not human. He was not from here. And yet it was only the three of us in a crowded room that could see him as he appeared. So they do seem to have the ability to do this. But again, when you look at electricity, when it hits atom, it creates a subjective consciousness. That subjective consciousness is an opinion based on perception. So not everybody sees the same thing, but people see what they project to see. So these craft are so advanced that they are able to transform and give an appearance that they wish to be seen by. But again, bringing it down a lot of scales, when you look at the likes of spirits in the spirit world, they can also do the same.
Now, would you need to be, I would imagine that if you have technology like that or awareness like that, you would belong to, like a class 1 civilization or a class 2 civilization that go around terraforming galaxies or solar systems in themselves. Do you think that they are the type of people that may be behind these UFOs and they're coming around to check us out?
Well, there's different kind of beings. There are what we consider to be aliens, to be ETs that actually transit to different star systems in vehicles, and those vehicles are often discs or cigars, because when you look at electromagnetic space propulsion, which is really riding on the crest of waves, electrical waves, it is really the cigar shape and the disc that is best suited for that kind of travel. So they have different forms of travel. When you start looking at intergalactic beings, they don't need physical craft to get around. So there's different levels of these beings. When everyone has really been created with the ability to create, human beings create, we have children, human scientists are now creating. A lot of the things that they're doing is not in the mainstream, is not in the public awareness, but what they're doing behind the scenes is really, cloning. They're doing all these, even Japanese scientists are now putting messages inside human DNA, which is going from generation to generation to generation. So human scientists are doing this, and we all have the ability to create within that creation. If you were to ask me who is God, then I would say forget religions, forget religious gods, because they are really metaphors as a pathway to the true creator. When you look at how the universe is created, it is mathematical. Everything conforms and everything relates to a mathematical sequence. So therefore, the creator must be a mathematical supreme mind. And when I've looked at the Great Pyramid, because Egypt is really the epicenter for a lot of what I do. And when I've looked at the Great Pyramid, I've actually found codes in there that indicate that my last statement, that the Great Pyramid was put there by this creative mathematical force.
All right, great place to leave it. Wow, what a fascinating mind that you have, Michael. You leave me, wordless, almost each and every time. Like I've said, I have to go back and rewatch your videos to fully understand and grasp what you're saying. But, we don't have time. We've run out of time between you and I. And, before we wrap up here real quickly, give us a little lowdown on what's coming up for you and how people can reach you.
What's coming up for me at the moment, and again, I do apologise for the camera not working. I hope it hasn't taken away any enjoyment. It was working, ironically, before this interview. But what's coming up for me, I'm writing 2 books simultaneously. One of them is called The Sirius Point, A Stargate to the Gods. And that goes deeply into the portals that the Egyptians were creating, portals that were being aligned to certain monuments, especially Egypt. And I'm also writing a book simultaneously called The Secret Christ, and that goes a lot into connecting each and every major religion into one solitary message. So those 2 things. I'm also writing, as you said at the beginning, a series of children's books, taking this advanced ancient knowledge and bringing it to the minds of children, because I believe that we need to address some kind of balance, because they are being given too much false history. So these are the kind of things that are going on for me. And of course, we've got your event in just over a week's time. So these are the most imminent things for me.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate your time to contribute and participate in this summit that Neil Gaur has put together. It's total ascension. And if you guys want to learn more, go into the archives of Portal to Ascension and look up the webinar that Mike has done. It's very powerful, and you guys will learn a lot. So with that being said, my name is Omar, and I was your host here for the last little bit, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. And I will pass this stage over to Michelle. Let me stop sharing my screen here. And here you go, Michelle. Welcome. We got some music coming up for you guys. So that's going to be really cool, and really looking.
Hey everyone, it's Michelle here, and we got a little bit off track here, and so I'm going to pass it over to Scott, because Scott is going to be introducing our next guest, and we'll get our KIYOSHI music video up a little bit later.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully Elizabeth April will be here shortly.
She's in the room.
Okay, great. I'm not seeing her on the panel yet. But while maybe she's in the main room and you might need to fetch her and turn her into a panelist. Or
Okay.
There she is.
There.
We got her now. Right. Hey, everybody. I'm Love Coach Scott Katamas, and I am delighted to be just basically introducing Elizabeth April. I've had the pleasure of having her on a couple of the shows that I host, and let's definitely put the spotlight on her. There we go. I'm going to speak kind of just instead of like reading a bio. And then in 1994, I want to just address what I am so impressed with when I met her, because she's had a series of experiences that many people, when they've had similar experiences, are traumatized. And she clearly has taken it and used it to raise consciousness at the highest level. And what's also cool about her is she's brilliant. She's a psychic. She's highly sensitive, but she's a lot of fun. She's really a lot of fun. And, sometimes a lot of people in this field are very serious and scientific. And I love that she's got just as much of a grasp from her own personal experience around the consciousness that goes along with all of this, but she also has a lot of fun with it too. So we'll learn a little bit more about her YouTube channel and everything else, but I want to turn it right over to Elizabeth April. Welcome aboard.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you, Neil, of course, for putting on this amazing conference. And thank you everyone for showing up and being here. I just feel like there's just such a support. And of course, Michelle Anderson, you are definitely my soul sister. So it's always lovely to be here, even though we can't be in person. And hopefully for 2021, I can hug everyone in the audience, and that'll be really nice. So today, I've got actually a panel right after this at 4:30 for those of you who want to hop into that panel and get some other kind of, really nice words from other people. And we're going to be talking about the Ascension. I figured today, in this lecture, this time that I have, I really wanted to talk about unity. And when we talk about the portal to ascension and moving into this new higher vibrational place, we're talking about this 5D vibration. And to best understand 5D vibration, we have to understand what unity is, what unity looks like. And of course, to understand what unity is, we have to understand what polarity is. So if you're at home right now, if you're listening to this, I highly recommend you grab your notebooks and your pens, because I've got tons of content here about unity. I actually have 3 steps, and then I have more steps within the steps. So definitely something that you're probably going to want to write down and maybe even replay afterwards. So the first thing that we have to talk about is understanding polarity, right? In order to get into 5D, we need to understand 3D. We need to understand polarity. And I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. We are moving from a polarity consciousness into a unity consciousness. So my definition of polarity is, and it's a pretty clear definition, a division within a whole, right? Division within a whole is basically what polarity is. We are whole individuals when we are born onto this planet. And piece by piece, we actually separate ourselves from source and we become these fractals of individuals. And that's the polarity within us. So here are some polarizing facts that all of you need to know. First of all, we live in a polarized binary reality. There is no escaping polarity. There is no running away from it. There's no getting away from it. That's just a fact. That's where we're living. All right. Fact number 2. Society is structured to push polarity. It is structured that way. So not only can we not get away from it within our matrix 3D reality, but we can't even get away from it within our education system, political system, economic system, right? So the whole mindset, you know, leading up to this point right now has been divide and conquer. That's been the mindset. And polarity, the energy of polarity and this 3D vibration, it actually also pushes us into this fight or flight mentality, right? It divides us even within our own mind. And it's always been this energy of us versus them, one versus the other, right? I mean, once again, we're living as a fractal, a piece of who we could really be, of what we could really accomplish, of the vibration that we could really experience. And also, this really prompts and embellishes limiting beliefs, right? When we're living as a fractal, when we're living polarized, when we're living in 3D, we are continuously replaying these limiting beliefs without even knowing it. So in order to move from polarity into unity, we just need to be aware of what polarity is. We just need to be aware of the limiting beliefs that we have in our life first and foremost, in order to say that no longer serves me and I'm ready for something different. Once again, we are the only creator of our reality. It is through our conscious observation that changes this reality. But we need to be aware of what we need to change before we change it, right? So you need to take a look at the darkness within your life. You need to take a look at the polarity within your own life in order to be able to change it. So I also want to mention too, a lot of polarity, a lot of our own limiting beliefs are also coming from past lifetimes, which is very difficult to overcome because we don't necessarily see it as clearly as we would see a trauma coming from childhood. So I'm going to give you all a little bit of homework, maybe right after this lecture, or maybe some other time today or this week. I want all of you to write down at least a minimum of 3 limiting beliefs. You probably have more than that. I have a lot more than 3 myself, but 3 main ones to really target and to be aware of is going to be really important. I'm going to give you some examples of some limiting beliefs that I find with clients, with myself, and just kind of with the human condition and some of these very traditional limiting beliefs. A really good one, a prime one that all of us tend to hold in one way or another based on the limiting structure and the polarizing reality that we're living in is happiness or prosperity. I can't be happy if I'm wealthy. I can't be wealthy if I still want to be happy, right? That goes deep, not only deep within our society, but that goes deep into a lot of past lifetimes, right? Over and over again. So a couple of other limiting beliefs and polarizing concepts that we embed within our systems, within our souls. I do not deserve to receive versus I deserve to receive it all, right? 2 very opposite ends of the extreme. I always need to sacrifice myself as a mother versus I never have to sacrifice myself as a mother, right? It doesn't have to be all one or all the other. That's where we get trapped. We get trapped and stuck within polarity. We get trapped and stuck within one extreme end of things or the other. Once again, I mean, I can't say that it's your fault, even though we do create our own reality, because every aspect of this paradigm is projecting this polarity at us, including these limiting beliefs that we have incurred and created from past lifetimes as well. Another example here, like I mentioned, the happier I am, the less money I make, right? So there's that money and happiness. Or to be spiritual, I must abandon or mute my human, right? To be more spiritual, to be more psychic, I must abandon or mute or get rid of my ego, my human, and what have you. And that, once again, is not the case. You can thrive as a human being and thrive as a spiritual, psychic, divine, intuitive being of light as well. You can have it all. I am giving you permission right now in this moment to have it all, to say yes and yes, right? You have to find that middle ground. Once again, unity is about saying yes and yes. Unity consciousness is 5D consciousness. And we're going to get into this deeper and deeper. So once again, step number 1 to bring yourself from polarity consciousness into unity consciousness, from 3D into 5D, is to just simply be aware of your own limiting beliefs, be aware of your own polarity, and how you're living your life, right? Step number 1 is just bring awareness to the dark stuff. You have to take a look at it in order to change it. All right, step number 2 to move into 5D is to neutralize polarity, to neutralize that polarity. So you're aware of it and you're thinking to yourself, uh-oh, what do I do from here, right? Where do I go next? And the next step that we have to take is the neutrality of it. If you resent yourself for holding limiting beliefs, if you're hating on yourself for being polarized, if you're, not loving the human experience, right? If you are resentful towards 3D, right? You're going to continue to repeat those patterns. If you resent it, the interesting part is you actually attach yourself to it more, because then you're creating the identity of not loving being human. I'm a starseed, so I struggle with being human. Yes, absolutely. Many of us starseeds struggle with being human, but the more that you repeat that to yourself, the more you're taking away this abundance ability, right? This ability to manifest in 3D. If you're constantly reminding yourself and creating the identity of, I'm always going to struggle as a human because I'm a starseed. Do you see how that limiting belief really affects every aspect of your reality? And believe it or not, by even just saying, I'm a starseed, so I struggle with being a human, that locks you into being a human a lot more. Freedom is unity, is 5D, is not getting rid of 3D. It's conquering it. It's mastering it by fully understanding what 3D is, by fully understanding what your limiting beliefs and polarity are. You become above it, right? So here's what we can do to neutralize that polarity and those limiting beliefs in your life. So once again, fact, we can never get rid of polarity, not as a human being anyway, right? Maybe if we get into the 10th, 11th, 12th dimensional beings, maybe we can kind of decrease the polarity in that way. But right now we can't. So we have to neutralize it. And by neutralizing the polarity in our life or those limiting beliefs, essentially it no longer controls our life. We're no longer making decisions from a limiting belief point of view. So neutrality basically allows us to be much more conscious and much more present in our life. And that allows us to essentially use our free will and to create any life that we want to live. It gives us absolute freedom because it takes us away from the fight or flight mechanisms of our own brain and of society as a whole. So here's what we need to do to neutralize polarity. I have 3 steps within this 3-step process. Okay, so first step in how to neutralize your polarity is, and this is just a repeat of step number 1, be aware of polarity, be aware of your limiting beliefs, be aware of your disharmony, you know, and that's just really important. That awareness is everything. If you can be aware of your own thoughts, then you can start to change your thoughts, which in a sense changes your entire reality, your entire physical reality, once we get a handle over those thoughts. Step number 2 in neutralizing polarity is asking deeper questions. Where is this coming from? Why do I react in this way? Why do I feel this way? Okay, asking yourself deeper questions. Where is this limiting belief coming from? Once we understand, even if you understand, oh, it's probably a past lifetime, maybe you want to follow through on doing a past life regression. There's tons of past life regression meditation tapes, YouTube videos that are out there. Maybe you want to see a past life regressionist. Maybe you want to pull some past life cards, oracle cards, and that's going to help guide you. But we have to be searching for those answers. We have to understand where these limiting beliefs are coming from. If it's childhood, if you understand that it's because your father never supported you in the way that you needed at an emotional level, then maybe you need to have a conversation with your father. Maybe you need to write him a letter that's going to neutralize that polarity. We have to get back to the source of the trauma. We have to get back to the source of the polarity and the limiting beliefs in your own life in order to neutralize it, right? Every single time we're like, oh, well, the universe will take care. Oh, well, everything happens for a reason, which yes. I believe in both of those things, but we're also spiritual bypassing by looking the other way, putting a Band-Aid on the wound and saying it'll heal itself. And it won't. And I think a lot of you know that because you've done the spiritual work. You know, you've really dived into that shadow self, and you've done that ego death. But I'll say that it's just never an end, right? We have to keep going deeper and deeper. And as we're stripping back the layers of limiting beliefs and polarity within our own life, we feel liberated and good, and we're connected to cosmic euphoria. And then all of a sudden a month goes by and we get hit hard with another challenge, with another limiting belief, with another ache or pain in our body, with more ascension symptoms. And then we have to peel back the layers again, right? So there really is never an end. Even death, I believe, isn't the end. So we need to be aware of that. You need to go deeper with your polarity. This is the time to do it. Before December 21st, 2020, before we step into a new year, 2021, this is your time. If you don't do the work right now, if you don't do some shadow work and soul searching at this point in time, all of those challenges, all of those limiting beliefs are going to hit you harder than ever before moving into the new year, right? And, you know, maybe your limiting belief is around abundance and finances. And all of a sudden you lose everything. And you're like, but I'm working on this. But you have to get to a certain point before you're ready to step up and consciously make a change. That change needs to happen in your mind first. You can't change anything unless you're aware of it, right? Once again. Okay, so once again, step number 1, just be aware of your limiting beliefs and polarity. Step number 2, ask deeper questions. Understand the source of the polarity, right? Do that inner work. Step number 3, to neutralize polarity, and actually there's a step number 4 that I didn't even write down, but it just popped in. Step number 3 is asking yourself how this is affecting me, and is this serving my highest vibration? So you're aware of the limiting belief, you're aware of the polarity in your own life, and you're asking yourself, Is this serving my highest vibration? The answer is no. Most of the time, the answer is no, right? Then every time that thought, every time that challenge, every time that pattern comes back to you in your life, you can then recognize it. Oh, there's my limiting belief. Oh, there's my polarity aspects of self, you know? And then deeper, oh, I know this is related to a childhood trauma. Oh, I know this is related to a relationship. Okay, and it's not serving me. It's still not serving me. And that really neutralizes it. Now, the fourth step that I didn't even write down here, but of course this is an obvious step, and I do it every time I encounter some sort of challenge in my own life, which is bringing appreciation to the challenge, bringing appreciation to the polarity. That right there, especially with the 3 steps before that, will absolutely transmute that polarity energy into unity energy. You're not pushing away the challenge. You're not resenting yourself for not being strong enough because you're getting triggered or, you know, resentful or challenged. You're bringing it in. Hi, Elizabeth. Thank you for getting triggered in that statement or conversation. You know, what can I learn from that? Where's that coming from? Thank you for being here, because you're allowing me to be a master of my reality. I'm not just all love and light. Let's go dark. Let's go deep. Let's go shadow, right? That doesn't scare me because I invite it in. We need to be inviting these aspects of ourselves in order to master them. You will always be scared of your deepest fears if you're never looking at them. So not only am I saying, look at them hard, understand where they're coming from, right? Ask yourself if that's serving you anymore. Update yourself to the present moment. Cool, that was a trauma in the past. That trauma identified who I was, but no, that trauma no longer serves me. That limiting belief is no longer who I am, but I appreciate it. I appreciate who I was. I appreciate the traumas that I've gone through, because that allowed me to get right here, right now, at this time. That appreciation every single time will neutralize polarity. Okay. So that's the first 2 steps in bringing yourself into unity consciousness, right? Is to really deal with the polarity. That's the hard work. That's the human stuff. That's the ego stuff, right? That's the hard stuff. Being psychic and astral traveling and lucid dreaming and telepathy and all of that great stuff, that's easy, guys. That's easy. It's easy because you are a soul. You are a divine being of light who has the ability to naturally, organically connect to the ethers, to the cosmos, to the astral realms. Hopping into unity is easy, as long as you're no longer in a tug of war with polarity, right? So the third step here, to really ascend ourselves into 5D, move into unity, is, yeah, I mean, I said step number 3, bring yourself into unity, bring yourself into 5D, right? So let's talk about 5D. Let's talk about unity a little bit here. I believe that unity consciousness is 5D consciousness, okay? Okay, and then I also believe that unity 5D is simultaneous. Okay, that's a really important concept, and it's very hard to wrap your head around because our minds are, you know, linear, right? Our brains are linear, so it's kind of difficult. But really, 5D and unity is everything at once. 5D, I've said it before, but I will say it a million times again. 5D is not just light and love. It is not just, whoa, this feels good all the time. 5D and unity consciousness is the way that you're perceiving the world around you, the way that you are able to navigate this world, right? The way that you are able to navigate your reactions and emotions around this world. And once again, when we let go of all fear and all limiting belief and all polarity, navigation is easy. It's very easy. We just listen to ourselves, right? Okay, so a couple of pointers here. No steps necessarily to just fully hop into Unity because it is just that organic. It's that simple. But a couple of pointers. These are really big ones too. Always keep yourself open to everything. If you're wanting to step into Unity consciousness, if you're wanting to step into 5D, you have to be open to everything. If you have some sort of expectation or attachment or outcome in your mind of what the next step is going to look like, then you're limiting yourself. You're limiting yourself with polarity. You're limiting yourself into 3D. The third dimension is full of space and time. If you're like, I'll only be abundant when I hustle more, you're limiting yourself. Why can't you just be abundant? Why do you have to put conditions on yourself in that way, right? Super important. Let go of all conditions you have to whatever it is that you want. So important. Okay. And then also, it's really important. So when we raise our vibration and step into Unity consciousness, step into 5D vibrations, it really is everything all at once. And because I can see different timelines and I can see, past, present, future, and you can too, I've just been able to develop that ability. When I'm sitting at my desk, I'm seeing all possibilities of every outcome of every decision that I could potentially make in the next moment. Like, it's really overwhelming. So if you don't have a structured or analytical mind, you might get lost in the overwhelm of 5D. And I know a lot of people who are like, yeah, life, it feels good, but I'm just here, and that's good, right? Because you're content in that moment and you're feeling good and you're in flow, but you're not necessarily actively creating your reality. If you're not actively creating your reality, then you're allowing other influences to create your reality for you. I don't want to freak you out, right? But it's true, and it happens all the time, and that's okay, right? So we need to actively be engaged at a free will level, right? In our thought, in our mind, engage in the reality that we want to create. Now, here's another huge issue. When we haven't done all of the work and we're still coming from a polarity place, we're like, okay, cool, I want to win the lottery. Why? Why do you want to win the lottery? Well, I want to be rich, I want to be abundant, right? Okay. There's nothing wrong with being abundant. But then I have to ask the person, when you think about money, what do you think? Like, really, what do you think? Oh, well, I think about childhood and I think about lack and I think about my dad not having enough money to support his kids. And oh, wow, okay. So you think about money, you think about lack. We need to realize that we are pairing what we want with conditions, with traumas, with attachments and expectations. So when you get into 5D and absolutely everything is possible for you, we need to be able to navigate it by holding an intention, but holding an intention that is not limited by our preconceived notions of what is and is not possible. Therefore, we need to hold an intention that has no attachments and no expectations. And I'm sure most of you are like, oh my God, what do I ask for then? Where do I go from here? And I'll tell you, you want to go to the highest level of what it is that you want to experience in your life. If you want a new job, ask yourself why. Why do I want that new job? Because I want to feel satisfied and fulfilled every day going into work, knowing that I'm helping the collective. Great. So all you really want is satisfaction and fulfillment, right? So ask for that. Don't ask for the job, okay? Because that's going to limit you. And then you're only saying, well, I'm only going to get satisfaction and fulfillment from this new job. You're limiting yourself, okay? So here are some things, some very high level things that you can be asking for, and hopefully do a little bit of the deep diving into, do I hold limiting beliefs around abundance? Do I hold limiting beliefs around what I'm asking for? What are those limiting beliefs? Go back into the 3 steps into neutralizing the polarity. So you can ask for abundance, but if you know you have some sort of attachment to the lack or the limiting beliefs, then do the 3 steps of, or 4 steps, I guess, of neutrality, okay? Bringing neutrality to that trauma or limiting belief, okay? So here's some high level things that I think are just good for anyone as a human being to think about and to ask for. When you think about 2021, what do you want? Abundance, of course, we've already talked about that. The one that I ask for all the time, and I really feel like I've received it recently, is freedom. I just want freedom, except for time. I definitely need more time personally, but freedom, right? So, oh God, what does that mean? Freedom with work, freedom with family, freedom with your time, freedom with financially, freedom in your own family dynamic to do and say whatever it is that you feel like you want to say, right? We don't have that. Freedom, such a high level thing that reaches every aspect of our reality. A couple of other things, balance is huge. Talking about polarity, you know, balance between worlds, so important. Just asking for a higher vibration. Hey, universe, which is me, I'm ready to receive a higher vibrational frequency in my life. You can ask for that and it's going to come to you. I do want to warn you though, if you ask for a higher vibration or really anything else, anything that is not within what you're asking for, anything that is keeping you trapped if you're asking for freedom, anything that is keeping you poor when you're asking for abundance is going to leave your life, and it's going to leave your life rapidly. Okay, so fair warning, don't shoot the messenger. If stuff starts to collapse in your life, that wasn't on me, that's on what you were asking for, and it's collapsing to realign to a better reality. Okay. And then also you can ask for unlocking your DNA. I know a lot of you want to be more psychic. I know a lot of you want to be more tuned in. And that's possible. I believe that everything, you know, I can do, you guys can do. So you can ask for your DNA to be unlocked. If it's not supposed to be unlocked in its fullest extent until 2 years from now, and that's your contract, it's not going to be unlocked and you're not going to override your contracts. But hey, why not just ask for it, right? And see if it's available at this time. So 2 more things, and then I don't know what the time is, but if Scott has any other questions or anything else that he wants to kind of ask me, if we do have time, he can follow up with that. But 2 last things that I want to mention here. One is always maintain neutrality. Meditation, yoga, you know, walking in the woods, right, is going to be really good. Maintaining neutrality allows you to have free will, and it allows you to have complete control over your own mind and over your own thoughts. Therefore, neutrality allows you to have complete control over the reality in your life. And last thing is, it's okay to dabble in polarity. It's okay to dabble in 3D. It's okay to have a shitty day and to feel that at a deep level, right? It's okay to feel sorry for yourself. It's okay to dabble in polarity as long as you're consciously aware of it. If you're not aware of the paradigm that you're feeding, then you're living life in an unconscious way. Therefore, you're creating your next moment and your next reality, right? In an unconscious way. Therefore, you don't have control over the reality that you're living. So dabble in polarity. It's okay to be human. It's okay to laugh and smile and have a good time and go through the emotions, right? And the roller coaster ride of the ascension. Just do it consciously, and that way you have more control, and therefore you have more enjoyment and overall just more happiness, because you remind yourself every day that you are the creator of this reality. Hi, Scott.
Hey, amazing stuff. Really amazing. And just a reminder to everybody that she's got a YouTube channel with 90,000 subscribers and a lot of great content. We can really see Elizabeth speaking about all these different topics. We've got a couple questions from the audience, and then I've got a question for you. The first question that came back a little while, you mentioned about being a starseed, and several people have asked, what is a starseed? How do I know if I'm a starseed?
Yeah, great question. Okay, cool. Okay, so I believe that a starseed is a soul. There's no, you know, some people are like, oh, starseeds are only children, but they're not. Basically, starseeds are a cosmic or interdimensional soul that consciously volunteered and chose themselves to come to this planet to help aid in the ascension, the awakening, and the collective consciousness, expansion. So a lot of you who are here, a lot of you who watch my content and who have been drawn to me over the past couple of years are absolutely starseeds. And just by understanding information, you can unlock these DNA codes within yourself, whether they be physical DNA or etheric DNA. You can unlock that to raise your vibration and get even closer to source, and of course, closer to your current existence.
And what would you say are the classic characteristics of a starseed?
Yeah, so they're so across the board. Definitely this longing and feeling of wanting to go home. It's so painful, feeling like you're all alone, feeling like no one understands you, feeling like you were always the odd one out in your own family dynamic, also feeling that way in childhood, in school, versus the other kids. Also having a very strong feeling that you are here for a reason, a strong feeling that you're here for a mission, right? That you have a purpose and a calling. Most of the starseeds that I work with and that are on my YouTube channel, they all want to know, what is my purpose? What is my mission? And I have a couple of videos out there kind of explaining how to find your mission and what kind of mission categories there are as well for starseeds. There's healers and grid workers and pillars and satellites and all of that great stuff. So it is really all across the board.
Beautiful. One thing I've just out of my own experience, when I've worked a lot with starseeds, frequently there's such a desire to help and support. And sometimes they get lost trying to help one particular person, right? Their boyfriend who's a drug addict. And it feels so good to get high because it reminds them of the fifth dimension. And then they feel that sense of lost. So anything you want to say about just that trap that a lot of starseeds can fall into, especially when they're younger?
Absolutely, yeah. So it's so true. I mean, you really bring up a great point. So many starseeds, they just want to give so much and they get trapped into that, interpersonal or human dynamic. Ultimately, just asking yourself, am I living my life for me? It's like, in a way, I know that it's been indoctrinated in us that is a very selfish way to behave and selfish way to think. I know for me, growing up as a Catholic, same thing. I mean, it's always, do what's right in God's eyes rather than do what's right for yourself. And that's selfish and that's looked down upon. There's a lot of shame and guilt around that. But if we're not aligned and healthy and abundant and fulfilled within our own system, there is no way that we can give the collective system of this conscious reality help and adding any sort of good to that. So really make sure that you are recalibrated within yourself. And then you have to ask yourself, what is not serving my highest good? Oh yeah, it is my boyfriend. Oh yeah, it is my relationship with my mother. Oh yeah, it is my relationship with my coworkers or what have you. Then you have to, create some space, step away from that, recalibrate, give back to yourself, and raise your standards. This is who I am now, and I'm only going to be interacting with those who are aligned to my highest good. And it'll all start to happen. Once again, that collapse is going to happen before you are realigned in that way.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. A lot of people are commenting on just how gentle you are. You're clear and you're wise, but you're gentle. The other question that I think is a strong one, someone asks, it's Robert who asks, how will we know when there's a global critical evolutionary mass that will push the world into 5D realm? Or is it person by person, or will it be a global leap?
Oof. That's a great question. It's a little bit of both. Once again, it's kind of simultaneous. It's right now, for the past many years, we've had lots of star seeds, light workers, all ascending on their own path, to this higher vibrational plane. It's been very difficult, as I'm sure a lot of you watching know, to really fight against an entire world that's 3D. It's been very painful in a lot of ways. So we've kind of all been doing this at an individual level. Now more and more, especially with quarantine, this is part of one of the mass events that's hitting and affecting every single person in the entire world in a certain way to raise and develop our consciousness. I believe quarantine was here in a way, or this virus in a way, to really dismantle our current beliefs, our current limiting realities, and our current paradigms in order for us to rebuild. We're now all in the dismantling phase. If you've been doing the work, you've dismantled years ago, but a lot of human beings are in the breaking down phase. And then in the later years, we're going to be building up and recreating a new reality for ourselves individually. As far as a huge event happening, I do believe that there is absolutely a very strong possibility. It's not set in stone yet. Humanity could awaken without the possibility of this global event, but it would basically look like a solar flare or some sort of solar flash event that will also pivot us completely into 5D consciousness. Once again, it's quite possible. I don't know if it absolutely needs to happen because we are getting there on our own, slowly but surely.
We have 10 more minutes. We've got till 3 o'clock. So we can tackle a few more questions. Something I wanted to bring up as I was listening to you speak. I'm a firm believer that the meaning of life is we're here to learn to love, starting with ourselves.
Yeah.
And when you talked about, how it's important for us to embrace all aspects of self, again, one of the things I believe very strongly is radical acceptance, learning to just radically accept everything that's happened in our life up until this time. And I'm wondering if how that resonates for you and kind of how your teachings go along with those thoughts.
Absolutely. I think that's that fourth stage in neutralizing the polarity is really appreciating and having and holding gratitude and that radical acceptance for all aspects of ourselves, especially for the lower vibrational aspects or the darker aspects of ourselves. Just like I have full appreciation for all of those interdimensional beings out there that are low vibrational and pushing nefarious agendas, I love them just as much as I love all of the beautiful light beings. I love all of my trolls and haters just as much as I love all the people who accept, the knowledge and wisdom. So it's just really loving and having that radical acceptance for all aspects of yourself. And then you can have that radical acceptance for all aspects of this reality in all of its, shapes and forms.
Beautiful. A wonderful way to sometimes work with it is whoever really triggers you. It might be a certain political figure that triggers some of our friends out there. Just look at that person and say, wow, there's God or there's existence fully experiencing itself as Donald Trump or as Bill Gates or whoever it is that triggers you. Or you can even take it a step further and say, there I am fully experiencing myself as this person. An announcement, unfortunately, or however you look at it, all of Neil's Facebook pages have been taken down. So we don't know what's going on, but all the Facebook streams have been taken down. We are not broadcasting on Facebook. We are, of course, still on Zoom. We've got about 200 people watching on Zoom. So I just put into the chat box Alan Steinfeld's YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is still running. So if you're wanting to promote this out, of course, the best thing, promote people to, come on into the whole conference, sign up for the whole conference. But you can also stream it out using Alan's YouTube channel, which we've just put into the chat box. Okay. So somebody at Facebook got concerned about what they heard. It's the world we're living in. So I think, to kind of wrap up, and we've been asked to actually wrap it up in the next 3 or 4 minutes. What would you suggest to people as you're given the perfect steps? How do they best connect with you? Going to your YouTube channel?
Yeah, so I've got so many things going on. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. I also have a podcast out there too called Expand, and you can find that on iTunes and Spotify and all of the podcast platforms. So tons of free content out there. I also have paid membership program as well, just $10 a month on YouTube. And that really just kind of supports me as a teacher and all the free content that I give. And then it also, you know, allows me to go even deeper than ever before with my members. So yeah, so lots of ways to connect and find me. And right now I've got also a 3D to 5D masterclass program, 8-week program out there. And I'm working on a psychic course, and I'm working on releasing my book as well for 2021. So lots of exciting things going on.
You know, I want to close by just saying that I have the good fortune of meeting a lot of amazing people through the show that I do, Saturday Night Alive and my Straight Talk on Friday nights. Elizabeth is the real deal. She's very high vibration. And if we really want to change our consciousness, surround ourselves with people of high vibration. And so I think that joining her YouTube channel, it's only $10 a month. Watch a few YouTubes a month. Tune into Elizabeth. Feel her vibration and become one with Elizabeth. Recognize that, again, she can operate as a sacred mirror. And let's face it, she's a very, very positive role model for any and all of us. So I just want to put the spotlight back on you. Elizabeth, thank you for all that you do, all your gifts to our world. You're such a blessing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I will see everyone in what, like an hour and a half, half an hour, 4:30?
Yeah, Ascension panel, 90 minutes.
All right, I'll see everyone in 90 minutes.
You nailed it out of the ballpark, Elizabeth. Thank you, my soul sister. And Scott, great job. Great job. Really, we're raising the vibration. And obviously that, you know, this is a testament to us raising the vibration with what's going on with getting kicked off of some of those platforms. But we still have YouTube and we have Zoom, and we're so fortunate to have everybody pivot with us. You know, during these times, we need to be flexible and be able to pivot and keep our focus on all of those master teachings that Elizabeth just gave us about being in polarity and raising our vibration. And one of the ways that we do that, Scott, you know that one of the ways we do that is through music, right? And so what we're going to do is we got a little bit off track by not putting our KIYOSHI video on, but we wanted to get Elizabeth on time. So we're going to go into a music video that KIYOSHI sent us. And KIYOSHI is, if you haven't met KIYOSHI, he is an incredible conscious hip hop artist. I met him at the Disclosure Fest ACON event, and he's on a journey of passion and love and has an endless thirst for music, knowledge, people, and life. He's a world premiere, visionary, inspirational vocalist, musician, and songwriter. KIYOSHI has a deep passion for empowering humanity, and he is purpose-driven. He's a purpose-driven wordsmith whose fusion of upbeat hip and soulful sounds send lightning bolts of conscious energy and thought into audiences around the globe. I can attest to that. He resides in Southern California right now, where he performs rap and coaches and curates events and teaches workshops in his free time. He's been featured on countless media outlets: American Airlines Magazine, BuzzFeed, Vice, Fox, MTV, and he is just to take us into raising that vibration. We're going to keep the flow of vibration raising consciousness right here on the Portal to Ascension Summit. And we thank you all for attending. Please share the Portal to Ascension website and the YouTube channel. If any of your friends were on Facebook watching, please send them over to the portaltoascension.org website and the Portal to Ascension YouTube channel. Thanks again, Scott and Elizabeth. Amazing, amazing teachings and sharings. And here we go with KIYOSHI.
Conscious hip hop for your mind. What's going on, Portal to Ascension family? It's your man KIYOSHI, live in the place to be. Bring you that conscious hip hop for your mind, body, and your soul. I want to give a big shout out to Neil Gaur and the Portal to Ascension family. I also want to welcome y'all to the Ascension Conference 2020. This track right here is called Ethereal. Originally produced by DTO and Ann Tyler. Featuring Ann Tyler. And remixed by Open Optics. So I want to see y'all just go ahead and get into your bodies. We're tapping into the ethereal. Go ahead, spread y'all wings, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. You can get loose with it. However your body's feeling called to move. Go ahead and listen to that. What's your heart telling you? You can even close your eyes if you want. And just let that body flow. My actions are led by the universe. Rays from the sun moving through the earth. Feeling as light as a feather. Forever surrender. We treasure what's to occur. Infinite bliss. An intimate kiss to the spirit within. A miraculous gift. Synchronistic with permission to live. Freely we fly, fly, fly. We be on our time. Feeling the essence of love. Seeing these blessings ascending above. Asatoma Sagamaya. Tamasoma Jyotir Gamaya. Yeah. Go ahead and just feel that, y'all. Let it marinate in your soul. It goes Asatoma Sagamaya. Tamasoma Jyotir Gamaya. Ritam Ritam Gamaya. Yeah. One more time it goes Asatoma Sagamaya. Tamasoma Jyotir Gamaya. Yeah. Ritam Gamaya. Second verse and it goes like grounded and rooted. Feeling like I'm winning and never losing. This is my solution. Give love to the world and start a revolution. Focus and breathe. Gold in a white light. Each moment received takes us to higher heights. Exploring the now. Connecting the source. Inhale, exhale, open your mouth. Turned up like a stereo. Feel love all around like a merry-go. Went from material to the ethereal. Went from material to the ethereal. I went from the material to the ethereal. Yeah. From the material to the ethereal. Yeah. Material to the ethereal. Yo. Asatoma Sagamaya. Come on. Let me see y'all go ahead and just put your hands up like this. You can just wave them hands up in the air. Now we go from the left to the right. From the left to the right. Hey. From the left to the right. From the left to the right. Inhale them hands up to the sky. Feeling strong, trying to touch the clouds. Go ahead and touch heaven. And on the next exhale, bring them hands back down to your side. You can start to roll your shoulders to the beat. Oh yeah. Speed it up a little bit. And slow it down. Oh yeah. Once again, this is produced by my man Open Optics. I'm your man Kiyoshi, live in the place to be. We gon' switch it up, y'all. Nah, you can never tell me how to live my life. My deep pop means Tupac from the street block to the rooftop. Bright shining my light for immigration rights. We will be heard. The pendulum will swing this way now to get what we deserve. Kiss the land and shake the oceans like Poseidon. Crying mothers losing hope. I write my sorrow on therapy. Feel my pain through these music notes. Lovers candy yams and collard greens on Sunday mornings. Blessings of honey and butter biscuits slowly pouring. To the break of dawn and let us partake. That which no longer serves you will be broken like kids with curfews. Synagogues to church pews, my peace is virtue. Universal truth will emerge to. Ain't no need for rehearsal, all in a moment. We are the ones who were chosen. Them for atonement, better own it, yeah. Why get offended? Or worry about an image? This life's too short, we're living. Might as well live it to the fullest. We control government, no matter what the skin color is. Trust, forgive, and love within. Living for today, paving the dreams, breaking away. Can't be afraid, cause even though I walk, yeah, even though I walk through the valley. Okay, yo, I am not afraid. I am not afraid. Even though we walked through the valley during these hard times, these interesting times, during COVID, we should not be afraid, for God is with us. Gotta stay inspired, y'all. You know what I'm saying? A lot of division, a lot of polarity, but if we can all just come from the heart and see our differences and see our similarities, you know what I'm saying, what we have in common, that will outweigh all the things that are dividing us, you know what I'm saying? Really seeing that we are more alike than we are different. We all bleed the same blood, you know what I'm saying? All those differences will start to wither away more and more once we see our collective union and our oneness, you know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind, y'all, through the valley. So that song was inspired by current times, not to be choosing, you know, sides and getting into all the different, you know what I'm saying, belief systems, remembering our true oneness and who we truly are, you know what I'm saying? We are one. So I think that's really important. So I just want to shed light on that and come from that heart space, y'all, and move into the next song, which is called Sweet Small Voice. So getting back to that oneness, listening to the God voice, I was inspired to write this earlier this year. I wrote it in January, produced by Open Optics. It's also my DJ. You might have heard me say that a couple times. But yeah, really beautiful track. One of my favorites thus far, as far as tracks that I made this year. It's about listening to our heart and listening to our passion, what our purpose is, in the midst of all the noise, you know, that sweet small voice that cries out, even in the midst of chaos and different people who's trying to, you know, project their beliefs or their expectations on you. You're listening, tuning into what you truly desire and what your main outcomes and goal and your main purpose is on this planet. What are you here to do? Listening to that, you know. Some people are meant to be teachers, some people are meant to be doctors, but then society says you got to be this, and then they follow that, and they end up not living their truth. So this is about listening to our truth and our true essence of what we are called to do. So again, Sweet Small Voice, produced by Open Optics, featuring Jamie Shadowlight on the violin. Daily it feels like I'm walking blind through unknown territory. On repeat in my mind, I keep on creating these same stories. Why is it so uncomfy? Are they gonna judge me? Will I find a wife who will love me? Why is it so hard for me to trust me? Limited beliefs I let rain down upon me, but I turn the volume down to the external world and hold on to silence like white diamonds or precious pearls. Trust my gut, easier said than done. Anxiety is the sound of the seldom sung. I hear the voice of my parents deep into my conscience. You should have more money saved enough to buy your house. And I made them hard on myself at times, thinking when I die, what legacy will I leave behind? Damn. Used to feel so afraid and alone until I grabbed the microphone, got on stage and performed. I had to sit and listen to the sweet small voice, and you will find all the answers. Pay attention to the sweet small voice. Stay the course, let it lead you. Sit and listen to the sweet small voice. Even when hope is lost, it'll start to make sense. See life through a new lens. See how we're searching within, looking within. Intuition guide me home. I was searching within, looking within. Down that cold dark road, yeah. Even when I really wanna give up, times got rough and I got down on my luck. I had to stand up, fighting, believing, follow my dreams and stay achieving. Sweet small voice. I remember sleeping in my car in the 24-hour fitness parking lot, thinking the cost of living in Cali really cost a lot. To save money, thousands of miles away from my fam, I had to pursue my artistry and I had to take that chance. See, hip-hop was a way for me to get out my shell. Went from shy kid in Michigan to performing around the world. Yeah. Used to feel so afraid and alone until I grabbed the microphone, got on stage and performed. I had to sit and listen to the sweet small voice. You will find attention to the sweet small voice. Stay the course, let it lead you. Sit and listen to the sweet small voice. Even when hope is lost, it'll start to make sense. See life through a new lens. See how we're searching within, looking within. Intuition guide me home. How we're searching within, looking within. Down that cold dark road, yeah. Even when I really wanna give up, times got rough and I got down on my luck. I had to stand up, fighting, believing, follow my dreams and stay achieving. Sweet small voice. Yes, y'all. So that's my time. A mini set for y'all. That joint again was called, or is called, Sweet Small Voice, produced by Open Optics. And we are finalizing that track. We have a special, amazing guest musical collaborator who's one of the musical geniuses, legends on the planet. I am blessed to, I'll be announcing him later on. But again, yeah, Sweet Small Voice, that will be out sometime, maybe early next year, 2021. And yeah, I just want to really give a big shout out again to Neil Gaur, Portal to Ascension family. It's an honor to be a part of this Ascension conference for 2020. Amazing lineup of teachers, healers, you know, UFOologists, and people that are amazing that I look up to, like Billy Carson, super inspiring leaders, and very an extreme honor to be a part of this. Seriously. Yeah, and I want to also talk about my upcoming course briefly. I'm teaching a course, 8-week journey called Expand Your Expression, taking people on a journey through self-expression, really pushing their edges in creativity. So we'll be discovering and exploring songwriting, rapping, you know, poetry, flowetry, freestyling, being able to perform on the spot, and allow that all to be taken to the next level. So I'll be doing this with a group of people. So we'll be going on, again, an 8-week journey, and we'll be meeting in a private Facebook group page or another group page. We're still working it out on an online platform. And then each week we'll be meeting on Zoom for an hour to an hour and a half. I'm sorry, 1 hour and a half every week. And then we'll be meeting and posting assignments on the other platform. And it's a lot of fun. I taught my first course this past year, and a lot of success and a lot of transformation. So I would love to support anybody who's maybe interested. You saw what I did, and so basically what I do and what I teach go hand in hand. So I'm really teaching y'all and people the tricks and tips that I've learned over the years in my 20+ years of performing. So I'll be really teaching that in this container where you're having a lot of support, accountability, and a lot of fun. You know, a lot of people got a lot of inspiration from others, and it's just really a sacred, safe space to explore, express, and push our edges to the next level, you know, because it becomes boring if you're just staying right here, right? You want to take it up and have more fun and get better at it. So this is what I do. And again, Expand Your Expression is what it's called. So reach out to me. Again, big thanks to the Portal to Ascension family. We love what you're doing. I love y'all. And again, my name is Kiyoshi. You can find me at KIYOSHImusic.com. That's KIYOSHI music. KIYOSHImusic.com. Also, Instagram is at KYOSHImusic. Find me, holla at your mans, and I love to support you. It's a you know, really an honor and a pleasure to support others, to give back to the world. We all need each other, you know what I'm saying? We send out ripples of love and impact when we all do that with each other collectively as a global community. So again, thank y'all, and woo, I'm outie. Peace.
Hi, Michelle. Good to see you, Michelle. Thanks for holding it all together.
Hey, Alan, we're holding it down, holding it up, actually, lifting it up.
up to the
Yeah.
sky and beyond, right?
Kyoshi just has such a beautiful heart and a great message. And as with all of our speakers coming together in this beautiful field of uplifting unity consciousness. And there's Sister Celestine. Hello. I'm gonna let you take it over, Alan.
Okay, yes,
You're-
I love Kyoshi. I loved his term flowetry. I never heard that, but
Yeah.
we're gonna have more of that. So thanks, Michelle, for everything and jumping in and doing all this. And okay, my good friend, thanks. See you later. Celestine Star. I'm Alan Steinfeld for New Realities, and this is a dive into the unknown. And you know someone's part of your soul family when you meet them one place on the East Coast, and then they show up again on the West Coast, and then they show up over here in Sedona and this place, and you know, those are your soul cousins, your soul family, your soul mates. These are people whose multidimensional destinies are woven together. And that's why I'm so happy you're here today, Celestine. And you are, well, you're not just an experiencer of UFOs and ETs and those realities. You take people on tours, and you have opened your consciousness to this realm where you're not filtering out these important messages that are coming in. They're like being downloaded to all of us right now, but who's going to let go of the human drama in order to be part of this greater symphony that's awakening us now is, well, someone like Celestine. So do you want to give us a little do you want to focus on the ET stuff, or what would you really like to focus on as teaching? Because you're a great teacher. So what would you like? Oh, wait, we have to unmute her. Unmute Celestine. Michelle, are you listening? Let me see if I can do that.
Celestine, you can unmute.
There you go. Can you hear me?
There you go. We can hear you now.
Okay,
Good job. And Alan, you might want to split the screen.
Right, and we'll put the spotlight on her. Yes.
There you go. Great to see you. Take it away.
Yes, thanks. Oh, we lost you again. Wait. Unmute again.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, unmute, unmarked. Okay, I got all these notices. I love it. Wow. Okay. Well, happy Ascension Conference. And, you know, we have offices everywhere. So they could take us down one place and pop, we're up over into another. So I'm excited to be here.
They can't stop us, right?
No, it's our time, for goodness sakes. And we've been waiting patiently. They've had enough time to play in the world. And they, as my girlfriend said, you are one of them. But we choose to, as the they, we choose to bring beneficial effects in the world, and it is our time. So I'd like to talk a little bit maybe about myself, where I, you know, for those who are not familiar, I do have a galactic message that is very interesting for 1111. I'll just give a little sugar taste of that. But I love speaking with you, Alan, about galactic consciousness. And so that's something that maybe hasn't been covered so far.
Right.
And
I didn't realize until we talked the other day how vast your experiences have been, and also how much personal work you've done in order to get where you are. You know, you have to look at the self if you're going to expand beyond the human dimension. So yeah, cover all that. I'd love to hear that story of this awakening. So please, thank you.
yes. So let's just begin at the beginning. You know, a child born into the holy days of Christmas, and I was Christmas Eve, given the name Celestine, the blue star, you know, so you're carrying this energy with you all your life. But I'm just going to, you know, start with just the near-death experience at the age of 6.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm this year doing 67 years, you know, times around the sun.
Wow.
So when you start at 6, you know, and even through my birth, my guardians were people who held the arcane magic. My lineage is Egyptian, Nubian, and Native American, along with some of the European, Russian, and Norwegian. But having this foundation given to you as a child that you are from the star nations. So the Egyptians are from Sirius. They landed in the mountain of the moon and the Blue Nile. And the work that they did even after the floods, you know, pre-flood and after the floods, was always a part of my heritage. Native American is the medicine wheel and council rooms and speaking into the spirit of the Star Nation. But we'll start at 6 at actually going out of body in a death experience through the light and going and being met by 2 illuminous blue beings who later I know them as Syrian light beings. And after the reading of the life, and believe me, it was very interesting. Every breath you take, every time you blink your eyes, every thought you have, double thought, triple thought, all gets registered and fed back. I then was taken into what I call the Godhead. So to have that substantial experience, it was my destiny to go through the mystery school, to go through the near-death experience and come out with the DNA fully open. It took everything I had to just maintain being in the world and not getting readouts on people or information. I literally had to kind of shut it down to be present. And we ended up 1 year later after this happened in the high countries of Alaska.
Do you want to tell us what caused that before you go into 1 year? I mean, if you're curious, if you care to share, but you don't have to.
I was living in a very dysfunctional, destructive environment. And my mother would take these sleeping pills. So I figured I would just, I better take a lot so I could sleep through. It was not a heavenly thing of, you know, putting yourself out of your body in death. It was, you know, I just needed to release myself because you have the reverse consciousness, as the Galactics call it, those who would harm, control, they made it their life practice and they were very masterful. I mean, you have masters on this planet that go far beyond anybody could ever even imagine. They are in the highest level of our government, in kingdoms and queendoms. And I experienced that, something like Laura Eisenhower, but through the arcane magic community that goes all through the world. And so at that time, I knew that I was not of that. I was of a different, and I just needed to sleep and not be taken into that place. Even if you went to sleep, they would come to your spirit out of body. And so there wasn't a place to be safe. So I said, this is it, you know?
And that blasted you into this other realm, really, right? It just...
Oh, boy. I had so much power when I came back. I scared everyone.
Wow.
But,
so then a year later, you were going to say, after that experience, what happened?
Yeah, we ended up in New Mexico, Almagardo. And of course, I had no idea that the government was testing 10 atomic bombs at one time, and they ripped the sky. So people are, you know, kind of looking at, they caused a lot of the dysfunctionality that we're experiencing right now. But if you look back to that time in which I witnessed the sky torn in two, black on one side, beautiful sky on the other, snowing, you know, on one side. I could walk on one side of my lawn. The line was right there. We could stand with snow on one side and clear sky on the other. The Native Americans, they began the ghost dance. I witnessed at that time huge, you know, starship saucer shape that would come and float slowly across the sky. That was my real contact with, you would say, the ETs, extraterrestrials. I had already been in contact with spirits on the other realms, elementals. I was wide open. So often they would travel, cars would stop, then they would leave and the cars would start up again on these little freeways in the 1950s, late 50s, 60s. So our guardians decided to follow one, and they followed one for about an hour into the country, and it landed, and we all ended up in there. And there was the Greys, and they were actually monitoring us because we had broken open the field, and these electromagnetic filaments and things that connect Earth with the creation had been ripped apart. And so the thrill of that went out into the cosmos, and we had literally invited, you know, trouble to our door. They were monitoring us because after the World War II, they brought back chemicals. We were filled with DDT because we were children of the chemical age. So our brains were being morphed at that time, and we had cocaines and opiates in our cough syrup. But so let's go forward and acknowledge, you know, so that just opened the field for me to be in connection with what the Native Americans called the Star Nation.
But are you saying your whole family got taken aboard the ship? I think you told me that.
At the same time, yes, at the same
Wow.
time. Yes, my brother still, he drew the pictures of their eyes and the ET, and he drew
Wow.
that for many years. He was traumatized. I just kind of was observant because I wanted to know what was going on. I couldn't believe it was a beautiful ship. I mean, I was in it. Somehow it triggered, you know, I mean, I had already had experience on the other side. So it wasn't unusual to see something of not a human shape and form. I mean, so my travels have been, I left, you know, the family. I was groomed to be a priestess at that time in their order. And at the age of 15, I stepped out and I went on my own search through Tibet, through Buddhism, India, you know, all the different traditions. And I got a doctorate in comparative religions. Okay. So, but within me was all the esoteric knowledges, sciences. I became an optician, a mother and an optician, and, you know, married, had that little trip. But my husband happened to be Special Forces, Alan. So I ended up in Europe with a man who was like 007, you know, he held high level security. So I would often cook dinner for, you know, OSI, Overseas Intelligence, and, you know, so the stories of nuclear weapons and high level security of Italy. And he came back, we came back from Italy, and he was given the task of Edwards Air Force Base.
Right. Are you going to tell that story of, if you want to, being led onto the base and seeing what he was dealing with?
Well, we lived on Edwards Air Force Base. Edwards Air Force Base is like World Command. And so I was basically locked down as the female, you know, as the wife, didn't really go to many places. But the glory was he had such a high intelligence and a care for humanity. He would often, our house was completely bugged. I mean, there was no conversations you could have around him without them being, you know, copied, recorded. And so he took me out to the field one day, and he said, here's a camera, put it in my hand and have me take a picture of the space shuttle. They had been doing test flights for the space shuttle. And so you'll be able to listen more at Linda Moulton Howe. Took us 2 years to do a formal investigation. She did the interview along with Ian Howe. And we presented in the highest degree the knowledge that our government is in contract and agreement with off-planet intelligence.
Right. And your husband knew that and worked with that firsthand. So this is not secondhand knowledge. This is your.
He would come home and be so upset. And I would say, what is it? And he couldn't really say. And at first it was just, those reptilians. And I didn't know if that meant a lizard on the ground or what is he talking about? Did one of them get in his truck? But later I understood it was, I said, is it off planet? And he said, yes, reptilians. So as he, you know, took me into the facility, the underground facility, and also there was mind experimentation. And I believe I was taken out at times and placed. I have memories of being in the chair. This base has a lot of depth to it, as well as being a place of protection. But I did go into the inner facility, and I did have a moment that will be with me forever, seeing a reptilian being. So that story again is with Linda Morton Howell. I'm letting her hold that story for me. It's a treasure. It's something that, you know, Ernest Robert Hunt, he passed away, and we had talked about this. He could not bring it to you, humanity, but he actually wrote to the Pentagon and left the service because of this. He just needed, he felt that we should all know about this. And so upon his death and afterwards, because we were actually threatened, my daughter and I, you know, and I feel that all of the, these, you know, politicians and senators and such, I feel that there is a level of threat to their lives to stay in line, you know, and when they come to your house, some of the speakers even stepping out for me today, speakers, we take your chance, you know, are they going to come and knock on your door? And I've had that, you know, I have no fear because I am speaking truth, and it is not to shut it down, but rather to give the humanities the understanding that we are not alone, and that there is a relationship, not only personally for myself, but there are relationships with our world governments, more than one, and that the time has come to move forward with humanity. So my work and why I'm here is on behalf of the High Spiritual Council and the Galactic Star Federation. I have been in contact with them for, let's say, over around 40 years. And I have not come out and spoken before, because once you come out and speak, then the flashlight comes on you. And it's been so much more fun to be able to go into these interdimensional planes and experience what it is that is actually happening on the other side. Right. So what it is glory in the light of the radiant one. You know, start with that. This was the mantra they gave me, and the radiant one is God, is the creator. Mm-hmm. So the high commands and the star federations and the Galactic Star Federation, they all move with the radiant one. And I'm so humble with that.
So let me I just want to ask you a little bit about that. So after all that introduction to the star people, you realized who you were as part of the High Council, is that, and then some greater mind opened up in you. That's what I'm getting. And so you're able to bring through these messages. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you know, Ernest, he left, we got out, he never got out, but he did write to the Pentagon, and he stepped out formally with an honorable discharge. And we ended up in Northern California, where my parents were the guardians. What was interesting was I needed to separate, because the cloak and dagger deception, all of that smoke and mirror stuff never really left, but it wasn't for me. I moved into optical, into quantum healing. I was doing neurosensory development, you know, laser light technologies through the eyes with Dr. Downing. I started my practice, and then I decided I got the message to go to the high country. And so I moved up into the Lake County, and it was there that I really became awakened to a higher intelligence that actually lived near where I lived. I mean, I was called to the mountain, and I was either going to go to Europe, and my friend said, here, you know, drive up through Napa, you'll get Italy. And what it turned out to be, somebody said that was the treasure chest of Lumeria. And lo and behold, it's the stronghold. It's one of the places of the High Spiritual Council and the Galactic Star Federation. Just as Shasta is the Star Confederation, you have the Galactic Star Federation. And so there's these different levels, but what I was seeing, it took a while. I mean, I was up there 15 years. I became a yogini meditating in the forest. And as I raised my frequency, they became closer. As I recognized they were there, and I didn't freak out. I stayed, hello, my star family, and did prayers, and they could feel my heart. Then the immortals began to appear. They appeared, the first one was Tylee Poe. He appeared to me, he morphed right into the field in front of me, and believe me, my body was trembling and shaking. This man was in front of me, what was happening? And he spoke to me for some time. And it was during this time that I began to open the Temple of Light. And so simultaneously, I'm speaking, I'm at a place in my consciousness where they can come forward. And they know that I'm interfacing with humanity through the process. I later became clinically licensed as a hypnotherapist, an alchemical hypnotherapist in psychology, and working with mental health and the public health up in Lake County. And so we have this balance of working with people, and they said, would you become an ambassador?
Right.
And so I said, what does that look like? And so I started light group meeting. And it was simple as that. And what it was to have people come and share the truth like we're doing today. But we did it, we had to hide out. There was no, you know, just like Neil had his Facebook page taken down. We were up on my place, my little 5-acre walnut farm. And it was kind of a sealed job, you know. I had agents come, they came in, I had one that came in, and I said, oh, you have to walk with me. So by the time he finished, he had an alchemical process where he loved his mommy, and, you know, he did a whole process, and in the end he says, I will be your guardian no matter what.
Wow. Beautiful.
He held.
What is one of the messages, though, that, I mean, you're here to initiate people and take them out and introduce them, but is there a message from the Light Council you can give us?
I would love to. I've been working with a commander. His name is Tanandor. And if you get the book, the Galactic Earth Council book, you'll see some of the writings from him and also from the High Spiritual Council. They want us to understand that we are going through, it's almost like the eye of the needle. I'll just kind of read over the latest. Okay?
Yeah, please, that's exciting.
This one has to do with the mirroring. It's called the mirroring. And it begins with, the era of deception is ending. And if you stand in front of a mirror and you look into the object of, you see yourself in the mirror, you're only looking at a reflection, but you are not the mirror. How do you see these objects? You have to turn, when you want to see yourself or be really with yourself, you have to turn away from the mirror. You have to look in the room. You have to use your senses and your eyes. You have to use your heart. And so he begins very gently. They're always very gently working. And so he says, you have to see with your eyes and hands and to understand that you are not the reflection. You have to go with the knowing of the heart and the senses, touch, smell, seeing. Slowly, clarity will come. Looking at the television, you're looking into an object, you're looking into reflections. And humanity has become dependent upon the reflections that they see. They call us the people of the mirror. As we gaze into places, then our outer lives become hidden to us. We no longer see our outer lives until we step away and we move back into the heart. When you are away from the mirror, then your true being comes forth. The brain synapses and the heart registers the difference. 1111, at 1111 time and space on 2020 will become a pivotal point for humanity. And he kind of gives a warning that it is a good day to leave all communication devices and television services, anything that is of reflective nature or machinery, and to stand away from it and stand in the oneness of yourself.
Wait, do they mean November 11th, 2020 is the day that they're talking?
It's the day at 1111.
At 1111, no matter where you are, put down the reflection and just be with yourself.
So you see the backdrop, 1111. So he calls it the mirroring. So you have a choice, right? Okay. So he says, allow the sun to shine upon the self and awakening the purest state of the self. So he says, well, this is not to say that you don't have to, right? He doesn't want to say you must do this. You know, if you have to have directional or communications, yes, but you know, it's a moment. It's a pause, so that the heart of the self can be felt and seen. And they call it, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll ask you something after. They call it what?
They call it the shifting from reflection to the holy self. And this is a choice. Shifting from the reflection to the holy choice. And this is only one level. I mean, he goes on. I just
want to say, so Celestine, what I get is if we can do that, step away from these artificial reflections, there feels like there'll be an energy that will be coming in to the earth.
You got it.
We can absorb, right? Yes.
You got it. You got it. So, woo, bingo. So I believe they've set it up so that there's going to be a grand initiation on that moment. But he takes us further into ourselves, okay? So once you come out and you're in yourself, you're in your embodiment, you're in the first level of you haven't hit the center core. You're just centered in this moment. And so then you go beyond this and you're in a state beyond, there is a part of you that is moving these arms and legs, right? So I don't have that to share in completeness because time did not permit. But let me see if I can finish this up well. Finding the central place of your being is finding the central place of your whole life. Your central place, the core, is around which your life rotates. And once they set us up to connect with the central core, it's going to elevate us even further. You remember, they didn't appear to me until I was at a certain frequency. Now, we've lost the third dimension. We know this with the scalar wave technology. We know there's holes in the magnetic field. We know we're getting the gamma. We have now raised the frequency around us because Earth is moving into a new sector of time and space that allows for the interface between the ultra-terrestrial extraterrestrials that we know as our star kin this interface is close. It's very close. More sightings. They no longer have to cloak anymore. They no longer have to cloak themselves.
You're absolutely right. Worldwide sightings are up over 200%. That's what I mean.
That's right. So we are moving towards that moment. And after, what I'm told is that from 11/11/2020, from that pivotal point, the two timelines that we've been writing on, one with the COVID and the 60 years of aggressive reverse consciousness that we've been putting up with our fellows Earthians, they see us as one tone. Okay, and then the other half is going towards ascension. I say, you know, the one timeline is driving over the cliff, you know, so you know, this is the end of the world, you know, nothing can happen, we're all gonna die. And then the other one is, you know, here we are in ascension. And so what they said is the tally has been taken. So from the beginning of the year till now, everyone has been put to themselves. They must make a decision. Are they in it for the involvement of the mind and the species? Are they at one with the species? Or do they feel that there's more time needed to live in the reversed scenario?
Well, we have a question on the chat that says, should we just be patient if our mission is not yet clear? But I think you're saying, if you're here and listening,
if you're here, you are a part of the change. And just if you are awakening, just your emanation, because you're more than likely a very beautiful and pure of heart. And just that emanation is enough. You know, it's important. It's so important because wherever, if you feel around you, more than likely, you've got a lot of people walking in fear. One of the pieces I can give you is I work with people to discover why they came to Earth. It's called a Galactic Origins. And it is very profound because you have a detailed understanding of where did you come from? What did you look like? What were you with a grouping? Did you come by yourself? Were you a leader? Were you a researcher? Are you coming for resources? Did you come in a Stargate? You know, how did you get here? And so by opening up the field for that, you understand your contracts and agreements, and then we take you back from whence you came. And it's really beautiful that people are just awakening on so many levels. And then from where they come, we reintegrate you back on Earth to your present time. And it's just phenomenal that people have that awakening. If you don't know what your purpose is, you can get this process. It's called the Galactic Origin Session. And that will, without a doubt, I'm working with people from airlines. I'm working with people that are just newbies waking up. And it's very detailed, very detailed. So it gives you a lot. It's an encoded transmission. So back.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. No, keep going. Go ahead.
You have two timelines, and the tally has been made.
What does that mean? What does that mean? The tally.
Every heart has been counted in our species. So the movement of going into galactic consciousness is to recognize we are a species among others. We represent Earth. We are in the signature form of Earth, and we resonate a tone in the whole of the Milky Way, the Sheshata, they call it Sheshata. So our hearts have been tallied, and the fall equinox was the end of the tally. So now we know, the creation knows how many of how many is moving, what's moving towards. And Tanador said we could go into one more phase of violence. This is how important we are today. And these people here, you, Alan, you know, Michelle, Neil, all of us are holding the space for the next birthing. And we may move through one more phase of violence, or we can transcend. Now, imagine the surrendering, the opening the way to tenderly allow our cousins, our relations to come forward. They are holding tachyon energy information on how to use tachyon energy for communication. We do not need microwave that destroys the plants, the animals, the bees, everything, the weaponry, the violence, the cancer, the pharmaceuticals. They've had their time, they've made enough money, they've got it stashed away, whatever. This is our time to open to the field. I've been across the field. I'm coming back to tell you, right, Alan? It's like they can move us into anti-gravity in a second. We have fleets. We have means of desalination and pure water. So this is the thing. So I'm to place on your plate little candy treats that there is a way of being that is our AI is out of control. Just what happened today with Neil, that may have been a trigger by one of the Robotian analytical parts of their system that did an automatic shutdown, because their automation of their systems, I've been told, are out of control. They are not in control of the system.
Well,
and that is
now we're shifting. Well, you're saying that if we could just make it through this birth canal that we're going through, and we welcome the galactics that are waiting for us,
yes,
we could really move into a paradise with great technology to support an abundant planet.
Absolutely. It's their planet too. They've been doing this inadvertently through the minds of Tesla, through the mind, Tesla had the visions and then he would work out the plans. The same with Einstein. They have been, when I was in Middletown and I connected with the Star Cross community, which was a government person who had connection with Ashtar Command, and he started the Star Cross community. So they came into my light group meeting and they spoke often. One of the gentlemen, these were very straight people, very, Elmer Fudd. And the gentleman was trained how to make a turbine because the geysers up there are tapping into the mana, earthquakes and all this. So literally the Anne and her husband was in charge of the building of the geysers up there. And a star being would appear in light and speak with him every night almost. You see, I think that the same thing happened in New Mexico. I feel that they were totally in contact in New Mexico because of the atomic bomb blessing. And my brother, who worked at, weaponry control, he wrote one of the programs that allowed all the military to understand where all the weapons were in the whole world.
Wow.
And what he said was there was a time when they would just come over and hover and they would shut everything down. They would just shut up anything electrical. Guns wouldn't work, cars wouldn't move, and they do this for a day or two.
Right, especially the nuclear warheads. We have about 3 minutes, and Tatiana asks, is there anything we can do to help make a shift?
Envision, use your inner mind to see the timeline. See us already past, see new world leaders who can handle the awakened consciousness, who can be representatives of the interfacing between the higher intelligence and our species. See it happening in a very high and loving way. See your life, recognize, stay in your lane and envision good and miraculous things for yourself and your family. The universe is listening and it rearranges itself to accommodate your reality. So if everyone just takes a moment and just sees the glory of this planet see the children playing with beautiful clean water and the dolphins and the fish in abundance, and holds that timeline that these reverse conscious ones have to step down. It's done. So that's what I'd say. Use your vision, use your heart, and know that it will happen, and it will.
You have so much information. I mean, you could really give many hours of dissertation because there's so much you've encoded within your consciousness to share. So I appreciate everything you brought here. And I think people are saying, how do they go out and see the starships at night? Can you talk a little bit about your work from here and how to...
Well, 11/11 is going to be a good night to go out, whether you have to put on your bunny outfit or not. We have the Galactic Earth Council. We've been meeting for 10 years. We've had 10 years of communications and direct contact with the Galactic Star Federation and the High Councils, the High Spiritual Council. So 11/11, you want to go out and really have a focus. I give you those two. First, a prayer. Go out as a ceremonial prayer for the self to meet them. I give you the High Spiritual Council and the Galactic Star Federation. If you want to go Star Confederation, you're going with beings who can come and go from different galaxies, and that is just as well. But you want to ask the Radiant One. The mantra is glory in the light of the Radiant One, and that enables them to begin to communicate with you. If they come out in the daytime. They come out, they'll begin to work with your synapses. Just because you go out there doesn't mean you'll see them, because sometimes the brain synapses has to be rewired. They can do things like place 100 dragonflies around you, or make a sunset so beautiful you are in awe. It will stop traffic, you know? And
Wow.
so those are because there's not a difference between nature and the illumination of these beings. There's no difference, okay? So they are nature beings, we are nature beings. So they never lost that innocence like we have. So I would say go out, be in nature, and then wait. As the dusk falls, maybe you see something that looks like a plane, but watch carefully. Maybe the wings will go off. I would say maybe it will go into 2 planes, 4 planes, and come back together. They will show you holograms. Wow. Wait for your synapses. If you see them and you say, glory in the light of the Radiant One, they'll begin signaling you.
I also want to say, right, you're giving a workshop for Portal to Ascension on Ultra-Terrestrials Humanity coming up. So look at Portal to Ascension. Is there any final words for this session? Because I know there's so much more.
There's so much more. You can look us up at galacticearthcouncil.com. Trust in yourself and just know that you are loved beyond love. And the glory of what is coming is so good. And I give praise and thank you, and just thank you, Neil. And I hope you get your Facebook back up and running. Love you, Alan.
Love you, sister, my beautiful Egyptian sister. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to do a Skywatch on 11/11, but you have to go through the process a little bit. You have to get a Galactic.
People could join you if they contact you. Celestine.
Yeah, if they contact me and they have an order. We're not letting just newbies out because it's pretty big. But we can talk. Call me and I can help you to have your own Skywatch. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Celestine Star. And interesting, Celestine was mentioning the Radiant One because we have the publisher here of Radiance magazine, Scott Ware. And that's no coincidence, this whole idea of radiance, huh, Scott? And what we're becoming as a human family.
I agree, Alan. And you two are a Radiant One. And when I first took over the magazine 3.5 years ago, it had been around in a small way for about 7 years, and I had a little trouble with the name at first. It's a high vibrating name, and I needless to say, I stepped up to it, and I continue to and aspire to, and Yeah, it's a powerful word, and I love that it's on a magazine that shares information with Southern California and the world about how to thrive during these times.
And you have two of my favorite radiant beings right there, KASEY and Brad. Brad.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
So I'm going to sign off, but thanks. Brad, behave yourself, and I'll talk to you soon.
Oh, you hide from me, man.
Okay.
All right. Well, we have with us Brad and KASEY Wallace. Welcome.
Hi, Scott. Hi, everybody. We hope everyone's having a magnificent day.
Yeah, and I get the pleasure of getting to interview you. We only have about 25, 30 minutes to like just really talk about these interesting times, because I'll just give the brief introduction because I'm going to get right to the wisdom of Julius, which the two of you share together, a collective that you're able to channel. Years ago, Brad, you were in an accident, you had a near-death experience, and this collective entity came to you and suggested going back to life wouldn't be such a bad thing, and if you do, we'll be with you, which you wanted that assurance. Not only did they come back into you, but into KASEY, who was to become your wife, and you both channeled Julius, this collective being of great wisdom. For the last 10 years or so, you've been giving classes and workshops out there at your ranch in southern Utah, where people get to come stay and in the beautiful environs and get these workshops, which I know you do online as well. And then you started a network, which is called Expansion Network, spelled XPN, XPN-SION network, which is on Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, and you're about to release an app so every phone in the world can get it. And you thought at first it was just for Julius, but it wasn't. It was for other practitioners as well to get out their good word of the good works they're doing. And then on top of all that, you know, these times we need the wisdom more than ever. You talk about, and you can add to anything I've said, of course, or tweak or change or correct anything I've said, but I love the fact that you also talk about you're going to be, you know, we want to be walking into this upcoming year with glory and magnificence. I got that from you guys. So I'd love for you to address that and anything else I've said.
Thank you, Scott. First thing we want to shout out really quick, because as I start to channel Julius, I will lose sight of my own consciousness and forget to mention a couple of things. If all your viewers go to our website, expandwithjulius.com, there's 2 free gifts there for everybody. So please feel free to just land on that page, something very special for the Portal to Ascension viewers. And those are courses, you know, from Julius. So we want to invite everybody to visit.
And we have our #1 best-selling book, Who You Are Being, available on Amazon. So get all that out of the way and let's get on with Julius. I know Julius is chomping at the bit to lay into everybody.
That's what we're going to do. For the next 25 minutes, we are going to expand with Julius.
In these times, this illusionary timeline, as well as the reality accessible timeline that human embodiments have created for their own experience, is referred to as the moment of now, of course, is magnificent and spectacular and opportunistic, like seemingly no other timeline here, Masters. And all of you have chosen to be here at this time. Every single embodiment coming into form from the newborn that has just birthed themselves a moment ago, to the aged embodiment that may be exiting this physical life in this moment, have chosen to be here.
Wouldn't you say that that is one of the most important things that humans need to recognize in this time is the fact that you agreed to be here right now?
If you have ever wondered what your purpose is, you have arrived. For this shift is in need of all high frequency consciousness thought, of non-judgment, to contribute to the rolling over aspect of this magnificent opportunity that has presented itself and is at the forefront visually for you right now. Unfortunately, in fighting that roll over, the forces that have been in control and have been so limited for so long. They are masterfully causing people to engage in conflict with each other and judgment towards each other, which is the attempt to hinder this rollover concept. We need everybody to stay in high frequency and non-judgment of the occurrence, but rather the deepest appreciation, magnificence, and glory in your emotions of this accomplishment and unleashment of your authentic and transparent selves. For everyone watching this transmission now, as you move from speaker, to practitioner, to inspirational hosts that are contributing to this moment, embrace every transmission. Embrace every fractalized version of possibility, because it's that energy that you came to emit and expand and become. And we are so honored to be in the presence of your energy fields, masters, for you inspire us.
I've always loved that about Julius. Julius refers to the speaker as master. And what is that, would you say? I mean, what is Julius seeing in us that maybe we don't see?
So we always will state that you are all the masters of your reality. You are the masters of your own ascension. You are the masters of your own expansion. Of course you are. Each of you and us are source fully embodied. We support that it is unfortunate to some that you have gone through an amnesic state, but it is your choosing to do so, so that you may have a broader view of exponential expansiveness in the knowing that you are the all. For in discovery of you knowing that you are the all, so shall you expand the very existence of you being the all. So
yeah, this is the paradox that everybody seems to forget. Everyone's experiencing the same experience, but we're all getting different perspectives of the same experience. And so each one of us expands it from a different point of view, because no two of us are alike. And so if we are really all one, that means that all of us are experiencing the same thing. It's just an expanded version of that same thing, due to the fact that we are all in the same boat, all one together.
When we all honor exactly where each person is on their conscious journey, so shall we assist in the expansion of that consciousness. If we judge another person's position, vantage point, perhaps sleepy state, perhaps wounded state, perhaps traumatized state, we deflate the expansion of consciousness. It is vital for everybody to understand that to reach a high consciousness state, it means non-judgment of thought, which of course then trickles out to non-judgment of any aspect of each other. With the love and appreciation and honor of each other, so shall we transcend the low frequency state of ignorance into the possibility of resolution. And the forces working against the high frequency are going to do their best to initiate conflict and judgment between everyone, because that will continue to imprison you. So unleash your magnificence through allowance.
You're saying the conflict aspect is going to increase. Hopefully we've been working on ourselves enough where as more transitions happen, as more bumps in the road, if to use an old expression, happen, we should be prepared for that, right? And what can we do to prepare for that?
Well, the first thing, masters, of course, is everything physical that you can resonate with to raise your frequency. For we do support that while you are embodied as a light being, your transport system does support part of your experience. So everybody should be working very actively right now to refine their health and wellness practices in conjunction with their physical embodiment. Simultaneously, it is vital for everybody to start ramping up their spiritual journey. Make time for this, accelerate this, expand and explore other variable possibilities.
What an absolutely fabulous timed event.
Yeah.
For everyone.
Of course.
This Portal to Ascension event. I don't believe the majority of the people can even comprehend how much information is being given to everybody and how important we feel it is to everybody out there to just catch a small glimpse of what it is that all the practitioners and all the presenters are trying to get everybody to understand, that we are all in this together.
Yeah. To embark in the open-minded state, Master, is a practice for human embodiments that get entangled in the subconscious mind. That is the closed-minded state. In order for you to access and open up the open-minded state, you must step into your consciousness. Translated, that means awareness. Awareness of everything right now in the moment, not clinging to previous state, but in the eagerness and anticipation and curiosity of the potential and possibility of the now will literally open up the frequency fields of your minds, where new thought possibilities can find their way into your field. If you have ever previously thought that your life is limited, that things are out of your reach, that only certain people seem to have access to magnificence or glory, open up your minds, because it has only been that attitude that has created that truth for you. We invite you to sit in a platform of newness without fear, without fear. So you let go of the subconscious judgment of what has occurred previously, and you sit in the moment of now, which is all potential and healing and enlightenment and conscious awareness state. And we are ready with you.
It sounds like you're talking about the fact that everyone should own their own ascension, their own spiritual journey, and seek some form of renewal. Forget the past, just create a renewed self. Worry about yourself. You can't change the world till you change yourself, and move forward like that. Is that right?
Yeah. It's like this, Scott. All of these people that are presenting here at this event, you don't have to agree with everybody on everything that every one of us are talking about. Take bits and pieces and use them and go through the whole smorgasbord of people that are here and listen to what they're talking about and use what they're talking about to your benefit.
There is great wisdom in each transmission. That is the truth, the highest truth as it is known. Information will resonate with you, and in that resonation, you expand the information that you have received. That is source in motion. If something does not resonate with you, you bless it and you send it gracefully and magnificently to that which does resonate with it, with the intention that it will open up the field of possibility for them. That is high frequency. That is spirituality. That is consciousness. And that is source knowing itself as the all.
Awesome. So there's some questions here in the chat room. Someone is asking, how can we transform from the ego? What are the practices? What are the daily practices? What are suggestions to create all of this?
Thank you, Master, for your question. You are so magnificent. And we will tell you that human beings have gotten very, very lazy of their thoughts and their responses to their thoughts. Awareness means focus and clarity. What are you thinking about and how are you feeling about your chosen thought? that is how you get into a high frequency awareness state. If you become aware of the fact that you are in reactiveness or fear, because you are aware of it, you shift it very quickly.
Get out of
Even if
that.
you neutralize it very quickly by bathing yourself with love, with joy, with possibility, with a shift, you are acting swiftly into the maneuvering of a high frequency state. It takes practice, it takes intention, it takes joy in doing so. And masters, we know you can do this because you're listening and you are here. And more than likely you have been doing this, but we are encouraging everyone to ramp it up. Let's ramp it up. If we could increase your conscious awareness state in thought, choice, and emotional response by even 20%, that magnification of consciousness globally will assist that overturn out of fear into love.
Wonderful. My next question for Julius is, Julius, do you enjoy being channeled by KASEY and Brad?
So, Master, it is our greatest joy to be unified with all consciousness as we seek further expansion ourselves. Our experiences in our intermingling with all of you is as exhilarating to us as hopefully it is to you to be in our presence. We, of course, love to show off just a little bit, don't we? But we hope that you find extreme joy and pleasure in that experience as well.
Absolutely. Julius, you seem like you're having a really good time through the Wallaces.
It is a joyous experience and expression of patience, guidance, and allowance.
So unity consciousness, isn't that where we're all heading? Isn't that the place to go? And how can we prep for it if so?
So, Master, actually, we will tell you are always and have been in unity consciousness. You just have been unaware of the consciousness you have been in.
You're all unaware of it.
You cannot escape all that you are, which is the all, but in your sleepwalking unconscious state, you have given in to the mindless chattering action of fear and reactiveness, trauma, pain, and suffering, and victimhood. But unfortunately, that still remains a truth of the grand mass of consciousness here on this earthship, or so it has been. But with diligence, with assertiveness, with intention, you are waking up to this truth and therefore can raise the unity consciousness into a higher frequency state. So the great news is you don't have to figure out how to do something. You have already been doing it. Let's just change and pivot directions through clarity, calm, peace, love, extraordinary, and glorified truth. And you will know more and more about yourself than you ever have ever conjured possible.
It occurs to me that it looks like this. I'm going to give you a description. You can help me with it. It occurs to me that in a world where unity consciousness is celebrated by at least some, you can go around and let's say we don't have social distancing and we're talking to people on the street in a group. You meet someone, they turn to you and they have such love. There's no judgment, and the conversation is not about petty things. It's about big things of the heart. And there's just more of those kinds of conversations happening, which can only just blossom into a better world. How does that picture fit with your vision?
It is so magnificent, Master, and really be the initiator of that, right? Mm-hmm. Do not wait for the occurrence. You initiate that experience. You are the masters of this realm, of the human experience. And now that you are aware of that, you engage in those expansive exchanges. You have had such limiting exchanges in the past, but no matter. Cause materialistic truth to occur now in what matters to you now, which is love and possibility. Isn't the best thing ever expansive conversation? isn't it? Isn't it magnificent when you engage in the open-minded state and it pushes the boundaries of what you have previously accepted into a new space? Isn't it the best thing ever to have that interaction, Master, and to recognize it, because that person is you. And when you recognize that, the embrace will even be tighter and unbreakable.
But it's hard, right? Because, and I'm going to just say, that kind of world sounds like a world everyone would sign up for. Everyone is looking out for each other just naturally without giving up their own power. They're just loving, they're not judging, and we'd all sign up for that. But we've got conditioning, we've got things that have happened to us, we've got thoughts in our brains that stop us from opening our heart. What kind of work do we need to do in order for just this person to be ready for that world?
Thank you for that question. The very first action that we would tell you to do is to remove the words that it's hard. Remove it. Remove it from your consciousness. Remove it from your verbiage. Remove it from your physical presence. It is easement. It is easement into the renewed aspect of knowing yourselves. For as you know yourselves as source, fully empowered, you will know all others that way as well. You are correct. You would think that the logical mind would surely throw themselves into this experience, but actually it is the etheric mind that is necessary, because it understands that you are source and soul, not a human being. Human beings have set themselves up for separation. They have set themselves up for limitation. They have set themselves up for judgment. So everyone gets to know themselves authentically and to learn how to let go of the fear of that. And it begins by letting go of the idea that that is a hard thing to do. It is an easement. How about if we all embrace right now in this moment that this is easy stuff? This is what we do. We are source. We are soul. We are love. We are magnificence. This is easy stuff. And because it's easy, it is also accelerated. So hold on for the ride. You are in for true magnificence.
I love it. That's a hard offer to pass up. When we start judging, when we find ourselves judging others, isn't it instructive to write that list down of what we are saying about others and then just apply it to ourselves, because that's really who we're judging?
That is the truth, Master. You only do what you are. You only do what you are, or you magnificently do who you are. So if you are in judgment of in any way, you are first in judgment of self, of course. Now, we hear this theoretically and we hear this through psychology, but to really embrace this truth will assist you in shifting away from judgment. Because what you will learn is that if you catch yourself in judgment, it is truly an opportunity for inner reflectiveness. And to begin that discipline is so useful. We do not expect anything from you. We encourage all of it for you to be. Do not expect yourselves to be certain ways. Just know yourselves to be that way, Master, and that easement will transcend itself. We promise you that that is the truth. But as these obstacles get to pop up, you embrace them with appreciation for the opportunity to expand. You do not judge your judgment. Do not catch yourself being angry that, oops, I judged again. Now you're compounding the low frequency. Laugh about it, embrace it, shift it, and accelerate it, and you will get out of that previous limited practice quicker than you could ever imagine.
And once you know something, nobody can knock you off your center.
Right.
Once you know something.
Right.
Because you cannot deny the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, everyone seems to deny what their truth actually is because they are so concerned about what everybody else is saying.
Well, and it's a convenient position. You have all held a very convenient position in your victimhood. But you know, you've all had your guts full of it, haven't you? Haven't you done fear magnificently?
Yeah.
Haven't you done limitation almost perfectly? Aren't you ready to move into that other space? We know you are, because each of you and us have created this timeline for that momentous occurrence. So we know that authentically in your inward imprint of knowing yourself as source, you know who you are.
You said we have an esoteric mind. We only have a few minutes, but can you describe that in a few minutes?
Yes, so Master, this is where the illogical sits. This isn't the order of things. This isn't the logic of things. This isn't even the prediction of things. Etheric mind is chaos. It is nothing but possibility. And it knows that just in the choosing of the position of those thoughts, so shall you create a reality and experience for yourself. So the etheric mind is truly the creative space. It's you walking into the supermarket and grabbing all new ingredients and leave the recipe behind. You become the chefs, the creative truths of all that you are, and that's the etheric aspect of you. We love the altered ego. It has served you magnificently. Embrace it so that it can transcend itself out of the position of the driver's seat of your reality and enjoy the ride alongside the magnificence of really who you are.
Because what do we always say? You can't get rid of something until you love it.
That's right. You must love every component of yourself.
That's a good one. We can make a list of all the things we don't love and just sit and just love on each of them.
Right.
And that's how you get release.
That's how you transcend it, Master. So you don't ever get rid of anything. Energy doesn't go away. It changes and it shifts and it moves. And you've never done anything wrong. That has been an illusion. That has been your judgment upon a limited action or knowing, and that doesn't serve you. It only serves the fear-based energy. So get into the position of being ready to serve yourself finally.
Yeah, all your experiences have led you to now. That's what everybody has forgotten. Everything you've done, everything you've experienced, it's gotten you to right now. So what are you going to do with all of that? How do you change all of that? Do you look at things differently? You have to, in order to change everything that's going on.
And everything possible lives in the now. The 0.0 aspect, the void, the position of no previous state is where all the magic lives. Visit there often and maintain your positions there, Masters. You will find the greatest joy and bliss at that location.
Amazing. I heard you in one of your classes recently, you had someone from a movie studio who was high up that was looking to involve themselves in the network. And I imagine your classes, you get all kinds of people from housewives to house husbands to executives and everything in between.
Yeah, hotel owners to movie studio executives to...
It is the all-encompassing variables that each have chosen to platform their magnificence on, right? It is the best company ever. The inspirational energy, and everybody is in recognition, and that can be a rarity. As you join in this interfaced energy, you will be welcomed always, and you will experience unconditional love like you have not experienced before.
Thank you, Julius. Brad and KASEY, where can people find you again?
At expandwithjulius.com. or they can go to Expansion Network, XPN, SION Network, either through the website or on Roku TV or Fire Stick TV, and of course on all social media.
And you've got a lot of content on there. The archives go back, I mean, hours and hours of content.
Yeah, yeah.
And
lots of stuff.
And we're getting ready to upload a bunch more.
Yeah,
so that,
yeah.
you know,
And of
we've
course,
been,
everybody can catch you, Scott,
Yeah.
on Expansion
Yeah.
Network as well. So if everybody wants to get more of Scott Ware, and he's getting ready to unleash some super cool stuff about himself as well. And we hope to be able to platform that, demonstration to everybody.
Yep, the show, our TV show for Radiance is Inner Views on Expansion Network. And you have a little show there called The Interview Show for authors of spiritual or expansive works that I've interviewed a few of those people as well.
Yeah.
It's a great network, and people can also go to Expand with Julius just to find out what your offerings are, the kinds of classes you offer and that sort of thing.
Yep, and if they go to the website, like we
Got
said
those
at the
gifts
very
there for
beginning,
everybody.
there's free gift for everybody just for Portal to Ascension.
Yeah,
So please go to the website.
yeah. We want to thank everybody for listening and participating and finding your way, right? As things kind of get befuddled electronically, it's all good.
You know what? And Neil, man, praises to you, big guy.
Perseverance, we know that.
Praises to you. I can't say enough. You're taking on a huge chore here, man.
Yep, and thank you for being on the Portal to Ascension 2020 Summit. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
And I'm now going to turn over to Deborah Giusti and the Ascension panel. Take it away.
Great, here I am. Thank you, Scott.
Welcome.
And I'm going to go right into this amazing panel that we have for us now. My name is Deborah Giusti, and I'm thrilled to be hosting this panel on Ascension. I have done Ascension panels for the last 7 years, I think now, at Conscious Life Expo, New Living Expo, a lot of panels all over at different conferences. But I'm thrilled to be offering this panel live virtually, which seems to be what we're all doing now, which allows us to go out to so many more thousands of people. So I'm happy about that. And the theme for this panel is Ascension 2020, Year of Major Transition. And wow, let's just pause for a moment and acknowledge these very challenging times, but highly evolutionary times that we're all going through together. And I want to share that at the very beginning of 2020, I did a panel at Conscious Life Expo, which is a major conference in Southern California that's been going on for 10 years that I've done conferences. And 3 of the panelists here were on that conference. And the panel was definitely about pointing to all the signs that 2020 was going to be a major year of transformation for the ascension process. And even in our description, we said it was going to be an escalated time for ascension of humanity with increasing earth changes and astonishing upheavals in society. So those were the exact words. So I'm here to say, little did we know what we were in store for 2020. And so far, it's proven to be an ascension accelerator, as the whole world has gone into a major spiritual dark night of the soul for all of humanity, and which has served as a major catalyst for the ascension process happening now on the collective level for everyone around the world. So we're all being called, all of humanity, to pause, look within, evaluate our reality, confront our shadow on personal and collective levels, and all that's dysfunctional comes to the surface. The therapists, the leaders, the guides, they're really busy these days because there's a lot going on in people's reality as what they thought was real is taken away from them. But on the other side, we're also being called to open to new levels of consciousness and expanded ways of being as our world gets destructed as we are being called to reset a whole new level of reality and receive instructions from the divine about our new level of divine mission that's happening now. And we're open to what you can call a very messy birth canal that we're in right now, but we're going towards the ultimate goal of planetary ascension. So this is not just happening on a personal level, this is happening on a planetary level. And you can see that if you just look at your phone, or your iPad, your TV, on every level, the dysfunction that is not appropriate for the new world that we are creating is coming up to the surface. Everything's being deconstructed to be revealed and healed. So as within, as without, this is all happening on all these levels. So what's happening is this is a catalyst of change that's like a popcorn effect all over the world as people are waking up all over the world, pop, 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 pop. And as you navigate these changes, we are being supported by the higher forces, the higher realms. So if we can embrace it fully, all of this can lead to immense personal growth, increased psychic abilities, experiences of multidimensional realities, and especially using the heart and the frequency and love, which is all about the personal and planetary ascension process. So I'm really excited here because I get to go back to these expert ascension teachers and people that have had their own personal ascension process and find out what's really happening now with all these changes, with the COVID, with the political system, with everything that's happening every day, and how that's a catalyst for our own transformation. So thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to go right into the panel. So first of all, I'd love to ask, just target that question that we predicted at the beginning of the year, the astrological signs. A lot of psychics were predicting it. A lot of people were getting transmission that 2020 year of ascension, acceleration, and that's what's happened. But it's hard to know because it's such a chaotic, such a challenging experience, but we know that's part of the process. So I'd love to know from all of you in terms of your personal relationship with ascension and the information you've gotten from your teachings, your guides, and all coming forward, what you can share about that. So I'd love everyone to answer that questions. And we have a little more than 4 minutes, which is great. I think you all got that question, so we're not restricted here. And I'd love to start with Meg Benedicte. Meg is one of my top ascension teachers, and we actually started this panel together. She's a worldwide known for her ascension trainings. She is the author, teacher, and founder of Quantum Access, which is a tool for ascension. And she experienced a profound Kundalini awakening in 1994 that activated her spiritual ascension. And her mission is to accelerate everyone's ascension. So thank you, Meg, for joining again on another Ascension panel and being with us here on Portal to Ascension. So I'd love to know your perspective of what's going on the planet and with us now in our ascension process.
Well, thank you for having me on the panel. It's always just wonderful to connect with all of you. And you know, I was looking back on our notes from the February panel that we did, where we were starting to kind of get a glimpse of what 2020 was going to be like. And for those who love to follow numerology, 2020 is it's a 22 year. And so this is the symbol of the master builder and the alchemist. And so think about that. This is the year of rapid alchemy, rapid deep transformation. And I can say that's probably happening to all of us in some areas, or not all areas of our lives. And it's also the year that really kind of officially launches us into the age of Aquarius. It started on February 2nd, was a 2/2/2020. So we had a powerful gateway that basically opened up an influx of consciousness that's coming onto the planet. This is probably what many people thought 2012 would be like, but it is actually 2020. And it is also, if you add 2020, you get a 4, and 4 is the numerological sign of foundation. So kind of think about that. This ascension is accelerating this year to build a new foundation for all of us. Think of it like we're grounding in the 5D earth plane this year as our new foundation. And so what does that mean? In a way, we have kind of these two worlds that exist on the planet right now. And one is the old patriarchal system, and it's pretty full of aggression and attack and divide and conquer. And then we have this other world that's really starting to kind of blossom and open and be available for everyone. And this is a world of compassion and collaboration and receptivity and creativity. It's really what we call the 5D new earth. You've heard that term, but really what it is we're moving into living in unity consciousness. It's a new timeline of unity consciousness. And so these two worlds begin to become very distinct. And you will begin to, really start to catch where there could be, just habits or thought forms or unconscious program running through you that would still be coming up from the original patriarchal world. And so that's the opportunity this year to do a lot of transformation when that rises to your awareness or gets triggered by others or events. Lots of what we used to rely on is breaking down, even for us who used to travel to all these events, right? We're having to adjust to now meet online. And I think as long as you can kind of stay open and flexible, that's the new earth paradigm, being more receptive to how the changes are going to help us and bring us together, but in a new way. It's really more on a consciousness level and a heart level. We're starting to connect more at the higher mind and the heart. And as this patriarchal paradigm begins to become really pretty repugnant and the majority of the planet are rejecting it, it's losing favor, it's losing our attention, it's losing our energy. Think of it like that's what's breaking down, that's what's collapsing. And we're seeing this, of course, in the astrology because it's been in Capricorn really hitting a lot of what's called the establishment or institutions or authoritarian regimes or religions or governments. Like they're all getting shaken. And even in our own structure, in our life, whatever was established, that's getting shaken too. So we have to be kind of fluid and quick on our feet, be able to adjust and adapt, but really hold on to what matches your essence, your heart, your calling, your purpose, your passions in life, because that's what's going to open and blossom as we get into this, I'd say, past the solstice. The solstice is the big event that moves us into, it's a grand conjunction, moves us into more of the Aquarian age. And this is then allowing us to kind of shed our skins, shed our false identity, shed the ego control. We begin to take every part of us and start to integrate it. That's when you begin to live in unity consciousness, right? You're integrating your masculine, your feminine, and your human and your soul presence. So this is all starting to come together inside us like broken pieces, all uniting inside us to become a holistic being. And as we do this, the goal, of course, because that's what we're focusing on here, is ascension. And so we are, in a way, converting and transforming and rebirthing our vessel into a crystal light body so that we can descend the soul presence and really live in our lives, our daily lives, as the divine soul. So we start to see through the eyes of the soul and speak the soul truth. And where our hearts are magnetized to what is near and dear to the soul purpose. And that's a huge transformation right there, when we are able to really honor and align and commit to our soul essence, our soul purpose, and be able to meet up with more of like our soul tribe, as you write about, Deborah, where we begin to, you know, magnetize to each other these beautiful beings that are on the same journey, the same path, and we are sisters and brothers walking that path together. So that's what I see as 5D unity consciousness. That's our goal, and that's what we're ascending into.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you, Meg, for giving us that complete overview of what to expect. Thank you for opening us up.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'd love to go to John next. John Burgos, he has one of the best positions, the best seats in the world, because he has an amazing show, Beyond the Ordinary, that goes to hundreds of thousands of people every week. And he interviews the top ascension teachers and multidimensional teachers and all the top people. So he gets to hear everything that's going on from everyone's perspective. And he's also going through his own ascension process. So he's very much committed and involved in this personally. So John, I'd love to hear from your viewpoint, what everyone's telling you, what your experience that this 2020 phenomenon is about.
Yeah, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. And I have the best job in the world. I say it. And there's so many of the panelists that are on this summit that have been on the show, and so many more that I so resonate with. So thank you for everybody bringing your truth into this process, because it's everybody's truth that is lighting up with the integrity of your heart and your mind combined as an embodied, masterful, aware presence. And so all the pieces that we bring in together with that intention, it's what's lighting up the new foundation that's being created. So back in the beginning of 2020, and it seems like every year for the last 8 years, I've been getting messages about what's to come. And 2020, I heard, it's the year where you don't get to know. It's the year you just don't get to know. Just be in surrender, and we'll show it to you as it comes. And that was such beautiful, nurturing guidance for me, because predicting what was to come in the way that it came, how do we plan for that? How do we prepare for that? And the mind can go to creating different scenarios and solutions for potential outcomes. But it's when the heart is in its I am presence, when you're in the I am, that the mastery of your ascended presence is what becomes illuminated. And so ascension isn't necessarily something that we're going to, it's something that we're experiencing on our personal journey on a daily basis. And we can breathe into that, not as something to attain, but as something that we are. The expansion of your light becomes a healing balm for perhaps some of those people who can't see the light as clearly as you can. And that's what this ascensionary process is awakening within me also. There's an embodiment phase that I'm feeling within myself and a lot of the speakers, psychics, and channels that I have on the show, where I find that the conversations are coming less from the collectives, perhaps that they're channeling, or from that guidance, but it's from their own awareness. They're walking their talk, they're walking their embodiments and creating from that space. And from that, we can put into structures the new earth that we're creating, what we're striving for, what we're attuning to, both intellectually and emotionally. And so this ascensionary process for 2020 for me, again, has been a process of embodiment and also attuning what's coming through us, not condemning emotions or feelings or judgments that we would rather not experience, but being with them and allowing them to flow entirely through us instead of stopping short. Instead of stopping the wisdom and intelligence that is trying to nurture us into an ascensionary experience, if we are to truly be with it and embrace what's being birthed from us being whole. And wholeness does not come from being separate from those things that we'd rather not look at, but it's about being very clear, looking straight forward on the path and being awakened to who we are in the moment. And again, not condemning and not praising ourselves either. Because if we think that we've attained something that someone else has not, I want to invite you back into your humanity. I want to invite you back into that part of you that could remember that can access it. And it's the compassion, the awareness that brings forward the fortitude of where we're heading. So what's also happening, and one of my favorite things that I like to say is that it's the empath that's going to save the world. It's the empath that's going to save the world. But I also understand that all of us are going through stages of becoming aware of that empathy. And for me, there's 3 stages, but I was going to be really simplistic about it. There's the empath that doesn't know that they're empath. They're reacting to everything. Everything is a stimulus. And so everything's very sensitive, but it's unconscious. And so we're in reaction mode. We're in victimization, if you will. Then there's the empath that becomes more aware that there's a stimulus going on that's affecting them in a certain way. And maybe you'd rather not face it. Maybe you face parts of it. We go through our process of becoming more familiar with it. And then there's the empath who's become masterful with what's flowing through them at the moment and can be with it. That can be in the intimacy of the emotions, the awareness, the thoughts that flow through it and merge to create something new. So I believe the whole world is going through the awakening of empathy, whether we believe we're empathic or not. And it's through that and that realization that we start creating conscious new platforms, conscious ways of being. We start unifying outside of us what we're unifying inside of us. And that's the ascension process through embodiment that I feel that we're going through now. And again, I witness it over and over again through so many of the speakers, the channels, the psychics, the embodiers, if you will, that are presented on the show.
Great. Thank you, John. Beautiful. Thank you. It really is a personal process. Yeah, beautiful. All right. Now I would like to bring KIYOSHI on. She is very dedicated to the ascension process. She has a whole book that she's channeled called the Sophia Code, which comes from the Ascended High Master Council of the Divine Feminine Ascended Masters. And she has a whole teaching and a priestess group, all international around the world, where she empowers women to come into their connection with the divine feminine. And she's in touch with women all over the world, and it is her mission to empower the ascension. And I'd love to know, KIYOSHI, what your perspective is from everyone waking up that you're working with and what you see happening and what the Ascended Master High Council has to say to you.
Hi, Deborah. Thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. It's so lovely to be here with everyone today. So this year has been extraordinary. It's stretched me in ways that I didn't even know were possible. And I think a lot of people who are leading at this time feel the same way. We have initiates in our mystery school around the world, and we're growing so fast because people are desperate to finally wake up. The polarization of what's happening right now, not to mention everything that everyone's suffering, whether it's geographically from the earth changes, the weather modification, the amount of toxification in our society, what's happening with COVID, the global lockdown, unemployment, people are really hurting. And it's very challenging for sensitive light workers such as ourselves to really take in the magnitude of that. But that's what ascension is. It's standing in the midst of the change and choosing to be the foundation of light that we said we would come here to be, as everyone decides for themselves in these very polarizing times. Am I going to stay in spiritual infancy, or am I going to finally go within and begin a process of spiritual maturity? And so spiritual maturity is not about perfectionism. Spiritual maturity is about the willingness to do the work within yourself and within your life. And so in the Sophia Code Mystery School, we work with the Ascended Masters to become sober from codependency, to become sober from our addiction to punishing ourselves for our own divinity. This is how we've ended up in this kind of multiple global crises, is that we've been we've been programmed and conditioned for centuries to give away our personal power to an authority outside of ourselves. So this level of pain and suffering, humanity has been addicted to pain and suffering for its transformation up until this point for a very long time. But you reach a certain level of learning through pain and suffering, and it brings you to this point, this crossroads, where you say, I would like to learn about divine love from divine love now, not from the lack of it. And that's the big shift of needing to have all of this pain and suffering on a collective level to choose our accelerated growth into a more spiritually mature space where we're choosing the divine love within us. We're getting curious enough about our direct connection to the source, about the truth of our own sovereign divinity, which the Sophia Code declares from cover to cover, and how life-changing that truth is. It's just like, so much of what's happening out there is due to people giving away their power and being programmed into somebody else saving them. And we are here to save ourselves and this world through embodying our own sovereign divine light and our own God-given intelligence to download creative solutions at this time, not just for ourselves, but for our future generations, because it really is that pivotal game on moment for humanity and the planet. So I feel as though I've never seen so many people willing to do the inner work, but it's very confusing for so many people stepping on the spiritual path at this time, because I think a lot of new age spirituality just spoon feeds them the idea that if you read a book or you take a workshop, everything's supposed to be, you know, great all of a sudden. And we are peeling off centuries of programming and centuries of pain while simultaneously learning how to download the light of our own divinity and how to operate from that space. That's an enormous undertaking to do in a single lifetime. And then to ask us to do enough of that as a collective where we can tip the scale in consciousness. It's a huge angelic mission that all of us have chosen to participate in. And I love that you said, Deborah, it's going to be a hot mess, because it is a hot mess. And that's one of the most interesting things for me with the amount of people that I work with day in and day out. It's like, people think spirituality is perfectionism. And it's so far from the truth. It's just like, we need to become both God realized in who we really are, but we also need to become very human realized. And so I think this is a turning point where people are deciding, I've got to have compassion for my own spiritual awakening, or I'm never going to make it through my spiritual awakening. And I won't be able to help anybody else in their spiritual awakening. And so there's this great movement towards a divine feminine compassion and all-encompassing unconditional divine love that can raise us up and teach us how to reparent ourselves, so that we don't have to stay in spiritual infancy. We can really move into a spiritual maturity, which can only happen in the body. It doesn't happen by escaping our body or escaping some dimension. It happens boots on the ground, right here and right now, where we decided to incarnate into. So that's the kind of conversation we have in the Sophia Code Mystery School about ascension. We've got a long way to go, and that doesn't mean right now isn't amazing, because it's truly amazing to see so many people waking up around the world. It's an honor to be here, to be of support in that way. So thank you for the opportunity to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you so much for that confirmation, because we know the pop, pop, pop is happening, but it's not pop, I'm awake. It's pop, I'm just beginning my process of this.
We're in the trenches every day, and it's unreal how many people are waking up right now. It's very exciting, and we need as many light workers activated in their leadership as possible right now.
Definitely, and thank you all, because all the panelists are doing that work of inspiring the leadership. So thank you so much. Great, and now I'd love to bring forward Billy Carson, who is an amazing being. He's got a perspective back to ancient history and ancient civilizations, all the way to the galactics. He's a major researcher, has been doing it for many years. You'll see him on Deep Space on Gaia TV in the series Ancient Civilization. He wrote the book, The Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. He has a wealth of background and information that all relates to the ascension. So Billy, I'd love your perspective of what this is going on now, this blip in time that we're having that's activating us all, that has probably happened many times on the planet before as we go through these accelerated times. But share from your perspective what you can tell us about the 2020 year.
Absolutely. First of all, thanks for having me back on. I really appreciate it. And thank you to every single one of the speakers here on this panel. All of you guys and women are very, very amazing. You know, 2020 is really, I started this year with a 2020 workshop. It was called Manifest Destiny 2020. And that was back in January and February before everything really started going haywire in this year. And the whole premise behind the workshop was to teach people how to use the power of the light body inside of you and light consciousness to actually literally bring forth the reality that you're looking to manifest in your life and in your family's life. And so we went deep into the Hermetic principles. And in the Hermetic principles, the first principle is all is mind. And so we went deep into the mind and what the mind is and how the mind works and how the mind is intricately interwoven with consciousness, because the mind doesn't create consciousness, it downloads consciousness. And so I had to, you know, it's a stretch for people to really understand what that means, but there's a consistent stream of divine consciousness coming into this avatar body on a consistent basis, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's tuned to a specific frequency, or your avatar body is tuned to a specific frequency that matches that frequency of your divine consciousness. All consciousness is just one, but it's like dials on a radio. Each one has a specific number. So you can have 99.1, 99.2, 99.3. One may be me, two may be you, three may be John, so forth and so on, but it still stems from one main source. Just like a radio station broadcasts out on different frequencies, and you can pick up different stations all from the same radio station. And understanding that we're in a process now of understanding how do we use our thoughts to help bring forth the reality that we want. We're in a state right now of a situation right now, I should say, of information overload. We have police brutality, we have racism situations, we have injustice, we have pandemics, we have poverty, we have kids starving, we have pedophilia, we have all these things going on all at one time. Now, these things have actually been going on, but what's happened is we now have technology on our fingers, and information comes to us instantaneously. So it happened to me as well. I start to see a new thing and a new thing and a new thing and a new thing and a new thing. And all of a sudden I started to lose my Zen. I started to lose the understanding that how powerful my mind is, how to maintain my Zen, and how to bring forth the reality. Instead of becoming a victimized mindset, how do I bring forth change? Well, you bring forth change through light consciousness, through your body, through your thought process, because every single thought generates an electromagnetic wave, and that electromagnetic wave is a light wave. All thoughts are waves of light. We can't see it because we only see 1% of the light spectrum, but they're all waves of light. And so we need to understand that if we're thinking negatively consistently, we're bringing forth light waves and frequencies that are going to then attract more negative energy and more negative information. Do we need to address issues as they arise? Yes, we do, and that's very important. But at the same time, there's also a point in which you can become overloaded. And there comes a time where you need self-healing internally. You need to pull back and take a break from certain information so that you can refresh yourself and renew yourself and focus on solutions instead of consistently focusing on the problem. I actually got caught up in this myself. I got so frustrated, and it's been a very long time since I've been very frustrated, okay? I haven't raised my voice to yell at anybody in close to 20 years. I've never yelled at my kids. I've never beat my kids, and I got 5 kids. They're all grown adults now, and I have 3 grandchildren. And this was a thing, you know, this year, a few things started happening back to back. It almost had me wanting to go berserk. And I caught myself, and I realized that my brain-heart coherence was out of sync. I needed to bring myself back in alignment. I need to slow myself down. I need to disconnect from some of this negativity. So I made a public post on my social media saying that I was allowing myself to fall into this negative trap and that I myself need to step back, and I'm only going to post positive content or content that can teach and enlighten and lift people's minds, you know, for the next 120 days. I'm not even going to post. I don't care what current event it is. I'm probably not going to post unless it's something funny. So that's the decision that I made, active decision. Now, during this process, what did I do? How do you realize that you're living within your ascension process? You start looking to create or help create solutions or support solutions. This is what you have to do. And for me, the solution is, how many more people can I touch? How many more seeds can I drop? How many more people's lives can I impact? How many more people can I be of service to others? How much more can I help and assist? How can I enlighten more people to a better way of thinking, a better way of living, a better way of eating, breathing, and everything else? Well, you know, it starts with us. We are the light workers. We have to be the light so that people can see that beacon, number one. So we have to be able to correct ourselves. Like I wasn't too egotistical to not say, hey guys, guess what? Even me, myself, I made a mistake. I'm getting riled up. I'm getting the dark forces are taking control of me, because why? I'm losing my true power, my true capability, which is to enlighten people. And I'm falling into the trap of complaining about this negativity. And so we have to, you know, we have to understand that what we think is what's going to start to go out there. Those I Love Lucy shows from 1960 are radio waves or waves of light, just like a brain. And they're still traveling in space right now. Matter of fact, a distant civilization, if they could pick up those frequencies, they can watch I Love Lucy. The same thing with every thought that we think. Every thought you've ever thought since you was a little tiny infant till now is in space-time. So the Akashic records are real. This is real science. The book of life is real because everything is out there. All information already exists. You may think that you've gotten a great idea about something, but in true reality, most likely you mastered frequency and you downloaded it into your consciousness, you discerned it, and you acted upon it. You know, so we have to get people to understand that we are already in ascension. It's already begun. The process is here. We're trying to get to a golden age, and this is the beginning process. We're like, you know, the people that's getting that wheel turning, like in the Yuga cycle. And we're probably, in my opinion, in the Tetra Yuga, trying to get back to a golden age. But this is the beginning process, and mankind is going to stumble and fall. When the baby starts to learn how to walk, it takes a couple of steps, it falls. Then the brain, that is the universal consciousness, it makes the adjustment and says, okay, we need to balance here, we need to balance there. Baby gets up again, takes a few more steps, falls again, makes another adjustment until the baby can have a stable gait. Now what happens is the baby begins to try to run. As soon as the baby tries to run, falls, but keeps learning what it takes. And eventually, what is walking and running? Walking and running is a controlled fall. That's exactly what it is scientifically. Biologically, it's a controlled fall. We need to get to the point where we're in a controlled fall. We can see those missteps coming before they actually happen and keep ourselves upright. But we're in the beginning stages of this. So we are going to have times of brilliance, and we're also going to have times where it looks like everything's chaotic and everything's a mess. And this is what 2020 is right now. It's looking like everything is falling apart. Everything's a mess. Everything is a disaster. We're getting so much information overload. We've got to go back to the light consciousness. We have to start sending out positive light waves. We need to start meditating on how can we bring forth solutions to these issues. The issues that are bothering a person the most, whatever they may be for you or me, we need to focus and meditate on those, and meditate not on the problem or the situation, but what is a potential solution to this? And then how can we then put action behind those new downloaded thought processes and then bring them into reality? Because I think our true mission is to bring heaven to earth. So that's what the ascension to me is really all about.
Thank you, Billy. Very incredible for articulating all that. It's a very active process. It's not just sit back and you turn to light. It's a very ongoing active process that we are beginning. And that's what we came for. You know, we came for the showtime here. So here we are. So thank you very much. Thank you. And now I have the pleasure to invite Elizabeth April, who is a rising young new paradigm star. She's a cosmic channeler, public speaker, spiritual influencer, celebrated artist, At a young age, she knew she was different. She was able to perceive and live in multidimensional realities. She has a major YouTube channel that now has 90,000 subscribers. So what I love about bringing her onto the panel here is she's got a very young perspective. She's 28 years old in a very old soul body, but she talks ascension big time. She knows what's happening, but she's got the perspective of the youth. So Elizabeth, so great to have you. And would love to know what you're seeing, even what you're hearing from your community of young people out there that are really hungry for this process and this transformation process that's happening now. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Deborah. Thanks, Neil, for putting all of this on. I know that there was a Facebook mishap earlier. So, talk about, the targeting and all of that great stuff. And of course, all of the panelists. I mean, huge props, definitely second everyone else's opinion here. This has been really great and informative. And, a couple of things about the ascension and the awakening process. It's so much going on. And essentially, I want to kind of lay out a timeline for people. This is a timeline that I channeled from the Galactic Federation many years ago. And what they told me back in 2015, 2016, was that there was going to be this 4-year cycle between 2016 and 2019. And during this cycle, there was going to be an absolute collapse, ego death, dark night of the soul for all of the major spiritual teachers and leaders all around the world. And so, this is what I say, especially to not even just the panelists, but to those of you who are listening. I believe that the teachers are here, right? And we're here for a reason. So if you kind of look back into the years between 2016 and 2019, and you think about, did you change your job or career? Did you move your house or location? Did you change your relationship or romantic partner? Those kind of things are what you want to look at, is those physical 3D foundations in your life. And by collapsing those layers and collapsing those foundations, you actually allow yourself to rebuild those foundations in a way that better serves you for a higher purpose. So all of these teachers and light workers and leaders all had to do the work before the rest of the world was ready to do it, right? So I just want to remind all of you who have done that work between that timeline that you are a teacher, right? Whether you've stepped into that energy or not, you're being called to. And you had to make some major transitions and changes before the rest of the 8 billion people on this planet had to. And just like Kaya Ra was saying, it's so important that we get as many light workers and teachers as possible on board, teaching their truth, fitting into their piece of the puzzle, because we have an entire population here that is rising up and awakening at this time. So now the second big timeline that we need to be thinking about, and that has been presented to me from the GFL, is between 2020 and 2024. This is going to be a complete collapse of the 3D systems on this planet at a global collective level. So, politically, economically, environmentally, we're going to see this collapse happen so that once again, we have the space to be reborn. And I know that there's a lot of teachers that say 5D and the awakening, the ascension, it's beautiful and it's light and it's love and it's powerful and you manifest really quickly, and you do, and it is quite incredible. But it sucks, right? And we've all been through that. And I think Billy and Kaya were also saying that, it's a step-by-step process in peeling back these layers of old paradigms. And we're talking about ancestral layers. We're talking about past life layers. We're talking about karmic layers. We're talking about childhood trauma layers that we have to peel back to do that work. So it's really just this scale that we have to kind of, ease ourselves into. And yes, things are going to get worse before they get better in the next couple of years. And that's important that we hold space for that. So what is the solution to this, right? Just like Billy was saying, it's important that we focus on the solution. For me, 2 things, right? And I did a lecture earlier today about this. It's about staying in neutrality Because when we're in neutrality, we take a step back from polarity. And right now we're moving in between polarity consciousness and we're moving into unity consciousness. We're moving from 3D into 5D. And 2020 is this year, it's this precipice where we're actually getting all of the old limiting beliefs and old habit patterns and old karmic energies hitting us just as hard as we are getting all of the new vibration, new frequencies, new realities hitting us simultaneously. This is what 5D is all about. 5D, this new earth paradigm, is not just all love and light, right? You don't just stop stubbing your toe on the table because you're ungrounded, right? You're still going to experience these hiccups in your life. 5D is about how you perceive what's going on throughout your day, right? We're still going to be dabbling in the 3D world. We're still going to be dabbling in polarity, but it's about rising above it and understanding that you have ultimate control over your reaction to what's happening. And the best place that we can be in from moment to moment to be above the 3D polarized world is to hold that space of neutrality, right? To be in 0 point frequency. Things like meditation. I know it's been rehashed over and over again, but you don't have to sit down for 6 hours a day to meditate in order to be in 5D, right? It's about incorporating this conscious awareness into moment of your life, right? Going out into nature, being with plants, being with animals, being with an experience that does not hold a perception allows you to once again experience that neutrality and that 0 point frequency. The more and more we can get into this space in between the chaos, the more and more we can utilize our free will and fully harness our reality to the highest of our potential. And that's what the Ascension is all about, right? It's just understanding that ultimately our observation creates this reality as stated by quantum physics. And as long as we're aware of that free will and that consciousness, then we can be the ultimate programmer, not just character in this game of life.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So clear, so much wisdom, so much clarity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'd like to dive another level deeper with you all because this goes way deep. And I'd like to start with John because I think you have a real handle on the personal process. And this idea of the spiritual dark night of the soul being part of the ascension process. And even what Elizabeth said, it's, you know, a lot of us went through it before now. I know myself, I lost everything at one point in my life, all the money I'd made, my relationship, my major divine mission business I had for 30 years. And that catapulted me into a very deep dive where all I could do was connect with source. So I have an understanding what it is, but most people would say, why that? What's the spiritual alchemy of that process that the collective is now going through as we've lost jobs potentially, we've lost our freedom, everything has been pulled back and we don't know where we're going. So we're in a collective dark night of the soul. But what is that spiritual alchemy, that process that cooks the soul to allow the ascension process to catalyze?
Oh, that's such a great question. And this relates to what the panelists have been speaking about also. But as I take it into my personal experience and you shared some of the things that came up for you as you were going through that dark night of the soul, it's our ability to go even deeper into those recesses, into the shadows, again, that we were denied for so long, and to have a relationship with it, to be in the intimacy, because again, it has wisdom for us. It's asking us to be in a place that we've been turning a blind eye to, whether it's codependency, whether it's egoism that comes in a form, whether it's trying to control a certain aspect of life for its safety alone, rather than for the growth components. By going into the recesses of what you would call the shadow and experiencing it, our capacity for compassion grows exponential in the way that we can expect it. Our ability to relate another who's in suffering in the way that we couldn't see or hold space for becomes illuminated again. And when we have the capacity to tune into another with that depth of love and compassion, because we know we've been there. We've suffered through that. We've had that heartache. We've had that body pain. We've had that anxiety and that confusion that has taken us places that we were so unaware that we can get out of. And so when we can hold that depth of compassion, that feminine aspect that's coming alive in all of us, through that empathy, and again, that's the enlightened empathic. When you can drop into that, your capacity to hold the light, that doorway for another, lifts someone else up without you having to work to reach down for them. You become a buoy of what's possible in the world, and that's how we're shifting the collective also, by being willing and acknowledging those parts of us. And as we acknowledge it within us, then we can hold the space without judgment as someone else may be going through it, where we maybe thought someone else was an ego or someone else was controlling or manipulating or doing something else. We can see that there's a balancing that's occurring, and there's an organic unfoldment that's leading them through their own process of realizing that light and compassion within themselves. There's so many light workers showing up in different ways. And it's only our judgment of how they're showing up that is stopping us, that's condemning the light from becoming even more luminous than it can be. So as we surrender to it, as we come back to our internal process of what's coming up for us and why, rather than judging and comparing, it rises to a new intelligence that's being born within us. And then, like Elizabeth and Meg and Kai and Billy, those downloads of information that we receive become crystalline clear. They don't come in with the distortion of a collective that is still in the illusion of the darkness. That clarity streams through with so much wisdom and such high frequency that as our cup fills up, as our being fills up with that light and overflows, we cannot help but to give to others from that overflowing cup. And that's what I feel is really coming through from that shadow aspect that we're all going through the experience of in various forms as we become ascended, enlightened in ways that we probably never imagined that we could. But when you hit that level of compassion that you weren't aware that you were capable of holding because you had that experience, your whole life shifts and everything around you shifts in the process.
Wow, thank you, John. I'd say bring it on.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're ready for it.
Invite it in. It's like, yes, it's coming. And so we don't push it away. We don't damn it. We're like, oh, you're here for me. And so for me, it's like everything that happens to me is happening for me. And I say, yes. How could I not?
Okay.
It's all divine for me now.
Beautiful. Thank you. And I'd love to go back to Meg, because she's been on this path for a long time now and has seen it all. And so as we go through the hard places of this personal deep work, what can we look forward to that's really able to emerge now? Because I know myself, I've had in my own process, much more opening of my psychic reality, much more downloads of information, much more connection with my guides, synchronicities, operating by synchronicities, seeing the doorway, knowing that showed up for me, ability to manifest. There seems to be a lot of abilities. Maybe we won't totally turn to light in this lifetime, but there's definitely an evolution towards fifth dimensional consciousness that's happening in us that's possible. So can you give us previews of coming attractions of what we can look forward to if we really embrace this process, Meg?
Well, I definitely would be one of the old timers. I started 26 years ago with my ascension process when the world was very dense and the magnetic field was really locking in the unconscious programs and patterns and habits that we were just kind of, you know, robotic, living our lives. And it's like the veils popped off and I'm looking around and realizing, okay, I'm seeing through like a different lens than most people around me. This is, in the mid 90s. And so it was a very solitary journey for a decade or more. But in a way, because other people were not experiencing it, it kind of pulled me inwards. Okay, this is not happening out there. All right, this is a whole inner process that's going on. I'm transforming from the inside out. And so it did pull me in, and I did lose, you know, weekends meditating and just really being present now with this divine essence that I had no connection with. And that's what I've been seeing over the years, working with clients for over 20 years, is that, you know, I always want to connect to the soul presence for the, to, you know, instruct what we should do in the session. And I would always get pulled, you know, wait a minute, the soul isn't even in the body. The soul's out, you know, in the mental body or in the aura. And I thought, what the heck is pushing us out of our bodies? What is disconnecting us here in this planetary field? And there's a couple things. There is the density itself. There's the layers of trauma from, you know, childhood and past lives. And then there's this whole electromagnetic field of polarity that's really kind of like an inner battle going on inside us, these opposite forces, and it just kind of disconnects us from everything. We've also been living in time constraints, and that also has locked us into what I would call, you know, kind of the 3D linear left brain thinking reality that we've pretty much have been dominating us. So we start there, and then we start peeling all that out, right? We start breaking free of the time constraints, of the left brain dominance, of the ego unconsciousness. And we begin this process of opening day by day, whatever little bit we can, to the higher divine presence, as you mentioned. And it's been interesting to observe this, not only going through myself, but now watching so many people awakening in the last couple of years, but especially this year. And we have to think about, there's this kind of first exhilaration when you awaken and realize, oh, I'm not in the amnesia anymore. You know, oh, I feel free, and I can actually now start to control my own thoughts, and I can actually start to be more co-creative in my reality. But the problem is too, is when you initially awaken, you're kind of like you know, like a baby bird just learning how to fly. You don't have any discernment. You have zero discernment. So you are not able to actually determine what is your own soul talking to you, or it could be a lot of false entities that are talking to you. So this is the problem that I've been helping. I work as a deprogrammer. I work as a quantum healer to help people avoid getting trapped into, especially if you're coming out of one artificial simulation, please do not plug into another AI virtual reality or simulation. That is part of the problem that's happening right now in the Lightworker community. So again, I encourage everyone, when you awaken, please turn in, okay? Don't turn out to what's floating in the astral plane, because most of it is not real and it's harmful. So turn in and be present with yourself. Be connecting inside to your higher wisdom, because also with all this light that's coming into the planet, as each one of us opens and awakens, we're beginning to bring light through us. We're becoming a channel, a conduit of this, you know, universal divine light that's coming through us, you know, crystalline light, Christed light, unity consciousness, however you want to call it. We are becoming conduits of this. We're bringing it into the planetary field. We're grounding it in. That's part of our job here, is to deluge this earth plane with this light consciousness. But the thing is, as well, is it reveals everything. So that's what 2020 is all about, right? All this light that's building from all of us, radiating it everywhere in the world. It's revealing the shadow. It's revealing the false teachers and gurus and channelers in the spiritual community. It's revealing these false artificial simulations and conspiracies and virtual realities. It's revealing where you're still living from that old 3D system that's ego driven, and it's about money and power and control. We are having to evolve out of that. We're having to transcend that system. And so I see that ramping. I don't know if you guys are, but it's coming in all the sessions now. Everybody is dealing with their shit. Everybody's having to really face it. Everyone's in it. And thank God so far as I'm seeing, everyone really wants to transcend it. So that's beautiful. It's where people are getting this spiritual courage and strength, and they're like, all right, I'm not letting this control my life anymore. I want to remove my ancestral patterns. I want to clear my core wounding. I want to be whole again. And I want to embody this beautiful divine presence that has been floating in the field. We want to be able to merge us into unity consciousness. That's what 5D is all about. And so I'm seeing this grow and get stronger. I'm also seeing in client sessions that if you have been here in the earth plane in past lives, quite a bit of what's coming up right now is getting triggered based on kind of the mess of our 2020 reality. So past life, unresolved past life trauma is getting triggered. And so this could take you back to the Orion Wars, the Atlantean collapse. These are all up, powered and potent, and it's why people are like battling it out there, because they don't even realize that battle mentality, that Orion War, ET, you know, we're going to win, we're going to invade, we're going to take over. This is running through people unconsciously. They have to work on clearing that, healing that. This is where the Holocaust is coming through again with fascism. We've got all the racism up, genocide. Like, you guys, this is the kind of the global shadow, the global trauma that is being revealed with the infusion of all this light, and we can't ignore it. We have to heal it, not only in ourselves, but on the global level. And so it is an opportunity I see as a great opportunity to heal and resolve this past history, resolve our karma, resolve and transmute the trauma and the core wounding, and become really the master souls that we are. This is why we're here, to assist humanity and assist Gaia into this higher dimensional earth plane. So it's a powerful time, and as everybody has been saying, it's a messy time. It can, you know, it can be devastating. There's times where I just sob with the pain of humanity. You know, it's just like, oh my God, what is coming through us? But we are the transmutators, and I've worked with Deborah on this too. We've kind of tried to break down the ascension into 3 stages. So we've been talking about the awakening stage, which so many are going through right now, and then you go into this transmutation stage, and this is the deep healing work that we do. But as you do that, you're also kind of straddling the embodiment stage. The more that you transmute this past history and ancestral pain and suffering, you are creating such a sacred vessel for the embodiment stage. So you might feel like you're going back and forth through some of the stages, and you are, and it's okay, because it's all taking us into really becoming, in a way, as Billy says, the divine avatars that we are. We're going to become these walking ascending beings on this planet, and we're all anchoring in this new earth hologram, this new paradigm. So I do see the kind of the rise of the shadow more, but I also see that the 2000s is when we're ushering in also the empowered divine feminine. And this is so important, because this is what's replacing that patriarchal paradigm, and it's increasing these feminine qualities, not just in women, but in men. Everyone is increasing, as John said, big hearts, big heart compassion. I had no idea I could run this much love and compassion in my heart ever before. I'm astonished, and I'm guessing it's probably going to keep expanding. So we're moving into not only embodying our soul presence, but these feminine qualities of heart compassion and creativity and empathy and receptivity. This is another thing that's come up in sessions for years. People are like, I can't make a living. I can't find my true love. I can't, you know, I can't. And it's because we've been locked in that kind of masculine left brain, aggressive, work, push, effort. We are opening up the feminine right brain of our intuition and our heart to receive the blessings that our universe is sending us that we've not been able to receive. Once you get that open and that flowing in, that is a game changer. You know you're going to be cared for, taken care of, loved, and supported 24/7. So these are the qualities that I see growing as we deal with the shadow that's also kind of growing right now as well. We're doing those together.
Wow. Thank you, Meg. Such a powerful and in-depth transmission. Amazing. Thank you. That's why I love you as my top teacher, top Ascension teacher for so many years. And that is such, yeah, such a great segue to inviting Kaya Ra back, because Kaya Ra's mission is to empower the divine feminine. And so that was my question to her, and I'd love for you to go deeper into that. You have connected with a lot of the women ascended masters that have channeled through major teachings. It's part of your training. So you're really on the cutting edge of working with empowering the divine feminine in women and in men, like Meg said. But really, let us know what that phenomenon is of the divine feminine coming back now. That is such a strong part of the ascension process, to be integrated in ourselves, both men and women. You have to unmute. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for that introduction. And that was so beautiful, Meg. Thank you. This has been such a fabulous conversation with everyone today. I'm so happy to be here. We could talk about the divine feminine for hours on end, but there's two key points that are really essential right now. The first is that the divine feminine, the most important aspect of the divine feminine is a word called communion. That we have the ability to commune directly with God with no intercessor in between us. And that means you can always tune in to the light of your higher self, to the source, whatever you call source, God, divine mother, divine father, and through the divine feminine intuitive gifts that are installed like an operating system in every single person on this planet. Everyone has a direct connection to that source of information, that source of mercy, to that source of unconditional love, to that source of abundance. And so when we're talking about the divine feminine rising, we're talking about us awakening to the truth of our divine inheritance, which we talk a lot about in the Sophia Code. We are absolutely holy, sovereign, and divine with the capacity to speak directly to God. And that's not a crazy person thing. That's an essential thing for these crazy times. So it's just like, you want to be at the right place at the right time when half a state is burning down to the ground or a country is being flooded out. You should be practicing your direct connection to the source, to your higher self, to whatever you call that, because that's going to make sure that you and your loved ones, your community, your family, you're always going to be at the right place at the right time. And if God forbid tragedy does befall you or your community, you're going to have the resources of your divine communion to know how to rebuild from a completely new space of understanding of what we were learning from those tragedies. So that direct communion eventually leads to something that I call, well, actually ISIS calls this in the Sophia Code, we call it in the Mystery School, oracular activism. We need leaders who are dialed into this divine feminine principle that at any moment of the day or night, we can tune into to not just wisdom, direct downloads of information. And taking those direct downloads of information, then this really interesting principle that's both divine feminine and divine masculine, we can take authentic, divinely guided action upon the information that we're receiving. And so a really beautiful archetype that embodied that would be someone like Saint Joan of Arc. It's just like, she was an ultimate oracular activist, just receiving downloads of direct information for how she needed to go out and convince an entire country that they needed to return back to their sovereignty. I mean, it was just such a huge act of courage. And so when we are having this conversation about the divine feminine, the two most important things to remember are communion and oracular activism, and that everyone can embody that, both of those aspects of divine feminine consciousness in their own unique way. Like, we've all come here as fingerprints of God to be the blessing for each other. We all complete each other. So, and that's another thing that you can only see through divine feminine consciousness, because divine feminine consciousness is community oriented, it's collective oriented, it's a unified field. It's a mother who understands that all of her children came from her. And so there's this continuity, generation after generation, of a consciousness that needs to be parented, loved, and nurtured. And that's another reason why the divine feminine is rising now to support us in this hot mess of a spiritual awakening that we're going through on the planet. It's like, we've got to learn how to embrace ourselves. We've got to learn how to speak kindly to ourselves. And we've got to learn how to actually pick ourselves up and fight for what is holy within us. Fight through our creative acts by downloading these solutions and having the guts to follow through on them and co-create with one another, moving beyond the ways that we've been divided in the past. It's just like, we don't have time for that anymore. And, you know, that's the perspective of the divine mother. She's always like, okay, are you ready to grow up now? Like, you ready to play nice with each other? You ready to build something amazing together? Let's play in that field of consciousness. So that's a little bit about why the divine feminine is so important right now.
Beautiful. And for men too, we're not talking about just women, and it's the divine feminine principle on the planet.
Divine feminine, this principle of oracular activism, it's this intuition. You can pretty much put divine feminine equals intuition. It's the ability to completely download and receive from your source. It's that receptive element that's allowing for this window of perception to open up and for you to download direct from the source any and all information that you need at any time. And that divine feminine principle exists regardless of any gender. And it exists men, women, and non-binary individuals. It's a principle of consciousness that we're embracing at this time. And it's really scary for people to open up to their intuition, because when you open up to your intuition, you can't lie to yourself anymore. You have to start living your truth. So it's an exciting time to see what happens when the lights of truth get turned on inside of us, because the divine feminine is on the move right now.
Great. Thank you so much. Woohoo. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And now I'd like to invite Billy back and get his wide perspective of all his research, because I'm sensing that this amazing point in time is not as unique as we think we're so special. This is something that is cyclical, that happens to a planetary system as it evolves and changes. And you alluded to that there's a place we're going to, the golden age, and as even predicted in philosophy that we can study. And in ancient times, there were other ascension activated times. I'm thinking in Egypt, because I know I was in Egypt, or my soul was at that time, and that was a highly hot activated time. So maybe you can kind of widen this perspective and let us know from your total years of deep research, what's really going on this level.
Yeah. Yeah, all these panelists are so phenomenal. I'm really pleased to be even a part of this. When you look at going into the deep ancient past, talking about deep into antiquity, many millennia, billions of years into the past, when you look at some of these ancient tablets and texts, and I've researched and read and studied over 1,000 texts, tablets, cylinder scrolls, cuneiform tablets, Tibetan books of the dead, Egyptian books of the dead. I mean, so many cylinder scrolls, papyruses, Nag Hammadi scripts, the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita. I mean, you name it, I could just keep going and going. And it all points back to what I could say is one of the first golden ages that I can see, and that was in the Pleiadian star system. This Pleiadian star system is mentioned in Homer's Iliad. It's mentioned in actually even the modern day Bible. Of course, it's mentioned in many ancient texts. If you look at a lot of the artifacts, I have in my possession about maybe 200 artifacts. And out of those 200 artifacts that I've collected from around the world, I would say at least 2/3 of them have a depiction of the Pleiadian star system on them. And so this Pleiades location in the sky, that location, that region of space-time at one point in the deep past, had an amazing golden age. That golden age was interrupted by a galactic war. Now, this is not me saying this. This is what I'm reading in actual ancient texts and tablets and papyruses. This war was a war that literally they used a weapon called the Brahma weapon, which literally exploded planets. And debris from those planets were crashing into other planets with living beings on them, and people were fleeing from that region. Now, the Pleiades appears from our point on Earth as 7 stars. It's really millions of stars. We just see the 7 brightest stars from our perspective on Earth, but there's a lot of life in that region of space. These refugees left and fled. They went to the Orion, they went to Aldebaran, they went to Sirius, they went to Epsilon Boötis, they went to various other star systems that we have in our galaxy, as well as some made their way to a planet which in the Enuma Elish in the 7 tablets of creation is called Marduk, or Marduk, however you want to pronounce it, which also made it into even the Torah and the modern day Bible, that name. And if you look at the Atrahasis epic translation, the planet name is Nibiru. It was gravitationally captured by our solar system, and then those beings who are all related to all the way going back to the Pleiades, many different species of people made their way to Earth at one point to for whatever the purpose was. It's still a big question mark as to what the full purpose was coming here. In my opinion, a breakaway civilization of some sorts. But when you look at that, that golden age, and then you fast forward in time, as you're moving forward in time through all these scripts, you just start discovering other golden ages happening in different eras of time. And a golden age, according to the Hindus and the Buddhists, is 12,000 divine years, or in human Earth years, 4.3 million years for the full cycle, okay? So full cycle of human lifetimes of 4.3 million years is 12,000 divine years. So in the yugas, you have it broken down into sections. You have the Golden Age, Satya Yuga. You have the Silver Age, Tetra Yuga. You have the Bronze Age, Dwapara Yuga. You have the Iron Age, the Kali Yuga. And then the cycle starts over again as we move around this gigantic wheel, okay? And in my personal opinion now, this is still up for debate, up to conjecture. Based off of what I've seen, where we are right now technologically and also spiritually, I believe that we're at the very beginning of a Tetra Yuga, which is the very beginning of a Silver Age. Now, there was a very small golden age on Earth just in recent times, but there have been, according to the Mayans, at least 4 golden ages on this planet before, prior to Homo sapiens sapien, which we are now. But the most recent one that you can like sink your teeth into would be the Egyptian golden age, where in Egypt, they literally had an age of peace, tranquility. They didn't have an army, no police officers, no racism. They only focused on unconditional love, unity, arts, crafts, and their main goal and mission was how good they could be of service to others, and how they can develop themselves artistically and follow their passions. And so that was a phenomenal era, and the most recent golden age that you can really grasp onto, and you can like find it historically and say, okay, this was an actual golden age, not just an estimated amount of time back, but an actual time period where you can say, wow, people really lived in peace and tranquility. What happened was outside sources were observing this golden age era in the land of Kem. At that time, it was actually the land of Kem before it was called Egypt or Egypto. And they said, wow, I mean, they're ripe for the taking. They have no army, no military, no security. They have nothing. So unfortunately, outside sources, or the Dark Brothers, as Thoth calls them, overturned their golden age era, which lasted for a couple thousand years. So for slightly over 2,000 years, there was a golden age on this planet in recent times. I call that era, that's not too far ago for me. To me, that's kind of recent, because geological timescales are a blink of an eye. And unfortunately, Egypt was overthrown 7 times by 7 different peoples around this planet. But we are in a process now of, we've gone through the cycle of going down in the dumps. We've gone through this cycle of trying to figure out who we are. We've got technology moving in a positive direction. Just 100 years ago, we were in a horse, buggy, and carriage, and now we can send remote control cars to another planet. There are still a lot of suppressed technologies that can actually help and heal mankind. And because of where we are moving consciously, what's going to happen is people in positions of power, people that are moving up into these jobs at these places, because thankfully there is a mortality rate, and people that have these old mindsets and these low density mindsets, they eventually have to move out and move on because they're not going to be able to live forever. And new conscious people move into these different areas and start to release and unleash some of these suppressed technologies, some of these suppressed treatments for medications for different diseases that have been patented for so long. And you're going to see a gradual increase in lifespans as we're moving up this Tetra Yuga towards the golden age, up this side of the circle, going back up to the top. You're going to see an increase in lifespans. You're going to see things like certain types of cancers, not all, but certain types of cancers be eradicated. You're going to see a lot of pharmaceuticals start to change the way that they're being used and administered, and moving into more of a holistic type of a medicine, where pharmaceuticals that are just meant to mask and delay are going to be pushed aside, and things that can actually help to treat and heal are going to be brought forward. You're going to see the beginnings of frequency healing, frequency technology, using frequencies to heal sicknesses and illnesses. Instead of trying to use chemotherapy on a tumor, we will use a frequency that will match the subatomic frequency of the atoms in the tumor, and we will send a cancellation frequency to that tumor, and we will destroy the tumor without destroying any of the surrounding tissue. All these types of things are going to happen. People with severed spinal cords will be able to regrow spinal cords. It's going to be an amazing era as we move forward. In the next 30 to 40 years, this planet is not even going to look the same. But it's all beginning now. It's like, we're like the pioneers, so to speak, of this movement, where we're going to see a lot of old systems, removed, where you're talking about dealing with situations with unions that have been put into place for really a very long time, that unfortunately have an oversight over different institutions, and one of them being the police institution. I have nothing against police. Unfortunately, there are unions in place that enforce certain things. I think some of those things are going to be brought back and removed. I think that there's going to be a new way of training police officers moving forward into the future. It's not going to happen immediately, but you're going to see meditation. You're going to see anger management. You're going to see drug testing. You're going to see all these things are going to help make the police force better. I'm not a proponent of defunding police. I want to take that money and I want to help make them better people. I think that's what we need to be doing. We need to focus on how can we heal these people, because some of them, not all of them, but some of them are hurting, and their hurt and their pain is getting unleashed on the civilians. So we need to find a way to help heal these people and make them better at what they do, and not take away them. Taking away the money is not going to help fix anything. And even the educational systems are going to begin to change. Right now, we have children going into school from the age of 4, roughly, in preschool or whatever, all the way up until 17. I think that whole system is going to be redeveloped. A lot of the stuff that I learned even as a senior in high school, that could have been taught to me when I was just in the 7th grade, to be quite honest with you. There's this whole delayed factor of teaching and learning, and it's all predicated on learning how to become a test taker instead of learning any real information. We've taught these kids how to take tests. I think the whole thing is going to be restructured into finding out individually what a specific child's talents and passions are when they get to a certain age, and then pushing them towards those passions and talents, so that by the time they get out of school, we have passionate, talented people that can move into a field of work that they're going to be excited and enthralled about, versus being depressed and dejected about, so that we have a lot more positive energy in the workforce on this planet versus what we have right now. People whining, complaining, and putting out low frequency energy. And I understand why, but there, I see so many kids when I coach basketball, went to college, went there 4 or 5 years, 6 years of college, came out with degrees, and they're just cashiers at grocery stores because they never knew what their passion was and they weren't pushed towards that passion. They were just told, do this, do this, do this, do this, and get that, and you'll be a good person. And it didn't work out that way. They needed to, they needed some guidance, some real true guidance. And I think that's going to be the way that we're being pushed. And one of the things with 2020 that I noticed with this whole pandemic and kids now being taught at home, a lot of my friends' kids who have younger kids, they're being taught at home. I think that's phenomenal. It's showing us when before people were going, oh, I could never do the homeschooling. I can never have the kids at home all day. How am I going to do this? And how am I going to do that? But when you're forced into it, all of a sudden, guess what happens? You figure out a way to make it work. So I think that this is also an eye opener as to a couple of things. In other words, we were forced out of the work system. We were first forced off of the touring for speaking engagements and workshops, and everybody was forced into the house. And then guess what happened? We didn't know how the world would still function, but guess what? The world, every day, the sun rose and the sun set every single day, and people still are alive. So you can unplug from all these things, and guess what? The world's still going to keep turning, and everybody's going to still be alive. Are there going to be people suffering in situations financially and this, that? Yes, it is. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm trying to say is, all of a sudden you realize we discover and we become more innovative, and we find new ways to make things work, because the human being is amazing. Because of our consciousness, we have the capability to transcend issues and problems and things. We have the ability to adapt to situations. But I think moving forward, as we move around this cycle, all these things are going to become so much better. Education, lifespans, the way that we treat each other. I think that, you can't have a golden age with racism and brutality. And I don't think you can even have a golden age heavy on politics. Will there be some type of hierarchy? I'm pretty sure. But I think it's going to be a hierarchy based on, how good you are at what you do, and what is your service to others, and what are your accomplishments in your area of experience or expertise in life. And that's how you grow up or move up this hierarchy of this ladder. But everybody will have equal access to the same opportunities. So all these things are going to be developing and changing. So I'm really excited about being one of the pioneers of this movement, moving back into another golden age, because we are going to go there. Because the one thing about this galaxy, this universe, is cyclical. Now, one thing I have never read in any book, any text, any script, or any sage or elder has ever told me, nobody told me that we have to go back down again. Nowhere have I ever seen it written that this cycle, you must go down, you must go down, you must go down. It says that we go around this cycle and how many years roughly it takes for a civilization to rise and fall. Even Thoth talks about it in the Animal Tablets. He traveled to other planets consciously and watched civilizations rise and fall. However, when can we maybe finally break that cycle, that time loop that we're stuck in of this rise and fall? Can we get to a point where we are so attuned to ourselves and the universe that we sustain a golden age and prevent the next fall? That's one thing that I would like to see as an ultimate goal, is to how can we sustain a golden age and prevent future generations from having to experience another Bronze Age and Silver Age all over again? How can we just sustain it? And I think it comes with just the right group, the right civilization that rises, and taking charge of that mission, making it a mission to sustain that next golden age so we don't fall again.
Wow. Thank you, Billy, for that transmission. Very clear, very inspiring. Amazing.
Thank you.
And that flows right into Elizabeth, because she's one that's going to be here maybe for another 50 years or maybe 100 years. So she's going to be around and see a lot happening here. And so I wanted to understand from Elizabeth what you see and what you think. And also you have a very deep connection with the Galactic Federation. And as we go through, as humanity goes through this ascension process, are we going to be able to become conscious members and really understand and participate at that level at some point? So what do you see for your life, for your generation's life, for the planet's life? What are you being told? What do you intuit? What can you share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Deborah. There's so much going on. And I think, you know, Billy gave such a great, incredible, in-depth overview of all the information that I've also been receiving from the GFL. We're in this huge cycle. We're moving into this age of ascension and awakening in 5D again. We've got to collapse the systems in order to rebuild them. Like I was mentioning before, education, politics, everything's going to look much different. I know firsthand that the solutions, even environmental solutions, are all out there. Free energy technologies are all out there. They're just waiting for that go ahead. You know, all right, it's time, and it all gets released, right? So we are really on the verge right now at this time. And, you know, moving forward, this next generation is quite incredible. There's major issues with this younger generation, even younger than myself. So I'm in the millennial generation, moving into Gen Z, and I don't know what the younger one is called, but a lot of the problems, just like Billy was saying, is they're very apathetic, you know, and even in my generation, the millennial generation expectation, we were given everything that our parents didn't have when they were growing up. So we didn't really have to fight to get what we needed, which is amazing, because all of a sudden that fight or flight mechanism in our own brain was taken away. And when that fight or flight mechanism, that 3D paradigm is taken away, it leaves room for that creativity. It leaves room for that conscious expansion. It leaves room for that 0-point frequency. But if we're not taught those tools, if we're not even taught that we are energy beings, then we fall prey to depression and anxiety. And you've got a whole generation right now that is growing up saying, okay, so I have everything that a 16-year-old, that a 12-year-old could ever possibly want and imagine. Why am I anxious? Why am I depressed? Why am I questioning everything? And why doesn't anyone have any of the answers, right? And that's how I grew up, feeling like no one had the answers, and I had everything but nothing at all, you know? So it's really exciting to see all of these parents awakening their children, and a lot of the parents watching my videos and other, you know, panelist videos as well, with their children, with their small children, and awakening them, I think is really quite incredible and beautiful. So really powerful stuff moving forward. And I want to just mention a little bit about alchemy, you know, when you kind of originally asked this question. And alchemy to me means transmutation, right? That's what alchemy is. And of course, taking full control and power over your own reality, and being able to create and magnify whatever it is that you want. But when we talk about transmutation, it's about understanding the darkness and bringing it into the light. And a lot of us right now are kind of struggling into these lower vibrational realms. I mean, it's kind of hitting everyone really hard, these awakening and ascension symptoms. And I just want to kind of share a quick story about transmuting the darkness into light. And hopefully this story kind of resonates with, you know, the listeners and even the panelists as well. So it was probably 3 or 4 years ago, and you know, I've been psychically attacked in all of the ways you could ever possibly imagine, pretty much my whole life, right? Even going into childhood. And so there was this one kind of maybe a month or two where it was just coming at me from all angles. And I was doing a lot of the quantum work, and of course that's where you kind of become a target. And so I was having this really bad dream, but really I also understand that they can kind of set up these dreamscapes. And so I was in this dream, or this dreamscape, and there was these 3 huge dark beings, and they were chasing me. And in this dream, it was just this never-ending running away, this never-ending fear, right? And it was so much fear. And I was running and running and running. And then halfway through the dream, I, you know, became lucid. I woke up in the dream. And I asked myself, I said, why am I running, right? If these dark beings that are chasing me are actually just souls themselves, if they're also just fractals of consciousness, a part of the greater scheme of the collective, then they're a part of me. So in that moment, I stop running and I turn around to face them. And they were huge, they were like 10 feet tall. And I just look at them and I said, I love you. Thank you so much for being here. And I said, you need a hug. Give me a hug. So I literally spread out my astral arms, my dream arms, and I wrap my arms around them and I give them a hug. And at first, which is typical with these, beings and entities, they start stabbing my back, right? And it drives more fear. And then I'm like, no, just hold the frequency of love. And that's what I did. And I held it. And I just literally filled my being, my essence up with pure unconditional love. And I gave that to them. And in that moment, it's like all three of them just burst into this, like millions of little dark particles, and they transmuted into the light, right? So anyone who is dealing with your own deep inner turmoil, your own deep reflections, maybe you are of the younger generations and you're dealing with depression, you're dealing with anxiety, you need to realize that this is a part of the process to allow you to get back to source. And the number one thing that is always going to allow you to transmute the darkness into light is appreciation and gratitude. The more that we understand that those dark aspects are just aspects of self, just mere reflections of one another, of the ultimate source that is, that's when you can understand and have compassion and gratitude for those darkest aspects. And no longer are those aspects dark or hold any fear or power over you anymore, because you've transmuted them through appreciation.
Ah, beautiful. Thank you. And I'm sure the viewers can see now why I chose these 5 people. All of you have been amazing, amazingly deep, potent, real, important information for us to know. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
And I'm going to end with one last question that's really important. We've really framed it to what's going on, the challenges that we have, what we can look forward to, but we're in process. And I'd love to know your advice of the spiritual tools of what we can do on a daily basis to really support this ascension process, to support this transfiguration that we're going through now, to support this expansion of consciousness in the most healthy, holy, loving way for ourselves and helping everyone else on the planet. So please give me your top spiritual tools, and we'll start with Meg again, because that's what she does all day, is help people with the tools of grounding their ascension process.
All right, thanks, Deborah. So I think that's a key point, calling it grounded spirituality, because so that would be the first place I would encourage everyone, is just taking some time every morning when you get up and you start your day. Get grounded in your body, get grounded onto the crystalline grids of our 5D hologram, and really be intentioned that this is my foundation and this is my home and this is where I'm going to live today. And you can even command that I anchor and position myself and connect to and ground onto my ascension timeline. I do that every morning, and this then keeps you from kind of getting distracted, because there's so much out there. So, just really being very purposeful and intentioned on your grounding and being present as often as you can through the day. I also think that it is important that we do pay attention to the energy that we're ingesting in. So everything's a bit of a kind of chaotic, volatile field out there. So we want to make sure, especially as we're developing into, the awakened conscious empath, to be careful on what energy you're bringing in. And that includes everything, that's not only just the food you're eating, it's the emotions you're engaging with, it's the people, it's the places, it's everything. So you start to be very discerning and careful what you engage with, what you let into your daily life, what you let into your field. I find that because I'm working with clients every week also. But I'm also empath. I can find sometimes where if I've empathed some of the volatility. And so every night I do a cleansing of my field. I do a salt bath. I do a clearing of anything I may have empathed in that I took in from the people around me, my clients, just Facebook, wherever I plugged in. Could even be there was a movie I was watching and all of a sudden I'm in bed realizing the movie's running through my mind. So I disengage and disentangle from all holographic realities that I've touched into that day, all energies that I touched into. So you're really careful with your field. You're keeping your field as clear and pure as possible. And then as everyone's mentioned too, you know, this isn't perfectionism. This is where you really start to have compassion and love for yourself and your journey and your challenges. And, you know, if there's days where you just feel like you're in pain, love yourself as much as you can. I didn't have that in the early years of my ascension. I didn't recognize that was a really big piece I was supposed to be doing. That one I missed. So just as we can share from our own experience, just be loving and caring towards yourself as you're going through this process. And I also think too, it's trying to be, we've talked about this as well, try to stay in the now, because our mind wants to take us out into, you know, supposed futures, or it's, you know, it's just obsessing on the past. Let's just try to stay in 0 point in the now so that you're able to handle what life brings you. You know, the challenges are coming in, you know, the surprises, you're able to be kind of in that steady, balanced equilibrium and not get triggered, not get reactionary, but stay really in your presence in the now. And so those are some key points that I just try to do every day. And again, being the radiant conduit of love throughout the day, I find that our abundance is also linked to our heart. So the more that our heart is healed and our heart is in that joy, in that calm 0 point, the more you're able to receive in from the universe. They really are linked. So if you're finding that, I know when I started, my heart was locked down and had body armor and I could barely breathe and it was all tight and I had to do some work. You know, I had to work with a breath worker. I had to work with, you know, healers to get deep into the heart and open it. And then everything started flowing in much more easily, more synchronicities coming in because I opened my heart to the joy of this universe. I opened my heart to receive. So that's a key point, to pay attention to what's happening in your emotional body, in your heart. That will guide you on what you need to get any support on or healing work on. And so those are kind of some key points that I try to integrate. And I don't know, Deborah, is this also when you want us to just share?
We'll go around again.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop there then.
Yeah. And so, John, what are your top tips for navigating these times and the journey of ascension?
Well, in line with what Meg was sharing, and again, this came through an awareness about a year ago, and I heard you're going to go through a process, an initiation of receiving. It's like, wow, receiving, finally, yes, I've done all my work. It's finally time for me to receive. And it was a big celebration, at least egoically, that was coming through me. And I found that initiation into receiving, and it's still unfolding. And I think it's going to continue to unfold for the rest of my incarnation here and probably into other lifetimes as well. How difficult it is to reprogram our ability to receive light, because we've been programmed for such a long time to be unworthy of it, or judging ourselves for it, or being in other places that again would condemn the beauty that we're inherently, divinely, rightfully built to receive. And so being in awareness of where love and expansion and opportunities want to come in for you in different forms, and an abundance that goes beyond the affluence of material things, but really to that connection to source and how we reflect it in the relationships that we have with others, is a big initiatory process that we're all going through and will continue to. Again, as the consciousness of source expands, we continue to expand with it. So being in humility of what we're open to receiving and understanding and feeling the awareness within our bodies where perhaps we're contracting that. It's a huge part of our progression. Again, as Kaya said, our spiritual maturity that we're stepping up to. And that light that we're saying yes to consciously, purposefully, with our full authority and power. And so that's one aspect. And then I would also invite all of us as well to get into a space of being aware of where our consciousness is flowing, not just how we're expressing our gifts and what we're receiving out into the world. You know, but Elizabeth mentioned psychic attacks, and Meg talks about this sometimes also, but being aware in our consciousness where we're psychically attacking others, perhaps, whether it's at the stop sign condemning someone because they haven't gone fast enough, or judging someone in our life, or comparing someone because they have, you know, a bigger following than we do in our platforms. Where are we psychically doing that to another, and just catching ourselves in the process? Again, not judging ourselves, but being aware that something different is attuning within us that's bringing about the unification of love, the unification of consciousness. And then we're cheering others for their success. We're bringing light to what's possible within them. And in that, we can't help but to benefit from it. Know that somebody else's enlightenment also is ours. And so becoming aware of that and attuning to where perhaps we're chipping away and bringing others down through our psychic capacities, because we all have it. It's a beautiful opportunity as this intelligence, as this maturity is rising up within us, to become more empowered on what we're creating through that energy as well. As Billy said earlier, you know, those signals continue on into the vastness of the cosmos. What are we putting out there? Be aware, be responsible, and create with your authority.
Wonderful. Thanks, John. All right, we'll go to Kaira. What do you have to suggest to us? Again, you need to unmute.
Thanks. I was just saying that everything that everyone has shared has been so powerful, and I'm so grateful for this panel of wisdom for our shared ascension. The way that I'm so focused right now is through the Sophia Code as a platform, as a mystery school, as a ministry, as a movement. And there's very specific practices for activating the spiritual technology of our body, which allows for us to actually physically anchor the Christ light of our higher self, which allows for us to deepen in our direct communion with God, and then further allows us to actually mature through that light being anchored in our body, and learning how to operate our consciousness. It flips on an operating system within us, which then overrides a lot of the viral programming, the traumatic wounding, and the ego structure that we're battling with day in and day out. It doesn't mean you're not going to have hot mess moments, because we all have them all day long. But when you are learning how to function and operate from that Christ light within you, or Buddha light, whatever you want to call that source light, that can not only stream through you and flow through you, but stay within you, anchor within you as a unified field of light that you already are, that you downloaded and literally downloaded a human body into this world. When you did that, it came with the spiritual technology within every cell of your body to anchor even more of your divinity in this world. And that's actually the ascension process. It's like, how do we learn how to anchor that light day in and day out, regardless of all circumstances? And it's why I mentor with the Ascended Masters, and it's why I teach mentoring with the Ascended Masters worldwide. Because if you want to learn about the ascension process, you want to mentor with the actual people who mastered the process. And so in the Sophia Code cosmology, we call in a circle of light every day. And we call in specific key code mentors to surround us in the unified field of our own, of their sovereign divine resonance, so that we can actually practice getting used to what it feels like to embody our own sovereign light, which is going to kick up all of our stuff while simultaneously revealing to us all of our greatest potential. So those masters of light that we invoke around us, they're continually mentoring us 24 hours a day in how to reach higher, and how to surrender into this operating system and learn how to function from that space within us in surprising new ways, and how to forgive ourselves as we are, you know, in that hot mess experience of practicing what it's like to live from an ascended consciousness. So that's really, you know, the first thing I want to say is like, I had to channel that circle of light with the 8 key codes around me to very much like what Elizabeth was sharing, deal with the amount of psychic warfare that I've dealt with since the beginning of my life, but I continue to deal with every day of my life as I serve this ministry. But it's just not a problem when you are invoking such high-level masters to stand with you, and legions of light, legions of archangels, and whatever Star Nation allies you're working with. I purposely work specifically with the Sophia Dragon Tribe, and that's who I'm calling in every day, and that's who I'm teaching people to work with. So we have, that would be, the first thing I would say is, like, really get to know the spiritual technology within you. And the Sophia Code is a motherboard blueprint for getting to know the spiritual technology of your existence that you have access to. The second thing is practice praying. And praying is simply talking to your source. It's talking to your heart. It's learning how to have a conversation with yourself and your creator, whatever your creator source is for you. That presence is always listening to you. Your higher self is always there to comfort you. It's always there to guide you. And the more you give yourself permission to have this conversation, even out loud. Anne Lamont's, she wrote, my most go-to prayer is, please help me, God. And it's just like that. It was one of my most favorite things she ever said. It was like, of course. It's just like, we can ask for help all day long. Prayer doesn't have to be 2 hours at an altar. A prayer can be a 5-minute pause, even a 20-second pause. Just be like recentering with your source and your higher self. Say, please help me. I want to operate according to the divine genome within me. I want to operate according to my higher self consciousness. Show me the way in this moment. It's just like, that's the everyday present moment awakening that, it's where the spiritual rubber hits the road. It's just like, are you willing to ask, receive through listening and communicating and being in that divine feminine and divine masculine dialogue? Because that dialogue is also going to bring you the next step, and you've got to be willing to take the next step that you're going to receive. So that's what I would share.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, Billy, what is your top tools? And unmute yourself.
I would say that my top tools, the first thing I would like to say is, in this 2020, Earth episode 2020, like I like to jokingly call it to the aliens, don't get triggered, okay? So right now we have so many things that are triggering us. And for example, on social media, you may see somebody post something that you don't like or you don't agree with. Or in some weird way, it might offend your belief system or whatever. Don't allow those things to trigger you. Get control of your brain-heart coherence. Recognize the trigger is coming. Or if you post something and somebody comes and makes a negative comment on whatever you posted, don't get triggered by them to then respond back to them. Now, this is something that even myself, I'm learning and growing with over time. In the very beginning of my social media experience, if somebody says something negative about what I put up, I would try to respond back to them and then respond. I mean, how many people can you? One day I said, wait a minute, what am I doing? If I posted something and 20,000 people liked it and 30 people made a negative comment about it, what does it matter? The message got out there. Why am I going to allow myself to be sucked into energy vampires? Because what happens is, just like before, we were talking about those light waves coming out of your consciousness. So when you respond to a person that triggers you, even through the internet, they literally absorb your energy from your body, your life source. And how does that happen? The thought leaves out of your mind. You then put it into the little device, mobile device, or whatever you're using, a computer, to respond back to this person who made a negative comment. That energy was alchemically converted to mechanical energy. Now it's converted back into light inside the device, because the light transmits up the microwave frequency to the cell phone tower as a light wave. Then it gets sent into space to a satellite as a light wave, and it comes back down in that person's region as a light wave, wherever they are on the planet, travels down that other cell phone tower as a microwave frequency. It goes into their device as a light wave, and then they open up the phone when they get a notification and they see that you responded. That photon bounces off of that device into their retina, goes to the back of their brain, and they get a satisfaction from that. They just ate your energy. They literally consumed your energy, okay? Don't allow yourself to be triggered by these people that are trolling your pages and your accounts on the internet. You're literally allowing energy vampires to suck you dry, and that will wear you out and wear you down, okay? The next thing is, let's focus on solutions. So one of the biggest things that I believe in is when I don't like something, I try to create my own reality. You know, so social media, a lot of the mainstream ones, they have a lot of issues and problems with their algorithms and how they allow people to say things and not say things. And I created my own social media platform, you know. YouTube demonetizing a lot of people, demonetized my account. I created my own video platform. So, you know, I think the thing is focus on solutions. And maybe you can't just say, well, I'll just create this and I'll create that. And that way, monetarily, it may be too much of a big deal. But if there's a situation that's really, really bothering you, and you're focusing and meditating on solutions to that problem, you can bring that problem to light, because we have to bring problems to light. But at the same time, what can we do to fix this problem? The law of attraction is going to start bringing into your life all the things that you need, all the people, all the key players to help you be a part of bringing change to this planet. That's part of the process. And it's part of the growing and ascension process. So we have to focus on solutions. And the next thing I would say, and the last thing would be study to show thyself approved. We have a world now of a lot of information at our fingertips. We have panelists, we have books, we have all these, but we have a lot of people that are just focusing on what they see on a post here or on a post there, and they take it and they run with it. Not even looking into it, researching it, or diving deeper into it. Listening to us on here, phenomenal. Now dive deeper into these topics, write some of this stuff down, watch this over and over again, and start researching the information that we're talking about. Don't just take it for on the surface level. We got to go deeper. We got to dig deeper. When I read a book many times. I don't read the book just one time, because the first time is just a glance, a gleam of what's the knowledge and information is in there. You got to go through it several times, over and over and over, and then break different things down. If you don't understand a particular section, I would then even break down words and get to the root of the words to understand better what the author is trying to convey to me. We have to study to show thyself approved. To get to the next level, it's going to take more than just sitting back and listening to what you would call spiritual leaders or light workers or whatever. It's going to take you realizing that you are one as well, and you have to put in a little bit of work as well. I know we have kids, we have work, we have all these things going on. We're trying to overcome this pandemic and all these other crazy things. But one of the things that did happen during this pandemic, people had a lot of time. You know, did you ask yourself seriously, did you make the most of your time, in this situation? There's, parents that were at home. Did you take your kids off the video games and spend more time with them and inject knowledge into them versus letting the video game continue to be the babysitter? Did you finally take some money and invest it into your own business? You know, it only costs $75 to $150 anywhere in the United States to invest into an LLC or an Inc. Did you finally work on your own dream? If you've been waiting to write a book, did you start writing down some of these pages? If you've been trying to, do music, have you gone ahead and composed or written some songs? All the things that your heart desired, you kept complaining about that you didn't have the time to do. You got to recognize windows of opportunity, and you have to be able to jump through those windows, because windows open and windows close. So those are some of the things that I would say, just to people, to just be more in tune, don't get triggered, focus on solutions, and study more, research more, becoming a real investigator and researcher into the things that you're passionate about. That way it won't feel like it's too much work being done. At least you'll be involved in something that you're really feeling affects you in a specific way. And you'll have, hopefully you'll have a lot of drive to want to really dig into that and get, and really take a chunk out of it, so you can say, okay, I got this. Now I can probably share this with some other people in a way, from my perspective, that may enlighten more people. We got to keep dropping those seeds all around the world,
All right. Amazing. Thank you, Billy. Thank you. And Elizabeth, you want to round us off with your top tips?
For sure, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely seconding everything that all the panelists have said. This has been such an incredible group. Literally, my mind is blown. Doesn't happen often, but this has been so much fun, so amazing. Two things I would mention. One is, so I do a lot of astral traveling, remote viewing. I do a lot of exploration into past lifetimes, both on and off this planet, I guess past future lifetimes. So I'm just like, I'm out of my body a lot. And that's kind of where you leave yourself vulnerable and open in that astral realm. We need to realize that the astral has both light and dark in it. So the one thing that I do that I learned a couple of years back from interdimensionals was an invisibility cloak. So now every time I do any sort of spiritual work, anytime I, download and upload into the collective consciousness, I do it actually in an invisibility cloak. This is just a metaphysical kind of energy blanket that I put around my aura and my astral body. I always set the intention with the invisibility cloak that nothing that does not match, anything that doesn't match my vibrational frequency can come into my space, right? So the one time me and my wife almost got hit by a car, and she was all pissed off at the guy who didn't see us. It was middle of the day, right? Bright, sunny in LA. And I told her, I said, I'm sorry, babe. Like, I put an invisibility cloak on both of us before we left the house, so you can't blame him, So this stuff really works, right? So invisibility cloak is kind of my number one go-to. And then other than healthy boundaries and everything else that the panelists have said, cutting cords is huge, right? We need to realize that every single time you think about anyone, you're creating a cord with them. Every time anyone thinks about you, they're creating a cord with you. And so it's really funny, after I get off a live video on YouTube, I close my eyes, open my third eye, take a look at my aura, and I literally look like a giant porcupine because I have like hundreds of these white cords that are all connected to me. So I just kind of bulldoze all the cords and cut them all after a live video, because these people are, whether they're feeding from my energy or just connecting to my vibration or what have you, it's really important. Once again, to bring up my wife, we'll be in a conversation and all of a sudden, the back of my neck will really start hurting. And I'm like, babe, does your neck hurt? Like right on the right side, like right in between this area right here? She's like, yeah, actually it's feeling a lot better right now. And I'm like, all right, cool. Well, I just took that on. I'm just going to go ahead and cut the cord. So we need to realize also that it's okay to cut the cords with your loved ones. It doesn't mean that you're getting them out of your life. It just means that you're clearing space from the old connection, which was in the last moment 2 seconds ago, and you're opening up a new space to create a brand new connection in the next moment. So invisibility cloak and cutting cords are my number one. Number two, go-to things that I use as my tools in the energetic space.
Wow, so valuable, all of you, incredible. And I just want to share such deep love and heart for all of you. Now the viewers can see why I chose this panel. You guys are amazing teachers, amazing commitment, wealth of information, and this is just a taste of what they do, obviously. So I'd love to go around again and have you guys share what you do offer as teachers, as guides, what your programs are. Just take a minute or two, and then I'm going to post your website in the chat room so people can connect with you and have more if they'd like. So Meg, would you like to start?
Sure, thank you. So for the past 25 years, I've been working very closely with Archangel Metatron, and I've developed an ascension tool called Quantum Access. And this is a modality that you can apply to yourself daily, as I also certify practitioners in it. And I'm in the process also of creating a mystery school academy that I'm going to launch in January. We'll have lots of courses that you can take online to really dive into this modality. And what it's tapping into, of course, the Egyptian knowledge that we're all starting to bring back now. It's using sacred geometry, Metatron's cube, and quantum vortex energy, crystalline light technology. And we open this up around our field, and we use it to literally raise our vibration, clear out patterns, programs, trauma, and bring the soul into the body. So I do private sessions. I also have the practitioners who are available to help you in your own Ascension. And I also offer monthly global activations. This is online. People from all around the world call in. I've been doing this since 11/11/2011, so about 10 years. And I take everyone on a journey to the Galactic Center, and we step into Source Stargate. And we do a lot of activations on our own personal ascension, but we do a lot of work in the planetary field. So this is grid workers who show up, and light workers who show up, and a lot of advanced souls who know it's in their blueprint, it's their mission to really influence the collective consciousness right on the planet right now. So I have one coming up that is on October 28th, Wednesday night. We're going to do a global peace activation before the US election. So if that's something that you want to join and participate in, that's coming up. It's free. It's one of my gifts to the community. Also, if you sign up at my website, newearthcentral.com, and get on my list, you can get a free meditation and ebook that really kind of launches you right into quantum access and get started. And so I'm just thrilled to be here on the panel. It was a joy to be here with all of you and to share our, from our journey and our experience. And that's part of us doing our soul mission, is sharing this out to the world. So thank you, Deborah, as well.
Thank you so much, Meg. And her website is in the chat room, newearthcentral.com. And John, would you like to share what you are up to on a daily basis?
I would love to share. And it's this that we're doing here that I was inspired to create close to 10 years ago. And I was transitioning through careers and deciding, am I going to do my own coaching? Am I going to build my platform? How can I reach more people with my embodied awareness and bring it out and normalize this conversation to more and more people in the world? And that was really the impetus of what I now call Beyond the Ordinary Show. And again, it's been about 8.5 years that we've been running, and I bring ascension experts, embodiers, people who travel to different parts of the cosmos within themselves and outside of themselves. And again, normalize this conversation through their embodiment, through their example of what they're bringing forward. So really the true light workers and those that are leading the charge into bringing this consciousness into the masses. So Beyond the Ordinary hosts the most spectacular group of speakers that you can imagine, and so many more to come. And so that's one aspect. It's a free online summit. You can register at beyondtheordinaryshow.com. Give us your email and you'll have access to a library of interviews. And most importantly, also what's coming up now? What are we going through collectively now? And how do we grow into that individually? How do we embody the feminine and the masculine that we're merging into in our own synergy of consciousness? So that's one aspect. And then I was guided to start a membership site and living in the extraordinary. And that's where I'm teaching from my own direct experiences, what I've learned through other teachers, what we're assimilating through the symbiotic relationships that we have here collectively, and bring that to other people so that they can embody as well. And then I'm also really excited because there's new opportunities that are rolling out, and I'm taking this out into the mass media. So look for me on CNN, look for me on Good Morning America, look for me on major TV shows as a spiritual correspondent. The time is now, y'all. It is our time, and people are ready to listen to what used to be kept in the dark, or what felt like nobody could receive before because there was nobody to have this conversation with. And I'm here to tell everybody listening right now that it is our time. It is time to spread the love that you're enlivening within yourself. And thank you, Deborah, for all that you do. This is amazing what you bring together.
Yes. Thank you, John. Beautiful. Thank you. And Kyra, unmuting yourself.
Thanks, Deborah. This has been such an extraordinary evening. I really appreciate the opportunity to be in dialogue with everyone here on this panel. It's just been such a joy. I love the vision that you continue to curate again and again for all of us, Deborah. It's really special. So the past few years have been really busy for me. I've channeled 3 mystery school curriculums. The first one is the Stargate 1 curriculum. It's over 40 classes in how to embody your higher self, how to activate your divine genome, and how to mentor with the Ascended Masters. The Stargate 2 curriculum is based on a body of work that I channeled called The Elegant Equation of Divine Feminine Christ Leadership. And so it really goes into the heart of what it takes to lead, to really step into your divine purpose, and what it's like to navigate both the highlights of your purpose, as well as the underbelly of serving a collective or even serving individuals. And it's a very authentic journey into all of your deepest insecurities or unworthiness about, you know, your greatest potential, and revealing that. Those two curriculums build out a very strong inner foundation to be able to step into what we call Sophia Circle certification leadership. And so what that is the ability to lead certified 13 circle journeys through every chapter of the Sophia Code, which, as I've shared, is a motherboard for spiritual awakening to the truth of your sovereign divinity and how to embody that. So those are, you know, some of the offerings of our mystery school. I also have the Sophia Code Foundation. And for the past 6 years, we've been offering the Heaven on Earth Prayer Collective every third Sunday of the month for free. Ascension upgrades, activations, teachings, direct downloads from the Sophia Dragon Tribe. And we also have a whole series of activations and initiations on my website. And the Sophia Code is available on Amazon, both in French now. We just released the French translation of the Sophia Code, as well as, of course, in English. And we have a really strong prayer in our social media ministry. So you can go deeper with our community, our beautiful community, by reaching out to us at Kyra Official on Facebook, as well as Instagram and YouTube. So thank you again for this amazing opportunity to connect with everyone here, both watching live and on our beautiful panel. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyra. And Billy, what have you got?
Well, first of all, once again, thank you for having me on here. I really appreciate it. You know, when you get the text message from Deborah, you know you got to come through, okay? That's all I can tell you. When Deborah sends a text message, you got to come through. You got to come through. So, you know, I appreciate you, Deborah. I know, you know, I'm busy. I'm traveling. Right now, I don't know what country I would be in if it wasn't for COVID-19. I'm traveling right now, but I'm not in another country. But when Deborah calls, I don't care where I'm at. I could be on top of a pyramid. I'm going to get on the panel. I have started my own TV network called Forbidden Knowledge TV with the number 4, forbiddenknowledge.tv. And fortunately now we are on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV. I just started a new series called Gratitude on Amazon Prime. The first episode is up now. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can watch Gratitude on Amazon Prime. And also the Forbidden Knowledge TV is on the iOS for Apple devices, as well as Android, Google Play for Android devices. Or you could just go to the website, forbiddenknowledge.tv or 4bk.tv for short. I also created my own social media platform, which is Unite the 99. So UNITE the 99, the number's 99, because obviously we're the 99%ers of the world, and we're trying to unite them under you know, one umbrella to say, hey, let's talk about all these topics here where we won't be suppressed, we won't have algorithms hiding our content and information and everything. So instead of, like I said, I look for solutions. Instead of complaining about IG and Facebook and the other ones, I just create my own platforms. So I'm excited about that. My book still is a bestseller, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. Helps if I turn it over. Compendium of the Emerald Tablets by Billy Carson. It's been a bestseller for 17 months in Ancient Civilizations. And it's still kicking like in an incredible amount. I'm now getting it translated into 3 other languages. And I'm excited about that. Also, I have 11 new books. Everybody keeps asking me, when my new book coming out? I have 11 new books in editing right now, 10 book series and 1 separate book. The 1 separate book will come out first outside of the series. The 1 book is called Being Woke Doesn't Mean Being Broke. I'm gonna erase all of these crazy concepts that people have been coming up with, thinking that if you're a conscious being, that you have to be scraping by with holes in your shoes, because that's not the case. I'm teaching you should be walking in abundance 24/7, nonstop. And that doesn't mean that you're a multi-billionaire or a millionaire. It means that your needs will be met when they need to be met, period. You know, and so if we're teaching manifestation and we're teaching people how to manifest their reality and everything else, but they can't manifest an electric bill, we have a problem. We're missing something somewhere. Your basic needs should be met. You should, and that's abundance. Your needs being met. If you have no worries of your needs being met, that's abundance. So that book is coming out. Then the other 10 are in a series set of my Egyptian mystery schools, which are also on the Forbidden Knowledge TV, where I go deep. I think we're on episode 21 now. There's 60 more episodes in editing right now. And there's over 2,000 shows on Forbidden Knowledge TV right now. Everything from cooking, yoga, consciousness, finance, meditation. I mean, you name it. The talk, you know, conferences, workshops, lectures, and even licensed films that I think are great for the collective are up on Forbidden Knowledge TV, and more coming in every day. We upload probably about 20 to 30 episodes of new content every day. And we're hoping that by this time next year, we'll have about 12 to 15,000 shows, and hopefully somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 to 200,000 subscribers. So it's moving very fast right now and doing very good. And of course, you can find me on forbiddenknowledge.com with the number 4. And on there, you can get links to some of the other works that I've done, including on the Discovery Channel, the Travel Channel, the History Channel, the Science Channel, and of course, Gaia as well.
All right. Amazing. All of you. And now Elizabeth again to cap this off with your offerings.
Yeah, so I think we've all been really busy. It's really nice to see not only just spiritual badasses, but these entrepreneurs as well. Like, it's really nice to see all of the panelists just, you know, getting out there, you know. So for me personally, yeah, mostly I just kind of release, you know, free content and information on YouTube. I have stopped all one-on-one sessions, so please don't email me about a session. I'm really moving on to bigger and better things. I also just released this past year a masterclass program. It's 8 weeks, and it will shift you from the 3rd dimension frequency into the 5th dimension frequency. This is not about harnessing your spiritual gifts. It's not about astral traveling. It's not about talking to galactic guides. It's about overcoming your triggers and really just stepping through those limiting belief patterns. So if you still feel stuck in the 3D, then that course is definitely something to consider and take a look at. And then I also have a membership, YouTube membership program as well. It's just $10 a month, and I put out tons of awesome content, deep diving into that membership program. And then I'm also offering Galactic Federation downloads and channels every single month as well. It's about an hour and a half once a month, and I tune in to the Galactic Federation councils. Whoever needs to come through from whatever council, whatever, you know, species wants to come through to give us knowledge and information. Could be about 5G, could be about World War III, could be about the Ascension, could be about upgrading your biology. So that's really cool. And those tickets are just $11 on the 11th of every month. So if you're interested in hearing directly from the GFL, that's happening this October 11th. And you can check all of that stuff out on my website, elizabethapril.com. Thank you so much, Deborah and Neil and all of the panelists for being here and having me on. This has been so wonderful.
Great, thank you so much. And I am also up to a lot of stuff. And I want to share the most amazing thing I'm up to, which is an event called Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. And a lot of these speakers, all of them have been on it and will be on it again. It's an inspirational virtual variety show that we started during the lockdown, and we've been doing 25 shows now. We have prominent speakers like Deepak Chopra, Marianne Williamson, Greg Braden, and very potent subjects like what we're talking about tonight. And we have music, and we have entertainers and magic. So it's a really fun thing to tune into, and people tune in from all over the world. So it's the Global Peace Tribe coming together and affirming positivity and love and connection, and that we are the butterfly cells that are awakening and coming together. It's really powerful. So it happens every Saturday night, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and I'll also post that in the chat. And you go to globalpeacetribe.com, globalpeacetribe.com, and you just register on Zoom, and we also have it on Facebook. And it's amazing. We're going to keep doing. We have 13 new shows to the end of the year. All amazing topics of all forms of what's potent right now. So now I just want all the viewers to send these panelists so much love and appreciation. If you've seen the chat box, there has been so much love, acknowledgement, appreciation in the chat box for all of you. You are all amazing. And I know this is great for you because a lot of times you're alone with your own, torch, paving the way that divine mission calls you. And now we're together affirming what we all know is true and what we're all working towards. So much love to all of you. And I think this is amazing. And I think we're going to do this again. So we have me and Neil are agreeing that we're going to continue this panel format into 2021, because I think it's really needed for all of us together and affirm what we know in all our different ways that we look at things and we get the information, we put them out. So everyone stay tuned, because there is more of this to come. And thank you all. So much love and support. Thank you all. Mwah.
That was so beautiful.
That was amazing.
Oh my God. Yeah, it definitely was such high level information, amazing speakers, and just so relevant for right now. So thank you so much, Deborah, for doing that. It really gets better every time. Every time you do the Ascension panel, you curate it even more, fine tune the information even more. And I'm just like taken to another level each time.
Yeah, we'll keep on going. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is great. Beautiful.
You're so welcome.
Love you, Neil.
Love you too. Okay, have a good night. See you tomorrow.
All right.
All right, everybody. What a day, huh? That was day 2. So we're not even halfway yet, by the way. We got a whole half day left until we're at halfway. So tomorrow we're going to go even more deep. I feel like we have really created a foundation for these last 2 days of the energy that we want to receive. We've been really focusing on the bigger picture. We've been really focusing on the bigger picture, which is the reason why we're here in the first place, right? And now over the next couple of days, we're going to go, even deeper and explore the cosmos. So just a couple of announcements on what you're going to experience over the next few days. We are going to start tomorrow out with a mass meditation again. So every morning at 11:11 Pacific, we have a mass meditation. So if you could, by any chance, try to be there at that time, that'd be really great. I'm sending a reminder email to all the 6,000 plus people that signed up in the morning, 30 minutes before the mass meditation. So all of you will get an email. So I'm hoping we can have as many of those 6,000 people in here at that time. My social media has been canceled. My personal profile has been deleted. So 15 pages that we were live on, we can no longer go live on. So if you want to help share, you can go to the Portal to Ascension Facebook, you can share it there. You could also go to our YouTube and you can share it there. And if you want to support, our Patreon and our donation link is right there. You can support us. I would love to do a free version of this twice a year, and your support really allows us to do it. And because you've supported us right now, we've been able to create this and dedicate 5 full days for this amazing information. So extremely excited for tomorrow. I love you all so much. I'm going to end with a poem and then video. While we're phasing out, we're going to have a video, a little mini documentary we put together of down in the Yucatan. So first, a poem for all of you. And the replays, I did see some questions about the replays. You could watch the replays on YouTube immediately, youtube.com/portal to ascension. That's for you, Kit, and whoever asked, youtube.com/portal to ascension. Go and check out the replays there. And also, once this event's over, we're going to email you, a more efficient way to look at the replays that's away from YouTube. So this poem here is called The Void, Fragmentation of the Void. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning. No place, no time, no description, no label, no finishing. Until awareness became conscious of itself, separation from source. No east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention, there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical lessons except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitations what only the five senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night, the darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright, in my bed insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus I stare and recite my cosmic prayers, self-empower the fabric of victim consciousness I tear. The light. You see, the destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind, channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine, take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. I took the psychedelic potion, now I am awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word, fly high, levitate the God inside. I'm free like a bird, cosmic oneness integrating in my being. I am a full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined in, ranges the frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in, fuel my light body for the ether. I am fiending. Love you all. Let's just keep this energy high. For the rest of the year, we're gonna keep circulating this content, splitting up the footage. It's gonna go out to December 31st, really attempting to get this out to the masses, create a shift in consciousness, focus on this paradigm shift, create love in people's hearts so that we can manifest this reality that we know is possible. We have the technology, we have the know-how, we have the information, we have the ability to create heaven on earth. Why haven't we done it? Why haven't we done it? So this is why I'm putting this event together. It's time to create the reality. Love you all. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video and we'll see you tomorrow.
So here we are, everyone, at the Uxmal Pyramids, and we've been to a few different destinations, and now we're at Uxmal, and this is actually one of the main archaeological sites of the Mayan culture. At its heyday, this site had around 15,000 people living here, and the date on this hasn't actually been So here we are, everyone, at the Uxmal Pyramids, and we've been to a few different destinations, and now we're at Uxmal, and this is actually one of the main archaeological sites of the Mayan culture. At its heyday, this site had around 15,000 people living here, and the date on this hasn't actually been discovered. They're not too sure when it was, but we do know that it was still in use up until at least 1100 AD when the Toltec came in and they took over. We're gonna go up there now and check out the site. So Uxmal is a really, really large area. This was one of the main sites for Mayan culture and Mayan empire. This is actually kind of like an aqueduct, and there was not too much rainfall. There was a lack of rivers, so they actually created these in order to collect rainwater, and it would go down the tube right there. They would collect it so that they can use it later, and that they can use it to drink and also for agriculture. You can see here the main pyramid in Uxmal, and as you can tell, a lot of this actually has been reconstructed. The concrete there, the filling. So just imagine how this looked like when they first found it and what it took to reconstruct this. So they had to put in some time and energy to get this up to be able to sustain and last longer. Here we are just below this temple right here, and right above the main ground where the main pyramid is. Here is the ball game right here. You can take a look. You can see the hoop. And that's where they would put the ball through. And there's the temple. There's a lot of speculation as to what some of these things were used for, but it seems that this right here could have been a ceremonial area where rituals and rites and different ceremonies were performed before they would have the ball game at the field. This is a huge structure with many different little rooms inside. This ground is huge, and you can see here's another temple right here. Let's go inside. Take a look at the structure and how they would build their roofs. Exploring some of the rooms. And I believe on the other side we'll see actually quarters where they lived. So it looks like this was the living quarters for quite a few different homes. There were other rooms here and they're no longer in existence. Just this is what's left of them. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected with the provider. Source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity. Expansion remedied. Oneness must breathe. Exhale and let free. Consciousness to be. Experiences you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see. This third-dimensional planetary existence, all time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation, facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations and join the federation of souls that will take us to the fifth world. What is the truth, guys? Did they vanish? Everything is speculation. Everything has been written and rewritten by the victors. All the information has been given to us about who the Mayan were, what they did, what the purpose of these temples were, by the individuals that conquered them, that thought they were savages. That's where the stories come from. The stories about their life come from those who took them over and didn't want anybody to realize their greatness. Does this look like it was created by a bunch of savages? Or does it look like that there was some sort of advanced technology at work here, and that these temples were built for a reason? Good night, everybody.